Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brew-Built X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brew-Built Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brew-Built line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brew-Built X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brew-Built Conicals. You can trust Brew-Built with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brew-Built at morebeer.com.
Today's Sunday session is brought to you by More Beer, the makers of the all-new Ultimate Conical Fermenter. Check them out today at morebeer.com.
Feels like work. Shooting the shit for 2 hours, drinking beer and talking beer. What a wonderful experience.
Can we not have the barf bucket near my mixing board?
I think everybody could read the book.
I knew you were going to use this book as an excuse to quit doing this show.
Mrs. Bub, if you want, I can mail you the Bub Timer.
Yeah, Newcastle. Especially in the can. Have you ever had it in the can? No, I have not had it in the can.
Notice I closed my eyes and I concentrated really hard.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Welcome to the program, everybody. It's another wonderful Sunday here in Martinez, where the rain has come and the water has washed away the filth. It's a cleaner Martinez than we've seen in a long time.
We saw a zombie going down the creek a while ago.
You did see one?
A zombie, yeah.
All it does is bring all the acid out of the atmosphere,
right?
So we can breathe clearly for 2 hours.
From the refinery.
Yeah.
True. Comes back. Got a full studio today. We've got Beardy in the studio, and I like watching Beardy use his telephone. He's over there texting or reading or something, and it's like it's like the phone is a giant billboard that he holds about an inch away from his eyeballs to read. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, especially for a guy without contacts or glasses.
It's like
He's like Mr. Magoo has a smartphone.
He shouldn't have a phone. When you look at it, you go,
"That's rude."
That is a person that should not have a phone.
Yeah, he probably gets in the back seat when he goes to drive.
Yeah, he should have a person that reads him things from the phone.
He should have a midget.
He should have a midget that reads him. What's my message?
I brought one.
It's your wife, Beardy, and she says she can't wait till you get it home and put it in her butt again. Yeah, that's what all midgets sound like to me. They sound like Sam.
With the giant hands.
Sound like Sammy.
I think he's just trying to adhere it to his nose all the time is really what it is.
What's the deal, Beardy? Are you legally blind?
I was.
You were?
Yeah.
I got better.
What do you mean you were?
I got better.
Now it's... what happened?
Well, I was born legally blind.
Oh.
But then...
And then what happened?
If you listened to Bruce Strong, you would have heard the story.
Oh, is it all out?
Yeah, we don't listen to that.
Yeah, right.
Sorry.
This is my life, by the way.
I don't even listen to this show.
Right.
I think the beard actually is an antenna.
How did it get fixed?
I had underdeveloped retinas,
Uh-huh.
and so
Pussy.
as I grew up, I got more of them, and so I can see things like my smartphone from this far away. And
6 retinas, bro.
And California's nice because they put those little shiny reflectors on the road, so I just kind of bounce back and forth between.
Helen Keller stuff.
Drive by Braille, kind of. You steer that.
You drive like my fiance.
Okay, go back in. Yeah.
And literally, he holds his phone, I would say, 6 or maybe 8 inches from his face. Like, it's not a joke. It
looks like a 65-inch widescreen TV, I guess. Yeah. Wow.
But
it almost clears his beard.
How did you pass the DMV portion of the viewing? You see what I'm getting at.
I got a special test.
If you can't pass the normal one, California will give you one you can pass.
Yeah, you have a seeing eye dog in your
I told them I
passenger seat.
couldn't read, so I didn't have to read the letters. And they gave me these little tic-tac-toe boards.
Like that's
and
a
they
square,
would-
this is a circle?
Yeah, well, it was a checker pattern, and there was 5 black squares and 4 white ones.
Yeah.
And the checkerboards got smaller and smaller, and they would black out one of the white ones, and I had to say if it was the top one, bottom, left, or right.
But shouldn't you be able to read as a driver? I mean, there are signs on the road.
Road closed, cliff ahead.
Wrong way.
Bridge out.
You're totally fucked.
Now, when you said I can't read, did you mean to tell them I know you're not illiterate, but were you telling them that you're illiterate, or you were saying with my eyesight I can't read things?
Oh, no, yeah, they knew, because I had to go back multiple times in order to convince them that I
see.
couldn't read the letters on the back wall.
I'm not
And had to
sure
get it.
I'm happy that you convinced them.
Yeah, give us about a 20-minute head start after the show.
Working in the vision field,
Oh, yeah, Bevo's
you
a-
would be amazed the amount of people that come into our office, and like we have to fill out special forms for, like if you've had, for example, eye surgery. You'd be amazed the amount of people we allow to have licenses.
Wow.
It's frightening. I'd rather him have a license than some of the people we okay it from my job.
Really?
Well,
Yeah.
and the problem is
Like he's at least young. He's not 86.
Yeah, but he sees like he's 96.
Whatever. Would you? Whatever.
he can't wear glasses or corrective lenses because it's not the lens; it's the retina.
Their actual
right?
amount of
receptor,
Yeah, so you can't do anything about
But
it.
he was
Right,
able
yeah,
to pass
glasses,
pass a vision test, so that's a positive mark. Like he may not be able to distinguish letters, but he was able to distinguish the different things. So that's a
Right.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, just because I
how's your
can't
driving
function
record?
below a .2 BAC doesn't mean I get like a special
Yeah,
license.
it started to sound like Little League. Well, he
tried.
he scored.
Everyone wins.
He passed a test.
He swung the bat.
Beardy, will the eyes go bad again? Like, in other words, will is your vision going to deteriorate faster than mine?
I have a light sensitivity kind of side effect
Yeah.
that makes me more prone to cataracts later
see.
on, but not necessarily. I'm not going to
Thankfully, I
lose
know a
retinas,
product to
kind of like
help
how I
with
didn't have-
cataracts.
Okay.
I know a product that helps with cataracts. So
Oh,
Right, so it's tasty.
I'll tell you about
okay.
it later tonight.
all right, great.
Are you going to die sooner than the rest of us because you're an albino?
Because you're an albino.
Probably.
He doesn't have red eyes.
Yeah, I
I'm
just didn't
shitty.
get the red eye. Well, I have these blue contacts that.
I'm only half joking, though. You are a little different than the rest of us. Are you going to? Do you have a shorter life expectancy?
I'm burning out real fast. It's a short candle I got.
I'm just going to call you Powder from now on. It'll be fun.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm just checking. Now, Beardy, of course, is the brewer over at Heretic, and we got a lot of brewers in the room today. We got the boys from Flat Tail Brewing Company up in Corvallis, Oregon. They braved the storm and drove down to hang out with us, and you guys brought us a shitload of beer, too. Which is,
yeah, we did.
What we do.
and I mean, we've said that before about our
Right.
guests. We've said, Dan Gordon, he brought us a shitload of beer.
He brought us 4 cases of beer.
Nobody has ever brought this much beer.
Right.
I don't know what you guys
It's
were.
not really that much. It's like a weekend.
To be honest, we went
Weekend
through most
for
of
who?
it on the drive down.
Really?
So-
Yeah.
You guys just took turns driving.
You got long lines on there.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that.
Right. It's
It
a
was
lot of
like,
beer.
It was like 5 kegs. Yeah, they were 5-gallon kegs, so it wasn't that much. 5
see.
kegs and what, like...
Corny keg, road keg,
Right.
same thing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, most people bring some bottles. Like dozen bottles or so. You know,
But they
Sure,
brought
for-
that too. There's like 10
Yeah, there's-
cases of 22-ounce bottles and 5 kegs.
We're
down
hoping to
it.
get through most of that today during the show.
Right.
Our
Wow.
whole
Yeah, well, okay.
goal was
Good luck
you
with
know,
that.
have the whole studio can at the same time be drunk of the week.
We're just playing drunk of the show.
I'm actually
Exactly.
not planning to remember this show.
Right. So you guys are sleeping on the couches downstairs in the green room tonight?
Nope, we're going to mob around town.
I would take the couches if I were you. I know you think you're hard and everything, but this is Martinez.
The sidewalks look soft.
You got to be careful. All right, so we have Dave. Is it Marlave?
Marley Ave.
Marley. Oh, Marley.
Have fun with that one.
It's just Dave.
It's a sensual name.
Dave Marliov and Sean Martin from Flat Tail Brewing Company. They're hanging out with us tonight. We're going to talk about a lot of experimental beers, I think, is what we're going to end up talking about. Some barrel-aged projects. They made a special beer just for the show with some Brett in it, so we're going to talk about that. I know that Nate and JP had a hand in helping out with that beer and that recipe. So we'll talk about that stuff with the guys. If you got questions about, you're going to get to know this quickly. If you've got questions about experimental beers, I think these are the guys to ask. I'll give you a little hint. I'll give you a little statistic here that'll help you decide if you want to ask these guys about your next experimental beer project. They've brewed over 100 unique beers, 100 different beers in approximately 400 total batches. So that's for a professional. These are not home brewers. They were home brewers, but now they're professional brewers. For a professional craft brewery to be doing that much, to be doing that many experimental, that many different unique beers in 400 batches,
and to be comfortable doing it. You know what I mean? They're mainstream beers. They're not just, we're gonna brew this and leave this off to the side, or just we're gonna fart around on pilot systems.
Right?
Yeah, no, that happens too.
Let's just do it.
You know, by my math, that's a quarter of their brewing.
I thought it was a little bit more than that, but I don't know. What do I know?
So if you got questions about experimental beers, I think these are the guys to call in and ask. 888-401-BEER. We got Bevo in the chat room today. She's helping you out. Looks like she just came out of a nap. Her and her baby both.
No, I just need one.
Just needs a nap. Did you have a long day, Beaver?
Yeah.
Long church day?
Long church day. Up at 6.
God demands a lot of energy.
I didn't sleep well last night. That damn storm was stupid.
Well, we need it. California, let me tell you, we need it.
Can I get a show of hands? Who finds the name Nicole's vagina disrespectful?
Nope, it's good.
I don't see anything wrong with it.
Only Moscow.
Yeah. And even Nate's on the fence.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Nate raised it out.
I'm a fan, so what can I find it disrespectful?
If it's actually Nicole's vagina,
I'll high five that thing.
What can I say? You know,
Depends on the Nicole.
As a listener's name in the chat room, nobody's bothered by that?
Not really.
You're talking to the guy who has Mustache Ride Red and Nice Melon Pale Ale on tap at the same time.
Perfect. You don't have to put your beer names through the TTB if they're on tap at your place, do you? Is it only for labeling?
So I'm going to go with a mostly no.
Okay, I see. If you get busted.
As long as the TTB is not listening. Just swear you're not listening, TTB.
Right.
Yeah, anything that goes out of state absolutely has to be TTB approved. If it's only sold in Oregon, there are just some general, government warning, alcohol content, things like that have to be on. Ironically enough, Mustache Ride is actually one of our TTB approved labels.
Nice. I like it.
Yeah.
What about just in your own? Because you guys have a brew pub, right?
Yeah. So
what about just there? Can you do anything the hell you want?
Basically, yes. Technically, we're supposed to have a TTB approved recipe for anything that contains non-malt barley, yeast, hops, ingredients.
Okay.
I don't know a single brewer in Oregon that does that. So again, we do it if the TTB is listening.
And along with that recipe, do you have to include the name?
No.
So
they don't care about the name.
You could name it
just
JP's
the
a fucking asshole IPA.
In fact, we actually need to name the beer that we brewed for you. So that's number
the
one.
number one
That's
option
the
so
seed
far.
right now.
JPFA IPA. JPFA IPA.
What does that stand for?
JP's a fucking asshole IPA. Although it's not an IPA, is it?
No, not even a little bit.
What would you call it? What style did you brew for us?
Yes.
You'd call it. It's like a Belgian pale or something.
We can't call it that because
Right.
we already have a beer called Yes.
We do.
Is it like a Brett pale?
Yeah, I'll give you the recipe right now. So for a 7-barrel batch, we and Nate basically wrote this recipe, some help from JP, and we went back and forth a little bit. 270 pounds Weirmann Vienna, 110 pounds crisp pale, 10 pounds golden naked oats, 10 pounds rolled oats, 10 pounds Carahel from Weirmann, and then 2 pounds Weirmann acidulated. Hopped it to somewhere in the, I believe it was 30 IBU range with German Tettnanger, and then finished it with 1.5 pounds at 15 and 1 pound at 5 of, again, German Tettnanger. Fermented 100% with Brett B. We pitched low, just about 60. Sean, you can help me out with that. I think
It was about a 65.
Oh, 65. Okay, we didn't pitch that low. And then let it free rise in our open tank, no cooling.
So then it's just a Brett beer.
Yep.
So it's JP Fab.
Mm-hmm.
JP's a fucking asshole Brett beer.
It sounds like you're trying to say JP's Fab.
JP Fab.
Which is great. I like that name now.
I see T-shirts and everything. Because it's kind of a meme, like it doesn't mean JP Fab.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean anything, yet it means something.
Yeah, to people outside of the know, they'd be like, oh, that's really nice.
Ah.
JP finally is getting the accolades that he deserves.
He's Fab.
Yeah.
JP Fabu.
How about Dr. Fab? That would work.
Dr. Fab.
You're getting lots of degrees lately, I saw.
Oh, I'm trying.
Yeah.
Well, that's not me. It's just the show.
Oh, it's-
yeah.
Oh, really? Who is the doctor on the show?
Nobody. The show is the doctor.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, so it'd be like clinic then.
Well, just like
Homebrew clinic.
Homebrew clinic.
Just like with Motley Crue, the extracurricular activities were the doctor.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
none of them were the doctor in
Right.
Dr. Feelgood. It was the activity. It was the thing. Same with the show. You got it now, Tasty?
I get it.
Yeah. Try reading
Pretty
those
good,
memos.
actually.
Yeah. All right. A lot to do today to get through Flat Tail and all the beer that they brought. Let's get to some announcements before we go. Sean Paxton's got a cooking with craft beer class coming up, but not just that. It's actually a farm to table, a whole tour of a farm and Point Reyes cheese, and then you get to learn to cook. And there's I think a 4-course beer paired dinner. It's a whole thing. Where is it?
It's at the Point Reyes cheese manufacturer. That's where they make the cheese.
But is that in Sonoma?
It's in, I think,
or Napa.
Well, it's Point Reyes.
Napa's.
It's its own little thing, but I think it's farther north than Napa's.
Should I just read the press release?
Yeah.
It's at a place called The Fork. And at The Fork, they specialize in farm to table, which is why their classes begin with a tour of the farm. So if you go to Paxton's Deal, which is next weekend, Saturday, December 8th, you'll learn about the history of the farm, meet their cows.
Hi, Gretchen. Hi, Monique.
And it's always weird when people say meet them.
You mean like have sex?
It's not like you're going to have a conversation, right?
Got a chance?
Well, you got that big tongue.
Meet them?
Come meet our cows.
Yeah.
How about, like, it's more like come see our cows, isn't it?
Well, that doesn't sound as sexy as meat. Like, because they're people, too.
Meet them.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like the whole, you come to our farm, you can meet the animals.
You can
really?
yeah.
What are we going to, we're going to hang out and have an hors d'oeuvre together?
You might.
Maybe a little pork slider with the piggies?
I want to meet the carrots.
Hey, I'm a carrot.
Just, yeah, you sound like Warren right now. Hi, well.
Hey, I'm a carrot. Hold me in front of your face. I don't know. Anyway, you get to meet the cows.
Yeah. Which should be great. Should be good stories.
And then you can understand their commitment to sustainability and how they create their farmstead. It's a cool thing.
Yeah.
It's a whole farm-to-table experience. But then back at the Fork, which is, I think, like a restaurant situation, Paxton will lead you through a demonstration-style cooking class focused on 4 delicious courses, all made and paired with beer. Sean will pass along his extensive knowledge of using beer as a staple ingredient in your culinary repertoire. So you get to learn to cook from Sean, not just the normal beer dinner, but you get to taste the food and learn how he does it.
Well, and it's with, Lagunitas, I know is going to be there. Russian River, I think. Probably Firestone.
Yeah, let's see what I got here.
I probably shouldn't say probably.
Lagunitas, Russian River, Bear Republic, Anderson Valley.
There you go.
Those are the 4 breweries.
It'll be great. I wish I can go. It'd be awesome.
A little bit of the menu: local oysters and Anderson Valley Barney Flats Oatmeal Stout Mignonnet.
That's my favorite oatmeal stout in the entire universe.
Local lamb cheeks braised in Lagunitas Brewing Cappuccino Stout.
Cheeks are the weirdest part to cook on something.
But they're good.
I'm going to cut your face. Well, not your face, but just your cheeks.
But the cheeks are good.
Yeah, I've never had it.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Butt cheeks.
All right, it's Saturday, December 8th from 10:30 to 3. It lasts so long because you get the whole tour of the farm. You get to taste all the cheese from the Point Reyes there. And the whole thing's $120. So really quite a deal to go learn how to cook with beer at a farm, and you get to meet the cows. You know, usually you have to pay $100 just for that, just to meet them on eHarmony. E-Livestock.
That's legal in Oregon.
Yeah.
All right, if you want to register and get tickets, go to thefork@pointreyes.com, thefork@pointreyes.com, or call 800-591-6878.
You can choose from categories such as grazing, cud, 4 stomach.
What are your interests?
5 stomach.
When you to create a profile over at livestock.com.
Milk squirting.
I'm sort of into open grazing, but I don't mind a little cooped up time, I'm sort of a homebody, so if I have to stay in the barn every now and then, that's okay.
That would be the
he's
the
reading
dominatrix.
Dave's profile right now on livestock.com.
I got nothing on that.
I'm really into sharing my space with chickens and other wildlife.
I'm into cross-dressing. I like being shooed.
I'm a vegetarian, so I only eat, the freshest of hay. I don't like poultry byproducts in my meal. I've had all my shots.
Yeah, you lost my profile on that one.
Yeah. All right. I've never had hoof or mouth disease.
But I've had heifer mouth disease.
They must all be sick. Don't they have like shitty runs all the time? I mean,
seem
ever seen a cow pile that was like a pyramid rather than a pancake? What's the deal with that?
You make a good point. They're always sick.
Yeah, right.
The similarities continue.
Yeah.
It's shocking.
I've never eaten my own shit. I've walked in it a lot, but I don't eat it.
Yeah, I'm out.
I've eaten the mushrooms that grow out of it, though.
What a time that is.
I shit rainbows.
Okay. I am a little odd. I have 7 teats.
So if you're into that.
The extra one's just for fun, you know what I mean?
If you like that lady in Total Recall, you'll love me.
I'm like the creepiest sounding cow ever.
Happy cows come from California.
The first BN homebrew competition is underway.
Yeah, we should get our first entries tomorrow.
Is that's the start of it, right?
Yeah.
From the 3rd through the 17th is our entry window, I think, of this month. So you only have until Monday, December 17th. If they don't arrive by then, you are disqualified from the competition. We're a stickler about rules around here.
Well, we are.
I don't know if you ever noticed that.
Yeah.
We really stick to a hard line of things.
We did start a minute late tonight.
Yeah. So it's our first ever homebrew competition. If you bought the IPA kit, that's how you enter. Enter the IPA kit. You got to brew it just as is. Best in show. And the winner, the grand prize best in show winner, is going to get to brew with the boys like Beardy over there at Heretic Brewing Company. So it'll be fun. You go over there and brew, and you go, no, Beardy. No, seriously, read my phone again. Tell me what that message is. You can do that all day long and watch Beardy try to read the messages on your phone.
And he'll have to do it.
Plus, you get to do the Sunday session with us here, and we'll pay for your flight and your hotel, which is really just the spare room at JP's house.
That's right.
And it'll be a good time. So enter to win now. Get your beer here by December 17th. And what else do they need to do? Label it? Or
they
something?
Need to, well...
All the details are on the on-tap page?
All the details are on the tap page, but just throw your name and address in there somewhere. You don't need to label it like a true competition,
right?
Where there's a category. We all know the category, and you don't need to do anything special with it. So just throw it in a box and ship it on over.
I'm drinking the Flat Tail ESB, I think it is. Is that what you call it, an ESB?
The Bitter Rivalry?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of a black hoppy ESB. That was a collaboration with us in Oakshire.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, I like the boys over at Oakshire.
Good people.
They are good people, and they make good beer, too. This ESB is good. It's definitely a different ESB. It's not your traditional...
Yeah, so, again, we hopped the crap out of it. We used Columbus and Palisade. The idea was we did the exact same recipe, with the only difference being we did Columbus and Palisade, they did Centennial and Citra. So theirs is actually even hoppier, kind of borderline black IPA, CDA, what have you, whereas ours is a little bit more on the malty, fruity yeast side.
Okay.
But absolutely, again, not a traditional ESB.
I like it. It's good stuff.
Come up with.
And that was the beer we did for the Oregon Civil War, the OSU U of O game.
Yeah, the game we don't need to talk about right
now.
now.
I thought that was between like the hippies and
they're all
the rest of the world.
It was hippies versus hippies, but
yeah, that's the Oregon Civil War.
It was a shit show. It was awful.
It's the bath takers against the pot smokers in the Oregon Civil War.
They're all pretty much none.
Yeah, none of us bathe.
All right. I got a phone call, surprise phone call.
Is it the ABC? Don't take it.
Michael from Moonlight Meadery is on the line.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Michael, what's happening?
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Good. How are you, brother?
I'm doing fantastic. We just closed the financing for our company, so we're really starting to see some pretty impressive growth and, having a grand time with it.
So what do you mean? You guys are expanding your production?
Yeah, we've just, last month we grew our full-time staff by 40%, so we've been hiring people and getting ready for the nationwide takeover of our product, so having a lot of fun with that.
That's awesome.
Sounds like a revolution going on over
there. It's out of control there, I'm thinking.
How many people work for your company now?
I've got 14 employees now.
Is that right?
Wow.
How many people worked for it last time we talked to you?
We were probably about 12.
Okay.
So it's, not even 12, maybe 10.
Yeah, I see.
So it's been pretty good growth, but we're finally starting to hear that our brand agent is bringing the product to the various states. So we should be in 23 states by the end of the month.
You know, in California, you guys are really getting around, because I've been to a couple of different places that I've just happened to be looking around for mead, and there you are. There was a store in San Diego that I saw. I just happened to go in and check it out. It's a homebrew shop / liquor store in San Diego. I forget what it's called.
That sounds dangerous.
It's awesome, actually. Yeah. It used to be more of just a homebrew shop. Now it's both. And anyway, Moonlight was there. And then I was at Beer Revolution in Oakland the other night. And lo and behold,
there.
right there, you got Moonlight right on the shelf there. So you guys are getting it out there.
Yeah, it's been just incredible. I mean, we've last month alone at my store here in New Hampshire, we sold over 200 cases from just the storefront.
Wow.
Sold 270 cases in one day to our distributors across the country, and it's been fun. I mean, literally, your fans have been rocking up to the meadery almost on a weekly basis, saying, "Hey, B&A, what do you got for us?" And we give them the good stuff.
That's awesome.
And by what do you got for us, they mean, where's our fucking discount, Michael?
Where's the free shit?
That's okay.
Cheap bastards.
I don't mind.
That's cool,
We've
man.
almost sold out. We made 50 cases of batch 5 of our Utopian, which we're selling at the shop at $75 a bottle, and we just got 10 cases left.
Wow.
So in 2 months, we sold out 40 cases.
Wow. That's fantastic. So what'd you do? Did you just take out a big fat loan to grow, or what?
It's even better than a loan. It's basically a royalty-based payment plan. So as my company grows, if we have good months, we have bad months, we pay back a fixed royalty on what we're doing for sales, and really kind of gave me the option of not having to work with banks and not having to sell a piece of the company.
Well, that's pretty sweet.
That's a cool idea. Yeah.
Is that through private investors then?
No, it's the Community Loan Fund. So this is an organization that's basically sponsored by, the local other community people trying to put jobs in the local area. And they came, we talked to them, they talked to us, and they looked at our books and said, "Oh yeah, we want to partner with you."
Wow!
So it worked out great.
Well, congratulations. That's a big deal, man.
That's great.
Nice work. And
thank you.
I assume then the deal is also that you're now a job creator in the community, so you got to keep doing that.
Right.
Yeah.
So we've been growing the jobs, and once we see the 13 new states coming online, and I hope by next year to be telling you we're in all 50. But with each state coming online, we're seeing almost 100 cases per state. In the orders, so it just we're going to have to keep growing.
Yeah.
It's a fun thing to do.
JP, we're in the wrong business, I think.
We're in the wrong business.
Should have gone into the meat business.
I think everybody is.
I've been a job creator since 2005. It's just that the job sucks and you don't get paid for it.
That's true.
But there's plenty of... I've been creating work for people for years. There's so much work to do.
That lady from New Glarus, Deb, got invited to the White House for their small business conference. Why can't you?
I should have been invited.
Right?
I'm a better...
JP met the president. He should have got you invited.
I should have.
Yeah, it's true.
Right.
I'm a better... I would go and I said, listen, here's what you do, Obama. You create a shitload of work.
Call him Barry.
Just accidentally?
No, that's his name.
Barry?
That was his white name before he... I don't mean to sound like what's a white name, but that was his name before he changed it back to Barack when he started to actually run.
I'll call Hey, Barry. Yeah. That's fine. I'm good with that. Yeah. So, Barry, listen, here's what you do. You create a bunch of work for people.
Yeah.
And then and watch.
Crazy idea.
Watch, they'll do it. and then just turn around and walk away. That's it. You don't have to do anything else.
Right.
Just create the work and have them do it.
Well, he'll have to get back to you. He'll be in Hawaii all January.
Well, but what he'll say is, Justin, you're a fucking genius. Is what he can say.
Yeah. Oh, and then he'll shake you with his soft, lotioned hand. It's real weird.
The deficit will go down during our conversation. That's how good my ideas are, Michael. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah.
But,
hey, you guys have been stellar for my business, so I'm here for the long run.
Oh, great!
So Michael, you mentioned 100 cases per state. It sounds like you're in a production crunch. Probably, it sounds like you're going to have more mead than you've been able to produce so far, right?
Yeah, we've got now a little over 12,000 gallons of fermentation space right now, and we can flip that every 3 months. So we've got we got plenty of capacity. I expect this year to close out at 5,000 cases. Next year, we're looking at 20,000 cases.
And you can make 20,000 with your equipment?
Well, my production staff is going to be working hard, but yeah.
Well, that's what those 14 jobs are, right? We're hardworking people.
Right. Yeah. Well, I love it, Michael. I'm glad to hear it. You make a great product too, so I'm glad that we're helping you out. But let's be honest, if the BN Army went out and bought the mead and didn't like it, they wouldn't buy it again. So you're doing a great job over there, man.
Cool, brother. Thanks.
All right. Well, I'm glad that you're going to expand and be able to get into all 50 states soon. What can the BN Army do if in their region, in their favorite bottle shop, they can't find Moonlight yet? Is there a way they can get it?
Yeah, they can just ask for it, and our brand agent is St. Killian's Importing. They bring a lot of products from overseas, but they partnered up with us back in June, and that gives us the ability to go to all 50 states. And they're looking for reasons why they want to bring us into every state possible. So we hear from a lot of BN Army fans in Arizona. The fans can make it happen. There's only so much I can push from my end. Everybody thinks I'm just being, blowing my own horn. But when customers ask for it, that really changes their perspective.
I don't know if you have it already, but maybe you should have a little printout on the website with that distributor information. And if they're really a fan, they can go and say, look, I want Moonlight Mead. I don't work for them, but here's the place that you can call and get it.
Yeah.
And that way all the information is right there on a piece of paper,
Street team.
Yeah.
We got that on our website, moonlightmeadery.com. You can go right to the distributor section, and you can see who signed up to be our distributors in the various states. The more pressure we can get, the better it's going to go.
All right, I highly recommend it, especially if you haven't gotten laid by your wife in a long time. Bring home a little Moonlight Meadery, and I think Michael actually puts it on the bottle. Guaranteed to get some.
Well, but he's real classy. He calls it romance in a glass. So
right, yeah, but it's the same thing. It means
we know what it means.
Yeah. Do you have a money-back nookie guarantee, Michael?
Yeah, I haven't been complaining much. Let's put it that way.
I'm pretty sure that your product is so surefire that you'd be one of those companies that's fine to go ahead and give the guarantee. No one's ever going to take you up on it.
You and Adam and Eve should get together.
Because also what you could do is, if you don't get laid drinking, giving your wife a bottle of Moonlight, it's not Moonlight's fault. There's something else going on there.
Right. Well, yeah, you're drinking it with her, and you're getting lipstick.
You
can deliver the goods. It's not Michael's fucking fault.
That's right. Yeah.
We got two interviews this last week. One from U.S. Airways in Plane magazine. So they did a nice little write-up on me. And I got a call the other night from Every Day with Rachel Ray. She's doing a story on me.
Wow.
So, again, pretty, spreading out the word in many different angles.
So, Michael, tell me about this mead.
Is that Rachel Ray?
I'm going to take my softest fingers. I'm going to make something with it. An EVO.
I think you're thinking of Mario Batali. Is that Rachel Ray?
No, Mario Batali sounds like this. Because all the fat is pushing against his larynx.
I thought Rachel Ray was the hot one.
She is, but she talks like this.
Oh.
I'm going to make EVO.
She's super
hot. Is she hot?
Yeah, she's real hot.
She's hot enough.
Well, luckily, Michael's is a write-up, not an interview on the show.
I'd say pretty. I wouldn't say hot.
Yeah, maybe hot was the wrong word.
I'd say pretty.
But she's better looking than most of the...
I like to run her through my mandolin
Well, once you're pretty, why aren't you hot? I don't get that.
Yeah,
I don't know. But Biba took off her sweater. Finally, so.
All right, Michael. Hey, keep up the good
Not
work,
in a sexy
BN
way.
Army. If you don't see Moonlight at your local store, ask for
Yes,
it.
please
And
do.
It sounds like you guys are going to increase production so you can make it happen in all 50 states. I love it, man.
All right, guys. Take care. Thanks.
Cool. Talk to you
Bye,
soon.
buddy.
Cheers.
There you go. Michael Fairbrother from Moonlight Meadery, a good dude. Let me get through a couple more announcements here real quick. We're having another crawl here in downtown Martinez. This time it is the Santa Crawl. Last time it was, what did we do? Zombie Crawl, that's right. And this time it's a Santa Crawl. It's December 15th, right? Which is a Saturday. Dust off your Santa suits and ugly Christmas sweaters because it's time to head down to downtown Martinez for some holiday cheer. Main Street Martinez is having their first ever Santa Beer Crawl on the streets of Martinez from 4 to 7 p.m. on Saturday, December 15th. And the Brewing Network, as always, will be the best stop on the tour.
That's right.
And by the way, that's not really hard to do. But
you are full of it tonight. You know that?
Well, in terms of beer selection, we have the best. And
yeah.
But we're more fun here. We're a party. We don't have any
We are a
merchandise
party.
for sale, really.
We will.
The other
We're
places
not
you're trying to
Martians.
go through a China shop and
we just want to
knock anything over.
beer.
We're just
Yeah.
getting drunk over here.
Yeah, get you in, get you out.
Right. So it's a good time. I'm actually working on our beer supply right now. We always make sure we got some great things on tap here. Plus, the brewcasters pour it for you and hang out with you right there downstairs. What the cool thing was about the zombie beer crawls, there was a bunch. We got to introduce craft beer to a bunch of new Martians too, who were in town and were actually interested in craft beer. So it was pretty exciting.
Martian Light.
So we're doing it again Saturday, December 15th from 4 to 7 p.m. Tickets are $25 in advance, and groups of 5 or more tickets, you can get them for $20 in advance. So that's in
right.
advance, online only. Everybody who shows up at the door, whether you're in a group or not, has to pay $35 if it doesn't sell out. And the zombie beer crawl actually did sell out. So $25 in advance, or get a group together, $20. There are shuttles going from North Concord BART station starting at 3 p.m. and going all the way till 9 p.m. So you got does it end us? Yeah, you got 2 hours after the ending
to hang out
at Creek Monkey or whatever you want to do, have another beer, and still grab the shuttle back to BART. So you can do this by BART. For more information, visit mainstreetmartinez.org, and also you can buy tickets at santabeercrawl.com. Go to santabeercrawl.com and check it out.
Was that all from the press release?
Yeah.
Was that a good press release?
It's okay.
Yeah. The guy who wrote it's really handsome. Has a giant wiener.
Are you doing all that for them now?
Yeah.
Good job. Yeah, that's good. It's sweet and to the point. You got to change the Main Street Martinez now to santabeercrawl.com. The website has changed.
Fuck me.
No, you fucked it up.
Is that on the website?
It's on the press release.
It's on the... well, no, but I think when you got the info, they didn't have santabeercrawl.com.
Good.
Because Leanne says, in addition to the PR, we now have a dedicated site.
Great.
Yeah. So
Well,
I
it's been
think,
amended.
I can only do so much.
I don't think you screwed that one.
I can't do it all myself.
Also, Winter Brews Festival is on the horizon.
Oh, yeah.
I have the final confirmation meeting tomorrow with the city of Concord. It looks good, but I never know until after that final meeting where they tell me...
Twist your arm.
They tell me who I have to blow to make it happen. And
Do you
then
need me to go for backup?
And then I go do it. And then I clean up my face, and I come back and I say, hey, all right, we got our Winterfest. But right now it looks like it's going to be Saturday, January 26th. Speaking of Winterfest, I think that's how I met Flattail. Didn't you guys crash our party last year?
So we
Absolutely,
weren't technically
maybe.
invited.
You just
but
showed
we
up?
did show up and pour a bunch of beer. Pretty
would
sure
we
we had
do
a
know?
great time.
I
remember.
don't really think anybody minded that. It's fine.
I think that this is how it went. So I'm always like kind of frazzled and running around at our beer fest, and I'm pretty sure that Dave and Sean come up to me like a good 5 minutes before the gates open. Something
Right.
where it's like right when shit's about to go down.
It was actually right after.
And they're
Yeah,
like,
I was never there.
and they're like, hey, Justin, we're here.
Yeah.
Who are you? Yeah, we're Flattail. We're here. I mean, we were kind of talking back and forth, but hey, we made it. We got all the beer, and
We did
and
it.
I'm just like, what?
We did it, bro.
And they're like, yeah, no, and they got like a cart full. It's beers falling out of their hands, so they look real. And I'm like,
That sounds
oh,
right.
okay, your table must be here somewhere. And there you go.
You actually pointed me towards the. Oh, hey, yeah, totally. These guys forgot to show up table, so you can set up right here.
Overflow table.
Right by the dumpsters and the toilets, probably.
8 yards away from everybody.
Right by the toilets is actually a great place for a place to set up.
It's a good
because,
point.
I mean, everyone's
Yeah.
right there.
As long as you're downwind, I guess.
All right, so we're working on our Winterfest, but it looks like it's going to be back in Todos Santos in Concord from 12 to 4 on Saturday, January 26th. If I get the approval on Monday, tickets will actually go on sale next week. So we're on top of things, just waiting to hear from the city that it's okay to do our thing.
If Schumann can make it, I'm going to see if he can wear that dress that I had to wear last year.
I made you wear a dress last
No,
year?
I didn't go last year because I was in that wedding and I had to wear that awful dress.
Oh, where you look like a marshmallow?
I looked like I just had a baby. I was wearing a big puffy white dress. It was terrible.
Shooter will wear that. He'll
Dave
totally
has
wear
a
it.
dress.
He's probably wearing it now.
I guarantee you he'll wear it.
$200 marshmallow dress.
All right, Christmas is upon us. If you're going to do some shopping through Amazon, do it through the Brewing Network. Click the Amazon link on our homepage. Save it in your favorites. And look, you just do all your shopping as normal. You don't pay any more or any less, unfortunately. But you do your shopping through Amazon, and we get a little tick of it. So it's a great way to support the BN by doing your normal thing. I know I do a lot of Christmas shopping on Amazon because I'm a lazy douche. Moscow, who does not have a voice. I guess he sent.
Sorry.
Yeah, he was like apologizing to me. I'm really sorry. I lost my voice. I'm still going to be there. And I was like, dude, you're finally the producer I've always wanted.
Well, then shut the fuck up. Huh?
I don't have to fucking listen to you.
Well, now we just have to plug in his soundboard and it'll be fine.
We should have him with Schumann's app that makes him sound like a robot.
Yeah.
And he could just type all the things he needs to say. All the funny things Moscow always says.
Yeah.
All right. Did he send you our Amazon product of the week? What do you got?
How to tell if your cat is plotting to kill you in paperback, which shocked me that this is not a hardcover. The authors are The Oatmeal, that website, and Matthew Inman, a book full of cat comics, facts, and never-before-seen cat jokes.
Clearly a gift. So somebody is already gift shopping through our link, and I love to see it. I mean, because you don't buy that for yourself. For example, somebody goes, "Oh, what do I get, JP?
Yeah.
How about
a way out? No.
Your cat is planning to." Yeah, a gun,
a loaded 45,
and a single bullet. A revolver with a single bullet,
and written on the bullet is straight to the brain.
Don't miss, you dumbass.
It's actually engraved.
Please
don't fuck this up.
One shot.
Please deliver to the back of your skull.
Yeah.
But they're never before seen cat jokes.
Cool. Is there an example?
The product description? No, unfortunately not.
Really?
But the product description: if your cat is snuggling with you, that's not a sign of affection. Your cat is actually checking your internal organs for weakness. If your cat brings you a dead animal, this isn't a gift; it's a warning. And other gems.
Did you roll a 20-sided die to decide if you would co-author this novel?
I wish, dude. I don't roll very well.
Is this a big seller, you think?
Find me a joke, JP. Find me an excerpt from that book.
All right, let's see.
While I finish up here.
What the fuck was it called? How to...
I got to see what a never before seen cat joke looks like. Anyway, you can do all your shopping through Amazon. We don't see your names, even though we feature a product every week. We just see the products that people buy, and it's always good fun to watch how you guys shop. But it's a great way to support the BN and not change a thing. You can do the same thing by clicking the Micromatic link on our homepage, and you can buy all your tap and kegging supplies there, and we get a little cut of that, too. You can also shop in the Brewing Network store. Just hit the store button on our homepage, and we're pretty fully stocked. I do have some new books coming in this week. I got to get How to Brew in Classic Styles back in the store. But we've got... almost all of our shirts and hoodies and hats all ready for your Christmas shopping. So do that. iPhone and Android apps are back in the store, just in iTunes or the Android Marketplace. Search BN Mobile, and they are free. Watch all this and more on justin.tv/Brewing Network. You can see Dave's pretty face right now on the cameras. He's hanging out.
Let me go live. Let me go switch. There he is.
Don't tune in.
There he is, ladies.
Don't.
There you go.
He's all taken.
Subscribe and join the BN Army just by clicking the donate button. For $2 or more a month, you are an official donor and help keep us alive. Plus, you're entered into the More Beer monthly donation giveaway, which gives you $100, a chance to win $100 every single month. So lots of good stuff. Sign up for all these updates and more over on Twitter and Facebook.
So I did give you some excerpts, like kneading on you. You may think this is a sign of affection, but I already did that one.
Yeah.
Excessive shoveling of kitty litter. After using the litter box, your cat needlessly kicks litter around, most of it ending up all over the room. This is practice for burying bodies. You know, it's fun stuff. Staring contest. If you get caught in a staring contest with your cat, do not look away. Looking away will signal to your cat that you are weak, and an attack is likely to follow. And there's more. There's so much more.
It sounds like hours of fun.
It does.
It sounds like if your family is over for the holidays, this book will be a great alternative to hanging out with them.
Right. You lock yourself in the bathroom. And they say it's a good bathroom book, but not to read on the bathroom, but in case you run out of toilet paper.
Right. JP, you should read this book before you blow your brains out.
It might make you feel better about your own skills. Because that's what will happen. You'll be just about to shoot your face off, and you go, you know what? I can write this book better. I got to wait at least until I write part 2 of this book. All right. Get our Twitter game ready. Send your show ideas over to Scott the Jew. You can send them to scott@thebrewingnetwork.com. You can send guest ideas, topic ideas, any of those things. And we really do rely on you to tell us what you want to hear on the show. So send that to Scott. Send your feedback over to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. Send everything else to somebody else. What do you have?
Well, we have a very good friend of the Brewing Network. His name is Mr. Adam Schumann. And I would like to know, what is a Schumann? What is a Schumann to you? Define a Schumann.
Okay.
That's all. It's very simple, very straightforward. What is a Schumann?
One word. Rape.
That's pretty much. That's very close to what a Schumann is. All right, that's our Twitter game for today. Winner gets a prize. We always do it at the end of the program, and it's good fun.
It's something.
Yeah. All right. Also, if you're looking for that special gift that you can't get at the Brewing Network, you can still help the Brewing Network out by going over to adamandeve.com. For a limited time only, adamandeve.com will let you pick 3 free DVDs with your order, and you can choose from genres such as... Bevo, go ahead and give me your favorite genre real quick. Go.
Asian.
Wow.
Not a girl.
That's your favorite.
Asian boys or Asian girls?
Girls.
Yeah. Bevo. You could also pick from categories such as Tasty. Go.
Oral.
Yeah, that's a category. Always a good time. Nathan, go.
Big butts.
Yes,
Yeah.
Big butts is always there. One of my favorites. Dave, go.
Really big butts.
I think that is a subcategory. Absolutely.
Definitely different.
JP, go.
Fetish.
Yes, fetish is there.
Water sports. I'm sorry.
And my favorite, Justin, go. Gay.
Super straight.
Lesbians. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Well, that's gay.
All
Lesbians
sorts of categories: anal, amateur, Asian, big breast, big butts, bisexual, chunky, co-ed, fetish, gay, internet, POV, lesbian, MILFs, and etc. Lots of different categories that you can choose from. You get 3 free DVDs plus 50% off just about any one item. Choose a new adult toy, lube, or almost anything from over 18,000 adult products. Then check out and use coupon code BNARMY. That's BNARMY. And you get to choose the 3 free DVDs, 50% off one gift, free shipping, and...
etc. A gift so sensual that we cannot mention it while I'm being pointed at.
Yeah, very sensual gifts. Also, you can do it all from your mobile phone if you just can't wait. Just go to adamandeve.com and it turns into a mobile site or something.
By the way, did we mention that Sean's grandma from Oklahoma is listening tonight?
Oh.
Hey, Granny.
Yeah.
What do you think her favorite category is?
Young.
I'm sorry, Mary.
Grandma, if you're
So
listening,
sorry.
please forgive us. I warned you.
Is Grandma in Oklahoma or in Oregon now?
In Colorado from Oklahoma.
I see.
She just couldn't stand making it all the way out.
She was on the way, and then she was like, fuck it, it's just Sean.
Yeah. All those hills? Oh, those mountains? No, never mind. I'm done. Give me this beer.
She's like, hey, I found the Adam and Eve mobile site. I don't have to go all the way to see Sean.
Brewing Network, I've heard of them. Kind of. No one
Yeah,
else.
she found us on the internet.
It's like, what station is that on, dear? What network is that? Is that the Public Broadcasting Network? No. It's not even that good, Grandma.
Even lower than public.
It's going to make us rip that name off of the tank.
That man with the red shoes is very nice.
What's your grandma's name?
My grandma's name is Mary.
Mary.
She's an angel.
Yeah.
Like she's dead, or that she's just really sweet?
No, she's just very sweet.
Aw.
So if
I'm sure
she's
she
out
is.
there, please forgive
Not
what
gonna
happened
make
to
up
the
for it.
second half of this show. It's
No.
really
Yeah,
gonna
maybe
be
she'll fall
awful.
asleep by then.
Mary, whatever you liked about Sean before listening to this program,
Guess what?
Yeah,
We're gonna
it's all
show
going
you.
down the
we're going to show you his dark side. All right. Why don't we do this? We could wait a little bit on feedback. I need to take a break. So we'll take a quick break. We might do feedback right when we come back just to get it over with. Otherwise, I have a feeling we're never going to get to it because there's going to be a lot of drinking on tonight.
Yeah.
Grandma, Sean's a drinker, and he brought us a lot of beer. And so we got to get through at least some of it. And so here's what we'll do. We'll do feedback when we come back. Plus, we'll get into the interview with the guys from Flat Tail. If you got questions, 888-401-BEER. Grandma, give us a call. I'd like to know a story about Sean when he was a kid. 888-401-2337. It's The Session. And we'll be right back with Flat Tail Brewing from Corvallis, Oregon.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. Brewcasters on the Brewing Network. Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zanishev, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zanishev. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines, so I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack cans.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeasts, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of our 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Our Williams Belgian Pale Extract is mashed with pure Belgian 2-row malt and a small percentage of Belgian wheat malt for an authentic Belgian character you just can't get from other extracts. Or check out our unique fermenters, 2.5-gallon kegs, paintball tank-based draft beer equipment, bottling aids, and much more. We even have our own line of precision hydrometers. Go to williamsbrewing.com to browse our vast selection. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 3:30 p.m. Pacific Time ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
You wandered in here all alone. You couldn't leave your problems there at home. You're wondering what's going on. And me, I might seem distant 'cause I'm gone. Take a little time out, you come in into yourself, don't let it go south. You can put it on the shelf and scream and shout, 'cause it's better for your health. You never should have opened up your mouth. Take a little time out, you come in into yourself, don't let it go south. You can put it on the shelf and scream and shout, 'cause it's better for your health. You never should have opened up your mouth. I'll try to calm myself down. Been running, trying to play with this whole town. I'm strange, the strangest one around. I'm in the deep end of my senses and I'll drown. Take a little time out, you come into yourself, don't let it go south. You can put it on the shelf and scream and shout, 'cause it's better for your health. You never should have opened up your mouth. Take a little time out, you come into yourself, don't let it go south. You can put it on the shelf and scream and shout, 'cause it's better for your health. You never should have opened up your mouth. Billowing over, billowing over, billowing over, billowing over. I told him I'd try to knock it off. Turn around, I just turned it up a notch. Keep cooking 'cause some of us like it hot. Think you're really one of them. Chances are you're not. Think you're really one of them. Chances are you're not. Chances are you're not. Chances are you're not. Chances are you're not.
When he came out, he was just a calm little guy. He just, it was like we disturbed his world. No fight. He just came out and he was just kind of, I don't know, it was very content.
Anything other than perfect is gonna be reason enough for my demons to hate me. 'Cause lately the voices are rising in volume, beginning to alter my mood into crazy. In the nick of it, live in the thick of it. Sick of it, son, you a brick of it. That's the road that I've been taking. That's the road that I've been taking. Bright and strong, universal shine as the day is long. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind. Hyperactive mind.
The session. Brewing up our next batch of radio gold. Right now.
All right, boys and girls, thanks for sticking with us. We got Flat Tail with us in here in the studio. Let me get through a little bit of feedback for you so that we can get to our interview and spend the rest of our time drinking and hanging out with the boys from Flat Tail.
Yeah.
Feedback is brought to you today by HopTech Homebrew Supply, who's been with us for years now, JP. How long?
That's right. Oh, I would say at least 4 years.
Long time, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And
fantastic.
Jade and Roberto over there, two of my favorite people. They're fucking weird.
They're super fucking weird.
But in a really awesome way.
Yeah.
I like them.
Yeah.
And so the HopTech boys...
you know what they are? I'm sorry to interrupt you. They're homebrewers.
Right.
That's what they are.
Come on.
I mean, they're like super weird and eccentric, and
weird like we are.
just doing a bunch of weird, funky shit over there. I love them.
They're going to be at our Winter Brews Festival.
Yes,
as always.
They have committed,
and I know that Roberto, actually, and sometimes Jade too. They both like to bring beer to pour. Yeah. Sometimes that gets poured from Tasty's tasting room. Sometimes right from the HopTech homebrew tent. So go check them out over at hoptech.com. A great sponsor and good people.
Oh my God!
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
What a show for Doc to miss, by the way.
I told him He texted me earlier today. It's his company Christmas party, and I said, Doc,
what an idiot!
He owns the company, so it's kind of hard not to go.
Right,
probably bring him down.
I was like, Doc, it's your kind of show. The boys are coming down, bringing it. I saw a picture of all the beer that they're bringing, and it's your kind of deal. He was a little upset. He doesn't have control over when these parties get scheduled. His wife does.
That's weird that it happened on a Sunday. Got happened.
Yeah.
We'll forgive him in time.
He did say he might be out by 8:30, and I was like, look, even if the show's coming to an end, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a fuckload of beer left over. You might want to still come over.
Yeah.
God, I hope so.
I mean, he doesn't work Mondays.
It's going to get real sloppy if we run out of beer by 8:30.
Oh, boy. I think sloppy's not even a word to describe it. All right, let's do a little bit of feedback. That way we can get to the good stuff. Luke from Melbourne, Australia writes in, Hey, wankers, you blokes and Sheilas are fucking funny. I especially like the ads. The Homebrewer ad and the Nico Brew ad are gold. Then you put out the Brewcaster's Warehouse gay ad. Gold! The music rocks, too. Thank you for introducing me to Steel Panther. You're welcome. Fuck me, I almost crashed my car the first time I heard Community Property. Keep up the great work. More swearing, more ads, and more German accents. Cheers. Luke from Melbourne.
More fucking swearing.
Yeah. Oh, man, you should read the ad that I edited out, or the feedback.
Oh, yeah.
There was a
from
lot
Luke?
of yeah.
We've had to try. We've even, believe it or not, we've cut back on our profanity.
A fuck ton.
You're getting about half of our... bunch of truckers over here. My neighbor, did I tell you my neighbor complained about one time about it wasn't just that I was making noise in the backyard, but he's like, Justin,
it's
my new neighbor, because I haven't been there that long.
Yeah, the one that cleans you.
Yeah, the one who does all the cleans my gutters and everything.
Don't mess with that guy.
No, I apologize, but I was out there with some friends drinking it, and he's like, Justin, it's the noise and the F-bombs. You're killing me. My bedroom window's right there. My wife's at home, and I was like, well, is it the noise or is it the F-bombs? I don't...
It can't be both.
He's like, it's both! No.
What fucking F-bombs are you talking about?
I felt real bad about it. I had to talk to my shrink about it. I feel bad when I hurt people.
Yeah. Why are you looking at me when you're saying this?
No, just because I'm related to you. I can tell that I hurt his feeling. I'm his new neighbor. He didn't know I was such a potty mouth. And my shrink is fantastic because I always expect him to go like, well, yeah,
you're a dick.
You're kind of a dick. But he's totally got my back every time. And he goes, well... just tell him you were raised by some very blue-collar parents, and it's just how you talk. And I'm like, Steve's my shrink.
Yeah.
I'm like, Steve, you're the best. I could do every idiot thing in the world, and you're just like, it's just you.
Blame it on your parents.
It's an enabler.
It's like, yeah, just
totally
everything's my parents' fault. You can't help it if your dad's a blue-collar from Brooklyn. He liked to say fuck. It's okay. So... I recommend everybody get a shrink like mine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right, Josh writes in, I've only been listening for about 6 months now, but have listened to a lot of shows over the years. Well, I must say that I agree that Garrett Oliver was one of the best guests. I accidentally downloaded the episode on Crooked Stave and listened to that. What a great accident that was. Chad Jacobson was the best guest, in my opinion. You guys need to get him back on the show.
He was really good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now second best guest.
Yes.
Oh, good Flanders Red.
Yeah, I do.
We'll talk about that in a little bit, too. Yeah, Chad from Crooked Stave's a badass. In fact, we saw Vinny from Russian River out at GABF, and he said the same thing. He came up to us and goes, hey, I've been catching up on shows lately, and... man, that Chad, he taught me something on the Crooked Stave show.
Wow.
So he really enjoyed it. Yeah, I think he ended up listening to it a couple of times. And then we met Chad in person, Tasty and I, Nathan too, out there at Crooked Stave, and a real nice dude, and producing some good beer. So if you haven't listened to that show yet, go check it out. In fact, my guess is it's going to complement some of the information we talk about Brett beers and things tonight.
Yeah. Yes, and so I went and re-listened to that show when we were helping formulate the recipe for this show.
Oh, good.
So Chad's info helps already.
Perfect.
Nate's the only one that does prep work like that.
He's only just paying attention.
Yeah.
All right, Oswald writes in, Dear JP, I love you. That's it?
Yeah, it was in the feedback. It was legitimate feedback.
We like that kind of feedback.
Name, Oswald.
It's very quick.
Maybe.
JP has fan.
I do have a fan. Taryn Oswald House.
Yeah. Jody writes in, So I've been listening to the Brewing Network for about 6 months now, and your show has given me so much more than any book has, and I can't thank you enough for that. So today, I made the decision to join the Army and become a recurring donor.
Yes.
Does a lot of talking about JP. Singing Wu-Tang Clan.
Basically, yeah.
He likes
Wu-Tang.
it.
Yeah.
He liked it, but you stuck Wu-Tang in his head or something.
Yeah.
Hey, JP ain't nothing to fuck with.
That's right.
Anyway, then he goes on to say, thanks for all you do for the brewing community. I don't go a day without listening to you guys. Wow. And I dread the day I catch up with all the shows. And Suck It Schumann.
Yes.
He is listening. He knows that is actually the official Suck It.
That's right.
All others are supplementary. Tour writes in. I keep short. I know you like. I renew AHA and he's using numbers, for a 3-year period.
Yeah.
I forgot to do it through your website. Emailed AHA, asked if they move money from my renewal sub to you. Said yes. They rock, sir. Thank you all. Thanks.
That's awesome, too.
Can I just say, Tour?
No one tell me why I am such a bad driver.
That is my favorite feedback in the history of all feedbacks ever to come into the Brewing Network. He knew how to keep it to the point, and he also went the extra mile to give us money, and I liked it very much. Tour, I like. Thank.
And he's joining the AHA. He's not even in the United States.
Right.
That's great.
That's true. He's an international. I also like that the AHA didn't say, like, fuck that. We don't offer that. But they were cool. They did.
They totally did. Hey, if foreign countries want to support America, I'm all for that, too.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Chris writes in, greetings, ass bags. At the Great American Beer Festival, I was amazed to see new lunch meat merchandise. While I'm all for supporting the BN with the purchase of copious amounts of merch, it seems like a cheat to be selling me new meat shirts when we haven't had any fresh meat since the Olympics. And even that wasn't a good noon. And prior to that, last November. Having said that, I'm still a branded member of the Army and a loser fanboy for the Brewcasters, and think that the quality of the interviews this year have been second to none. Keep up the good work. From Chris. Suck it, Nate.
All right. I probably talked to him at GBF. I don't remember.
Actually, that was the heavily edited one. A lot about dirty underwear.
No, there are BN fans everywhere. I was down in Paso Robles over the weekend, and 3 different bars, 3 different times. I walk into the place, somebody comes up to you. Oh, you're on the Brewing Network, aren't you? What the hell?
Nice.
Out of the blue. And Nicole's like, hey, I'm going to work in the industry here. Hello.
Right.
So do you.
It's great.
You
It's
work
awesome.
in the industry.
Well,
you're doing it right now.
For free. It's great. It's even better.
You're a celebrity.
If Nicole would lead with her ass into the room,
that's the thing. Yeah.
she'd get. But she's against that,
right?
You know, she's
Well, they talked to me for 2 minutes,
she's
and
a modern
they
woman.
realized they'd rather talk to her. So it's
Yeah.
thought you were Van Halen.
That's true. You're Nathan.
Oh.
Well, you have
Nicole.
You have better hair. That's all. It shapes your face.
Yeah. Okay. What else do I have? Oh, by the way, those lunch meat shirts are in the store, right?
That's right.
Okay. So if you're looking for those,
Get them now. They're actually moving pretty fast. Head to head with the Brew Strong shirts, which is nice.
Yeah, we got a new Brew Strong design that I think you'll like. Go check it out.
It's pretty sick, yeah.
Store. Jet Jockey writes in, hey guys, never heard of Peachtree until I listened to the podcast. Just happened to be laying over in Des Moines and saw Hop Wrangler in the bar cooler. It's a bar cooler.
Like a under-the-counter cooler with a glass things. It's a fridge.
Oh, I see. In the bar.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's written really oddly.
No, it was my fault. You know what the problem is I thought Hop Wrangler was the name of one of our listeners. Because, like, everyone has a stupid name. So I thought he meant he saw, Hop Wrangler from the forum.
Was sitting in the cooler.
And
what a dick.
It's my fault. It's good shit, and wanted to say thanks for introducing me to Peachtree, Peace Fuckers from Jet Jockey. You're welcome. Peachtree was a great guest to have on the show. And finally, Jeremiah writes in, I'm really enjoying the BN mobile app for the iPhone. Thank you. The only thing I can't figure out is how to see what's playing. I'd like to know the name of the show. The names of the hosts and the names of the guest brewers being interviewed. I've searched around online but couldn't find the now playing on BN Radio. Yeah, that's my fault. It's a complicated story, but the bottom line is that the person who maintains those things for us is sort of off the map right now, and I need to find somebody else to do it. And there's just one tiny piece of code missing from the streaming app that plugs in the information that tells you what you're listening to. And I know it's been going on for a long time, but basically since they updated their app, it went missing, and I haven't been able to get that piece of code back in there. I will work on it because I'll tell you what, it annoys me too.
Shove code in there.
So Jeremiah, that's a good piece of feedback, and this is not Code's fault; it's my fault.
Right.
And but the guy who he designed our whole website is a bit off the map at the moment, and he's the guy who has to do it. So that my apologies for that, and I'll get on it. Eventually.
By the way, for the live listeners, I have to reboot the streaming computer. So
Great.
A second.
More awesome technical efficiency from the Brewing Network happening today.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk to our boys from Flattail who have given me some great beer today so far already. I've got both a Flanders Red and a Berliner Weiss in my glass, I think, right?
Goddamn right you do. Cucumber Berliner Weiss.
I was going to say that Berliner Weiss has some sort of cucumber-ish fruit in it.
Yeah,
Or
that
vegetable.
cucumbers fruit is cucumbers.
God,
It's a weird
crazy,
trick.
right?
You use cucumbers to get that.
Is it an actual cucumber, or is it like an extract of it?
No. So, no to the extract. So basically, we take, I believe, for a 20-barrel batch, we use roughly 150 pounds of cucumbers, and we take them fresh, grind them through our apple grinder.
Just skin them?
No.
Okay.
Not for the bottled version. For the draft version, we did. We tried both.
Okay.
We grind them, and then we run them through a press, and we get cucumber juice fresh in-house, and then we sulfite it. So the first year that we worked with cucumbers in our El Guapo, our cucumber habanero lime Belgian blonde, take a moment. We pasteurized them with heat, kept it low, but still used heat, and you just get too much of a cooked vegetable character. So year two, we have a lot of buddies in the winery business, and we have some cider friends as well, and they suggested sulfites. So we sulfited the juice directly after pressing it, waited 24 hours, and then added the secondary fermenter, and it just works great.
What do the sulfides do? In fact, what are sulfides?
So college boy's going to take this one.
The sulfites...
So the listeners can get to know the voices here. We were just listening to Dave, and now Sean is going to tell us about the sulfites.
So the sulfites will kill the wild yeast and the wild bacteria that are, naturally on the fruit.
A lot of lacto in cucumbers, melons of all kinds.
I see.
But it won't affect the Saccharomyces strain that we pitch it with.
Okay.
And we pitched it with a American ale yeast.
Ooh, no, Kolsch's.
Kolsch's.
Yeah.
Okay.
But still a Saccharomyces strain.
Right.
So you end up with this cucumber juice, and then you put the sulfides in there.
Right. So
how long does that have to sit in there?
24 hours.
Okay.
24 hours to kill all the wild bacteria and wild yeast that are naturally, associated with the fruit.
And so are those the things that were causing the vegetal flavors that you were talking about? No.
The vegetal flavor was caused by, cooking.
But you were only cooking it to kill the things that
Correct.
the sulfides kill.
Right. They did it cold.
Now I'm with you. I'm a little slow.
So that's
but now I
what
got
preserved the really fresh, the cucumber scent that you would get.
Fresh cucumber, it's great.
Yeah. In fact, I think the cucumber juice sounds great on its own. Kind of does. By the way, it sounds very refreshing.
Made a great
cucumber
margarita.
martinis and margaritas all day.
Oh, yeah.
It's a real sloppy
No, it's a
brew day.
great palate checker because you've had cucumber water at places
Right.
and it really
We
gets your
also
palate in line.
bottle conditioned it with lacto. So it's a no boil beer. We basically, and for this one, we have a 7-barrel brew house. We overfilled the mash tun, did the first runnings, no boil, pasteurized it though in the kettle. So basically brought it up to 160, let it sit, and then transferred it to the fermenter, and then continued sparging the same mash.
Okay.
And transferred that into the fermenter. So we really did a quadruple batch, but in essence it was only a double brew day.
I see. There is still a tiny amount of vegetable flavor.
Well,
and I
yeah,
wonder if that's
absolutely.
just because you're
Turns
using
out
a fucking
cucumber's a vegetable, actually. Yeah.
For him, it's a fruit.
But
Thank you.
I do only bring it up for one reason, because either it's because clearly it has by nature a sort of a vegetable flavor, or I wonder if just the pasteurization, just that one flash of heat would produce it.
There's no heat with the cucumbers, so the cucumbers are sulfited and they go into the secondary fermenter at roughly 65 degrees.
So then it's just coming from
it's the
fruit
skins
itself,
probably
yeah.
that you're tasting. They're a little bit tannic.
Yeah.
And we also, seeds, skins, everything.
All in there,
sometimes that astringent character from the cucumber skins comes across as vegetal, just like you're biting into a cucumber.
It's so tiny. I'm just being picky because I wanted to talk about whether or not it was that bit of heat. But if that's bypassed, it tastes like a fresh cucumber. And then, of course, that little bite of sourness in the Berliner Weiss kind of cleans it up, too. This is an awesome Berliner.
Well, thank you much, sir.
Yeah, well done on this
Thank
one.
you.
I got a Flanders Red in front of me, too. We're going to talk about as much of this stuff as possible. 888-401-BEER if you've got questions for the guys here, or just join Bevo in the chat room, and she'll get your questions over to me as well. I wanted to talk just briefly, and usually we spend a lot of time on a brewer's history, but you guys have so much to talk about on the beer side. I just want to do this quickly, if that's possible.
I'll try.
But Dave, in particular, I have your history in front of me. You started as a homebrewer pretty early on, right? How old were you when you homebrewed?
Yeah, so my mom used to homebrew with her father, and so we got into cooking, and I always talked about homebrew, and then once I don't know if I was a senior in high school or a freshman in college, one of those around 18, started actually homebrewing.
I see.
Uh-huh.
So a family of alcoholics.
Oh, not even a little bit. Yeah, absolutely.
Understatement.
Holidays are fantastic.
Awesome. But that's a cool thing to share, to pass along with your mom, that she used to do with her dad, and now she's going to do it with you. That's cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you start homebrewing at 16, 18, is that what you said?
Yeah, let's go with 18.
18, yeah. All right.
Something like that. I don't really remember any year, birthday, etc. after 18. So
you're a homebrewer for a while, and then do you carry it on when you go to college or move out of the house or whatever?
So I was going to Southern Oregon University to, unfortunately, attempt to become a lawyer. That was terrible.
Okay.
And I do have a soul, so I had to find something else to do.
What was that? Was that you trying to, I'm supposed to do something big, I'm supposed to make a lot of money?
So I wanted to brew beer, but I had never homebrewed before, and I figured, you got to get a real job first, right?
Okay.
And so I did my first year at SOU, and a roommate of mine said, hey, there's this fermentation science program at OSU. And I said, what the fuck is that? Googled it, looked it up, found out that you could actually go to school and get a 5-year degree in brewing.
So you switched over.
Yeah, 2 weeks later, I borrowed my mom's minivan and moved up to Corvallis. I had never been there before, but I had a couple buddies that had a big house. They were looking for a roommate. Moved in, did 3 years of fermentation science, and just started home brewing 5 days a week.
Okay.
And eventually...
Made a lot of friends, obviously.
Oh, so many.
Home brewing, all that, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And then dropped out after 3 years. Unfortunately, it's a great program, but I got an offer to brew full-time at Oregon Trail in Corvallis when I was probably 20. And brewed there for 2 years, and then helped start Fire Mountain Brew House in Carlton. And it was a great experience getting to go ground up, seeing how you start a brewery, how incredibly painful and time-staking it is. And once we got that going, it was a great brewery, but we had a lot of philosophical differences.
Okay.
Put it that way. And
you wanted to use cucumbers.
Right.
And they wanted to make beer.
Yeah, Henry wasn't a fan of cucumbers.
Right.
Some chicken and egg shit.
There you go. So I got an offer. Actually, I walked into Calapooya Brewing in Albany and asked if they needed a bartender because I heard they were starting a new brewery.
Okay.
And the owner of Calapooya said, no, but we need a brewmaster. I said, well, that sounds better than being a bartender.
I'll take it.
Yeah, slightly. I'm in. And... So,
by the way, it is better. I don't know if you've ever been a bartender, but I'm going to tell you right now, it's better.
Only a little bit.
Anything's better.
Yeah,
than
you make a lot less money though.
Yeah, that's true.
But
you're a lot happier. Go on.
Yeah, sure. Anyway, no, a whole lot.
That's what we tell ourselves.
Yeah, every night while we cry ourselves to sleep. So, helped start the brewery. Ian Duncan, who's still a 40% owner of Flat Tail, and my amazing partner. If you're listening, though, go fuck yourself. I fucking hate you. Got it going with Mark Martin from Calapooya. I ended up actually buying in later. Currently, I'm a quarter owner along with Jason Duranzo and his wife Carrie, and then Mark Martin and Laura from Calapooya are still 10% owners. So,
all right, let me break this down a little bit. How old are you now?
25, as of 2 days ago.
Okay, so at 25, you've already been brewing for 10 years and brewing professionally for 5 years.
Your math is really bad.
Well, because you started brewing at 16, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, we'll keep moving back.
So,
all right.
I mean, I know you said 18.
Don't build his ego up. Yes.
Been brewing for a while, but you've been pro brewing now for 5 years.
Yeah.
At a couple of different breweries even. So, and you've helped build some breweries. So really a lot of, in other words, I guess what I'm trying to get at is it's not just the amount of time, but you've really had some experience opening some breweries,
absolutely.
Doing some different types of brewing. Now Flat Tail opens and you're a brewer there. How do you buy in? What happens there? You see what I mean? Like, is the place about to go under and they need money or something?
No. Oh, right, because I had money. No, basically, we had we brought on a partner who was just a great fellow, and he was awesome. And in no way did we have any differences as a company, at all. And he decided that because he was really awesome and we all got along, that he would like to kind of leave. And so that was my entrance. I also got some sweat equity.
Okay.
And basically, we had been in business for 2 years, so I had enough of a, hey, I've been brewing here from the beginning, we're doing great, give me a loan for a bunch of money.
Okay.
And I took a loan out to buy.
How much is it? Like, let me throw out some numbers. Is it between 20 and 40 grand?
I so wish it were between 20 and 40
Wow.
grand.
And you only bought in for, and only, it's a big deal, but still 25%. So,
23.6 to be exact.
And it was more than 40 grand that you bought. You took a loan out for to do this. Plus your sweat equity on top of that.
Yes.
Was it more than 60 grand?
Maybe not more than, but
it's
just
right around.
exactly that much.
That's right around. And I'm not asking to be a dick, but I just, a lot of people don't have this opportunity, and when it arises, I'd like our listeners to know, like, look, this is a big deal. You don't throw
money.
You're not pulling $1,200 out of your savings account and going, let me buy in.
It's really easy. You just have to go so in debt that you can barely feed yourself and those that you love.
I see.
It's awesome.
But the company must have needed an investment to move forward.
No, none of that money was going into the company. That was just in order to buy the shares.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And how many owners are there now?
So we have Ian Duncan and his wife Tanya, Mark Martin, his wife Laura, Jason Duranzo, his wife Carrie, and then myself.
That's a lot of wives.
Yeah, it's so many wives.
Is it too many?
They're really good with numbers.
I think one is too many.
They could just be really good friends that are women.
Right. Do you guys all get along?
Yes.
Who?
It's too many for that to be.
Yeah, no. It works well because Jason handles our sales, outside marketing, etc. Ian runs the pub, and I run the brewery.
Okay.
So, and then our wives do all the hard stuff.
Right.
They do math, which is hard.
It is hard.
So it actually works out really well because we all have completely different skill sets.
Okay. Yeah, so that's, I think, how things work. And it's a bit compartmentalized. The brewery's yours and things like that. Okay. And how long has this been going on, this partnership?
So we started Flat Tail in February of 2010, and I was in no way an owner at that point.
Okay.
Ian has always managed the pub, and we started brewing again. I bought in, I got my sweat equity at the end of 2011, and then became a 25% or 23.6% owner in April of this year.
It sounds like a good deal. I mean, it sounds complicated, but it sounds like a good deal for a brewer, especially because as we always hear, just being a brewer is a tough way to make a living. It's fun, but
you don't get in it for the money. I'll throw that out there.
So what you do is to try to set yourself up to have a little bit of stake in this or that,
right?
And so
I mean, it's great because, and I'm sure Sean will agree with me because I pay him to agree with me.
Sean's you're the brewer.
Yeah, so Sean's my head brewer.
Okay.
He's my employee.
Got it.
I do have a cellar hand starting in a month.
Love it.
But Sean and I, if the beer is brewed at Flat Tail, it's either Sean or I.
Okay.
Yeah. So, it's great. Owning a brewery is fantastic. For the people that want to brew beer, it's the only thing you're ever going to do. But the biggest advice that I could give home brewers that want to own a brewery is make goddamn sure that you want to own a brewery.
Yeah.
It's work. And when you stop home brewing and you start brewing professionally, no matter how much you love it, it becomes your job.
Right.
It is work.
It becomes your job, and it really has to be your life. If you don't love it, you're not going to make it.
Okay. And, I think the other significant thing about the relationship you have with your owners and with your company is that, yes, it's still your life and you have to do it, but you don't have to do all the things you're not necessarily good at. right? Like,
yeah, absolutely. I would never touch a pub.
Because Jamil, if you listen to the pro shows, and it just so happens Jamil's good at everything he fucking does, but he will tell you when he comes in and to the brewery that he's really he's hardly a brewer. He's now a business owner, and he runs, and his wife also. Let me not downplay that, but all of the other things that you don't, and not all of us are good at those things. For example, I'm terrible at those things, and so to have partners like that to do the other side, it's pretty important.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I still do our taxes.
Again,
I really hope the TTP isn't listening.
That can just be outsourced, dude.
Yeah, unfortunately, you actually have to have an owner sign.
That's fine. They send it over to you. You fucking sign it and you send it back.
Right, so Sean's as bad or worse at math than I am. And considering he's really my only full-time employee, I'm not left with a lot of options.
Right. Okay. Well, Craigslist, man. Aren't you in a college town? There's got to be a bunch
searching
of
for
cheap...
someone to do taxes for
Get some
brewery.
interns in there.
Wait a second. There's got to be a bunch of accounting students at the university there, right? Come on.
Love to work for beer.
Love to work for beer.
Yeah, that's what you want. You want a student that's working for beer, filing your taxes with the federal government because they're friendly.
You just want somebody to blame when it's wrong. That's
Exactly.
all.
And it sounds like
the guy
it's
with the
not-
signature.
It sounds like it's not a whole lot worse than what you're doing right now.
Touche.
Dave can't actually count his fingers and get the same number twice.
Right.
There are a whole bunch of fingers, so, I mean, I can hardly be blamed.
I am allowed to make fun of the stupid decision you're making by doing it yourself because I have the same ailment. So.
No, it's real stupid.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm just saying, outsource. All right. So, Flat Tail's been around for a little while now, and it seems like your thing is not to do the same beer all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, from day one, our flagship was our Tailgater Kulch, which is a style that I've always loved. I like brewing it. I like drinking it. But kind of my philosophy coming in, and, when Mark brought me into Flat Tail, the deal was, hey, you brew great beer, but as far as what it is, we don't care. If it's good, brew it. And so that sparked let's start with some barrels. Let's not just age things in barrels, but let's ferment them in barrels. And let's use lacto and Brett and all of these different things. And it really became kind of a playground for learning how to brew with everything that's out there.
So that's what I was going to ask, is whether or not you knew how to use these things.
Oh,
or
not even a little bit.
You're figuring it out as you go.
Yeah, so, I had a background with fermentation science, and then I basically had zero social life for like 5 years.
Okay.
Did a lot of reading. I don't have any cats, though, so I'm one step above
I was going to ask if you've met JP before.
Yeah, well, look, no one's life can be perfect without a cat. So he's just trying to grow. I'm already there.
He has a long way to go.
Yeah.
I've got dogs. They're like cats that are less
that are stupid.
No.
Real stupid, but stupid in a good way. They make you feel smart.
Right.
Dogs are dumb. I have a girlfriend.
Shout out to Rowdy right now. So,
even their owners are stupid. Like the dog heard it. Hey, thanks, buddy.
Shout out to my big wet-nosed friend.
He's waving to me right now.
It's cool. I'm listening, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm about to shit on your carpet.
Lipstick's out, motherfucker. Peace.
Go ahead.
So it's basically like when I'm listening to Dave.
It's the same thing.
Sean still has to get waving down, though.
Yeah, Sean's like, yeah, dude, I just shit on your carpet. I'm listening.
Oddly enough, that's not far from the truth.
I'll rack that beer later. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But you do have a fermentation science degree, so I guess I'm...
not a degree. Yeah, dropped out after 3 years.
Oh.
Yes.
What did you have? You had 2 years left. It's a 5-year.
Failure.
I did the chemistry and organic chemistry and all the really shitty stuff, and then I dropped out before I got to the brewing portion.
You pussy.
Yeah, totally. Chemistry sucks.
Was it, honestly, was it because school wasn't your thing, or because you wanted to get on the career path?
Just not smart enough, maybe?
What was it really?
Just went way down.
No, Sean's interviewing
I know
him.
that's hard to do.
So
but,
far down.
So I got the brewing gig at Oregon Trail, and also, again, I was home brewing at least 5 days a week. And not like one batch 5 days a week, but I double batch at home on my stovetop. And it's really hard to start organic chemistry at 7 a.m., get off at 2, brew at Oregon Trail or any other place until, midnight.
Right.
And then go home, and it's like, what are you going to do? You're going to open up the OChem book, or are you going to get wasted because you just spent all day doing OChem?
Right.
It's not the book.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you were learning from the school of life.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you also were lazy and wanted to party.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I can relate to these things.
The program is great. It's an awesome thing to do if your parents have a lot of money.
Okay.
But what it comes down to is, you don't run a marathon by sitting on your ass 5 days a week. You go out and you run every day.
Sure.
So if you want to be a brewer, go out and brew every day.
Yeah.
Well, and the OSU firm science degree is great for becoming a brewer, but standalone, it means nothing, in my opinion.
What do you mean? If you don't have the experience? If you don't have the experience to back it up?
If you don't have, exactly.
Yeah,
If you don't have the brewing experience, and if you don't have, either, a handful of internships or a full-time or part-time gig at a brewery.
Yeah.
With both of them, the firm science degree for the science.
Right.
And the, working in a brewery to back up the science. You can be a very well-rounded brewer.
Right.
But if you don't have one or the other, if you don't have the actual brewing, the knowledge,
hands-on,
the micro knowledge of what, should happen.
Yeah.
Is...
That's the thing. If you want to get a job at ABI,
not
then
so much.
Get a degree. But
plus, if you're going to go into $50,000 of debt, you don't have to do it at school. You could buy into a brewery.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, if you're going to take out a loan.
If your life goal is to go into debt, then by all means start a craft brewery
and become a student in the U.S.
Or stay in school.
Right.
Yeah.
Please call Flat Tail and buy us some more tanks.
Right. Okay. So, anyhow, you get into beer, though, and you get into experimenting, and a lot of this is hands-on for you even now. You get all these barrels.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even with the 3 years of experience you had in the fermentation science program, you're still just experimenting and learning as you go.
Yeah, well, and a lot of that came from when I started home brewing. And I know JP knows Joel, but we have a great homebrew shop. Joel Ray runs it, and he was absolutely my mentor in home brewing. And,
that dude rules.
He really guided me in that I didn't go, my first batch was not a cucumber Imperial Belgian Black Triple IPA.
I'm surprised because a lot of homebrewers do go for that.
Yeah, it's really stupid.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat's going, I wonder if we'll give that recipe out.
Yeah, brew a pale ale, and don't brew a pale ale with 5 malts that look cool.
Right.
Brew it with 100% RAR 2-row or crisp pale and 100% Cascades. And then brew another pale ale and do 100% CTZ. And then switch up your malt. I did a lot of brewing the same beer and changing one ingredient over and over again, so that by the time, even if you have a relatively low level of professional experience, you can say, I know what a Vienna-based beer tastes like. I know what a Munich-based beer tastes like.
Right.
When you know what every ingredient tastes like, you can build a beer around those ingredients. But if you start out and you use, let's say, RAR 2-row as a base, and then you're using a little C15, a little C60, some biscuit malt, how do you know
which
flavor is biscuit, which flavor is C15? You don't.
Okay.
You've got to do one ingredient at a time, and you've got to brew constantly.
Right.
I mean, enough that you fail the fuck out of calculus. Like
right. JP, question.
Yeah.
With all of the batches that he had to brew through college and after college and all this testing that he's talking about, if we did a liver test right now, whose liver is less functional, his or mine?
You never went to college, right?
Do you have your numbers?
I graduated that shit.
Because we can bust those out.
If you graduated and he didn't, I would say his is less functional.
He has a less
because he didn't
liver.
graduate.
Yeah, he spent more time drinking. And,
so to be fair,
what a
I was
loser.
Lifting heavy weights the day my liver was tested, which I hear can impact it.
We should ask for a liver test of all of our guests. Moscow, get on that in your pre-interview.
I recently got mine.
And?
Golden.
All right. That's why I no longer believe
I was
liver
made
tests.
to be a drunk.
I'm pretty sure golden is not an accurate level test.
Golden is actually the color of his liver.
Yeah, what he meant was it's callous gold.
Yeah, it's not. This is not a video game.
Yeah, by the way, it's supposed to be, I think, fleshy red.
Are you technically a doctor? Because
now you're worried.
Yeah, I'm fine.
No, but I saw one on TV.
All right. Let's talk about this Flanders Red in my glass.
Let's
just because
please do.
it's in my glass, and let's just take a little segue and talk about that before the break.
It's amazing.
It's a very nice Flanders.
Thank you.
Tell me about it.
That's my official second anniversary ale. So basically brewed that right before our first anniversary. Fermented it 100% in Domaine Serene Pinot Noir barrels. Thank you, Chris, from Domaine Serene. Pretty traditional grist. There's some flaked maize, a lot of Cara Munich. Yeah, I can't remember anything else. Again,
it's kind of it's a light-bodied Flanders
finishes
red.
at 10:04.
Okay,
and also the tannin from barrel fermentation adds to that light-bodied.
Okay.
For this batch, when we do barrel ferments, we'll either pump into the barrel like normal at our pitching temp, add yeast, or we'll brew on top of yeast that's already inside the barrel, or in the case of the Flanders Red here, we'll actually go into the barrel hot, and it makes this kind of oak tea. So it really gets big oak flavor, even from a neutral barrel. You get a lot of tannin that, young, this beer was terrible.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I mean,
you were worried?
No.
Oh, you knew it'd get better.
Yeah.
Never.
That's
never worried.
Never worried, ever, except for when I am. So, young, just super tannic, super oaky, and it mellowed out a bit, but there's still a big oak character, and these are all neutral red wine barrels.
Okay.
The Roselaire blend from Y East is what it was fermented with. Again, 100% in barrel. Basically spent a year there prior to going to keg and aging warm in kegs.
Okay. It's also... It's probably more moderate. Low is going to be the wrong term. It's moderate in the kind of acidity. Sometimes I like a real punch in the face acidity, but
I got one of those.
But because the body is a little thinner on this beer, it's kind of perfectly balanced that way. If it had the more acidity that I'm usually like, yeah, there you go, that's a Flanders, it would the body of the beer wouldn't have been able to back it up. But this is kind of perfect because it's a little mild on that sour acidity.
It's mild on the acidity, but it's big on the tart end, which I really like. I dislike Flanders a lot. The style to me is very sweet, like Rodenbach. I can't drink it. It's like syrup to me.
Okay.
But this is great because it has that tartness that I like. But you're right. It's that lower acidity, and it finishes very clean. And the tannins you can kind of get on the middle of your tongue.
Yeah.
Kind of just clean up your palate. And I mean, this is one of those sour beers that you could literally drink all day long.
And it does finish cleaner than I think any Flanders I've ever had. I do like Rodenbach Grand Cru, but I'll agree with JP in the fact that you take a drink of that and it's with you for a little while.
Yeah.
Every drink is with you. This beer really does clean up afterwards. Is that, do you think, due to a little bit of oak and the low gravity?
Yeah, I think the increased tannin from the, again, going in hot into the barrel definitely contributes to that. But also, our barrel room is kept seasonally anywhere from 55 to 65.
Okay.
And we have to really be careful that barrel cools down before we're adding the yeast. And because the ambient temperature is fairly low, and, a barrel isn't a lot of mass compared to, like, one of our 30-barrel cylinder conicals. Mm-hmm. So it's not going to heat up as much as a jacketed stainless tank. So that low fermentation temperature, it's going to take a lot longer for PDO, lacto, all of those bugs to really get going.
I see.
This beer, on our second anniversary, had an extremely low level of acidity. It was barely there. And it's slowly getting more and more sour as time goes on. I'm sure after another year or two, it's going to be up there with a kind of Rodenbach level of sourness.
Oh, okay.
And this was also the first time I've worked with Roselaire blend. We do a lot of single-strain wild ferments. We work with Brett C. a lot. We worked with Lacto a lot, so we really know those bugs. The Roselaire blend was kind of new to us, so we didn't really know how to work that to get that big acidity.
Okay.
But again, I wouldn't enter this as a traditional Flanders Red, but I enjoy the shit out of it.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I would say if it does creep up and the acidity and the other flavors like a Rodenbach might, I'd want you to blend it back. Yeah. I'd like to taste that, but I don't know if I want to. I'd want you to blend it back to this. This is really nice.
We do have a handful of barrels going that after we racked this out of the barrels, basically brewed the same grist.
Higher gravity, though.
Back into it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I like it. What do you think, Nate?
I got to try it. I haven't tried it yet, but
you didn't get it.
No. That was going to be my follow up. Have you brewed it again, and do you plan to put it on a regular schedule?
So I love Flanders Red. It's one of my favorite styles. So we did do it again. We upped the gravity slightly, a little bit more flaked maize in the second batch, and upped the hopping rate. But other than that, it was the same barrel ferment. Obviously, we didn't go in hot because we already had the yeast. one of the things with Rosalaire and any pre-blended yeast strain you get is that it's going to be nowhere near the same fermentation characteristics as the first time you did it. Tasting the beer, we're definitely getting more PDO, which is counterintuitive to what you'd think because it's such a slow grower. But more PDO and then also more just general Belgian phenolic characteristics. It's spicier the second time around, which you would expect. But it is more acidic for sure.
I like this idea of putting hot or warm wort right directly into the barrel. Other people have probably done it, but it's the first I've ever heard of that. I mean, I've heard of barrel fermenting, of course, right from a heat exchanger, but not like a cool ship style.
Yeah,
it's
so
really interesting.
One of the reasons why I did that the first time around was because I was getting barrels from wineries that were, to skip being dainty, were damaged barrels. And wineries never have contaminated wine; they always have contaminated wine. So a lot of those bugs are good. But if you're getting, volatile acidity in a barrel, you don't want to have a beer that's vinegar in 2 weeks. So when we got in a barrel that was cracked or visibly damaged, I don't want to pitch a slow-growing blend like PDO and lacto into that barrel because it's not going to outcompete the acetobacter. So, it's just, again, this was all based on logic. If we go in hot, what could possibly happen that's bad? Well, maybe we get too much tannin. Well, we'll blend it back. Blending.
So did it not go through a chiller at all?
No, straight out of the kettle into a pump into the barrel.
Wow.
Yeah.
If just on a side note, if wineries always have contaminated barrels,
not all wineries.
No, it's I mean, it's one of those things that wineries are very scared of Brett, so of course they never have Brett, but they really do. That's when a winery kicks a barrel out. When they say we don't want to use this barrel anymore.
It has Brett.
Yeah, they use, not necessarily Brett, but lacto or VA or something like that.
Any of the stuff we want that they don't.
Right.
Otherwise, they're not getting rid of that barrel.
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
When you want a neutral barrel, why would you get rid of it if there wasn't something wrong with it?
I get it. So you go into getting these barrels knowing there is something.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And they're super awesomely cheap.
Well, on that note, what a great idea to throw the boil. It's the same reason you have boiling wort to begin with, or that you'd run in a homebrew system, like on one of our more beer 1550s or something. We circulate hot wort through before we run it through a chiller or anything through all those hoses and all that, so that it's sanitized. Why not throw some hot wort in the barrel?
You'll swell the staves too if you're concerned on that level as well.
It seals them up fantastically.
But then you do have it, like you mentioned, you do have it sitting there and crossing through the dangerous temperature on its own accord until it gets to pitching temp is kind of what you're saying too.
Mm-hmm.
How long did that take?
About 2 to 3 days.
Really? Because it's a big volume that you're putting in there.
Even though it's much smaller than a fermenter, you're still talking about 55 gallons of boiling wort going into wood.
Which means that it spends several hours in that 80
to 120 kind of range. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. It's fantastic. It didn't catch any of the stuff that you didn't want.
No.
But it maybe did cultivate some of the stuff you did. I don't know.
Yeah, people are a little bit, and I don't want to encourage people to have bad sanitation by saying this. That's not what I'm going for. But people are a little too scared of wild yeast.
Okay.
Too scared of bugs. If your Sani is good, then your beer will be good.
Okay.
And we're not the only brewery that works with Brett, and we're not the only brewery that works with Brett in the same room that we worked with Kulsch yeast.
Okay.
Burnside Brewing out of Portland. Sorry, Jason, if you don't want people to know this. But, he'll use lacto in his cylindriconicals. And I personally have never had a infected Burnside beer. They're fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
He's using, a plethora of different yeast strains, but he's good at cleaning his tanks.
Right.
If you're not afraid that your English strain is going to contaminate your West Coast ale strain, why are you afraid that Brett is going to contaminate your West Coast ale strain?
It's just another yeast strain.
It's all yeast.
It's another yeast.
Right.
So why wouldn't you use hot water instead of hot wort to sanitize the barrels?
He's lazy.
Yeah, really.
Do it all in one step.
We forgot to do the hot water thing. I'll just use hot water.
The hot water, you're going to suck all that tannin into the water. So
you want the tannin.
Yeah. So, the hot wort into the barrel is because you're going to get oak character out of a neutral barrel.
I got you.
You put hot water into a neutral
You're going to
barrel,
take all that out and throw it away.
then there's no more oak left. Like, that's all you can do to extract that oak is put something hot in.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you want that character. All right.
It's what you were going for in this beer.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love it. All right, let's go get another glass of this beer and take a break. When we come back, we'll talk more about experimental beers, barrel beers, Brett beers. We still have to talk about the Brewing Network's beer, JP Fab. We gotta discuss that when we come back. And I know Nate's got some things to say about it, helping with JP to develop that recipe with the guys. So if you got questions, 888-401-BEER. If Sean's grandma is still awake, we're still awaiting your phone call as
Granny
well.
Mary.
888-401-BEER. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Brewers Publications is thrilled to announce the release of For the Love of Hops, a practical guide to aroma, bitterness, and the culture of hops by Stan Hieronymus. For the Love of Hops is a resource for brewers of all experience levels. It explains the nature of hops, their origins, and how brewers can really maximize their positive attributes throughout the brewing process. Ken Grossman from Sierra Nevada Brewing Company says,
This book is an amazing compendium on the hop, written at a level of detail that will captivate historians, chemists, and brewers alike.
For the Love of Hops is available now from Brewers Publications at brewerspublications.com. Order your copy today and wrap yourself in the binds of bitterness with everyone's favorite brewing ingredient, the love of hops.
What was Al Capone's official profession? I know.
Your next homebrew club meeting, beer tasting, or weekly hangout just got a lot more fun with a brand new pub trivia board game from University Games. In the new pub trivia, teams of 2 to 10 can go up against 1,000 new questions in 5 different categories. No drinking required, so everyone can play pub trivia. Sports, science, history, entertainment. There's something for all trivia lovers in the new Pub Trivia board game. You can find Pub Trivia at your local Walmart store or online at rugame.com. That's rugame.com. Bring home everyone's favorite bar quiz game tonight with the brand new Pub Trivia board game from University Games. Online at rugame.com.
Okay, what is Madonna's last name?
Hi, I'm Jason Harris, the proud owner here at Keystone Homebrew Supply. We're thrilled to be entering our 20th year of supplying this great industry, and to show you, the Brewing Network Army, how much we appreciate your support, we're offering you 10% off your first order on our website, KeystoneHomebrew.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and I'll get your order out the same day. My goal at Keystone Homebrew Supply has always been to have a complete supply of everything a brewer could want. When you place your order online or when you come into our store, it's our goal to have everything on your list and more. One aspect of KeystoneHomebrew.com that we're really excited about is the ability to fulfill customers' exact grain bills. Do you hate to wait? Keystone Homebrew Supply can get your precious yeast and hops to you within just one day if you live between Connecticut and Virginia, and within 2 days east of the Mississippi. KeystoneHomebrew.com.
Coupon code BNARMY.
I'm Jason Harris, and I approve this message.
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters, this is Jamel Zanishev, and I love a bold, hoppy beer, one that spits resin in your face and makes you cry uncle. There are a lot of great hoppy beers out there, but at Heretic, we want to make something as bold, dank, and resiny as possible. We use hops at every chance we get, including multiple dry hop additions. The result is Heretic Evil Cousin. This light golden, 8% Imperial IPA has an easy malt character that helps take the edge off the massive bittering, but it takes a back seat to the in-your-face hop character. We make sure this beer finishes dry so the hops can jump out and slam you in the taste buds. If you can't get enough hoppy goodness, Evil Cousin is your cup of tea. Cheers.
What'd you get?
More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping?
Well, yeah, but...
the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
The wine-making supplies. The distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah. Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot. Oh, yeah.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to stop. I'm brewing my own beer, and it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session. Session. Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
Welcome back to the program, and thank you very much for sticking with us. We got Flat Tail Brewing with us in the studio today, all the way from Corvallis, Oregon. The boys drove down here and weathered the storm. Before we continue, I have a very special guest on the phone to call in today. I do believe we have Sean's grandmother on the line today.
Fantastic.
Is this Sean's grandma?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Sean.
Hey. Hey, Graham, how are you?
Wonderful, honey. How are you?
Doing great. Good to hear from you.
Good. This is my grandson is actually my very best friend and my knight in shining armor.
Oh,
adorable.
Grandma, how are we going to make fun of him when you say nice things like that?
I love her.
I don't know.
Where are you calling us from?
I'm calling you from Grand Junction, Colorado.
Do you like Sean's beer?
Yes.
You do.
That was a very distinctive,
correct answer.
I am not lying. Yes.
Thank you for answering that way.
How old was Sean when he gave you the first beer that he made?
Let's see. I think Sean was probably about 22.
Okay. Keeping you out of trouble,
Maybe.
Sean. There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks for staying legal, Grandma.
Were you a beer drinker before?
No.
You were not. Okay. So you went straight to the craft beer with Sean.
Sort of.
She hit the whiskey in between.
Yeah, what do you like to drink? Do you like whiskey, Grandma?
No.
No. Anything?
No, I am an occasional drinker, and if I drink beer, it's only Sean's.
Okay. All right. That's fair.
From Flat Tail Brewery.
Now, you've known Sean, longer than any of us.
His whole life, some would say.
Is there anything particularly embarrassing that we could learn about Sean while you're on the phone? Maybe his first girlfriend, or I don't know.
He has glasses.
Bedwetting issue.
Yeah. Did he wet his bed until too late in life?
Something embarrassing. Let's see. Well,
That only happens when I'm real drunk. So
right.
when he rides in my car with me, he hangs his head out the window.
Well, that's a little weird.
Yeah, him and the dog. They're like,
really, not particularly because of me, but more for your driving.
And his incontinence.
I see. Well, I will say that this is a first to us. I don't know that we've ever had one of our guests' grandmothers call in, so I'm pleased to have you on the show.
Thank you very much. It was nice being on the show and getting to talk with you about Flat Tail beer.
Would you like a marketing job, Mary?
Yeah.
Now, something to be said is one of our tanks is actually named after my grandmother.
Is that right?
So all of our tanks at Flat Tail are named after particularly great
Important.
women in our lives.
Okay.
So most of them, being that Dave started the company and
Thanks,
owns
buddy.
the company, named after family members of Dave.
But you have an honorary
He was-
tank yourself.
I don't really pay him much, so I had to give him something.
Well, it's actually true. He pays me very, very little.
Make
Sean-
those Christmas checks real big, Mary.
Sean, you and I should start a union.
Thank you.
I don't employ union workers.
Did you, Sean? Did you just get the leftover tank in the corner, or did Grandma Mary get?
I actually had the
brand new
pretty much.
Oh, I've got one of the largest. In fact, I was named up. I think it was the largest at that time
So,
when you got it in, wasn't it?
Wonderful.
Until 2 weeks ago,
It was
she
the-
had the flagship, pretty much tank named after her.
Wow.
Our first 30-barrel production fermenter.
Is the fermenter called Mary or Grandma Mary?
It is Mary.
Okay.
Grandma
It's
Mary takes too long. Once we get over 2 syllables,
You gotta get over to-
generally,
Yeah, just-
well, they just call it grandma.
it's
Very
tough.
much too difficult.
Got to be able to pronounce it drunk.
I see. Grandma Mary, did you work throughout your life?
Yes, I was a realtor.
You were a realtor. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And has Sean worked throughout his life, or has he been a lazy college student until
No.
Working girl since day one.
This boy has worked all his life.
Okay. Well, good
From
man.
the time he was, I think, 14, you were working for your dad at the motorcycle shop.
Yep.
Worked all through high school. Graduated with honors.
Oh, good man.
Dean's
list.
I heard it.
It's more than we can, that's more than we can say for Dave over
Is that a
here.
small
He's
high school?
He's a big dummy. So we're discovering now through Grandma Mary that Sean's the real brains behind the operation.
Hired him because of his smarts.
Sean is a brain.
I love
genius.
it.
One big pulsing brain.
Good with books and stuff.
Right.
Now, Mary, do you like these crazy sour beers that Sean makes?
I like all of them.
You do. Now, now answer
Perfect
me.
answer.
Now,
Thank
answer
you.
me honestly, because
Double hurt pay, will
I
you?
know you have to like everything your grandson makes, but a sour beer is a weird flavor. Do you really like it? There we go.
That's a pretty good plus.
Oh, that's
Say no
better.
more.
That's better.
You can be honest, Mary.
I mean, it's weird, isn't
I
it?
haven't tried the cucumber beer.
Okay, yeah. Well, that one I
So,
think you'll like.
That's good.
I'm not sure if I will like it or not, but I probably will.
I think that one you'll like.
Be great with a Cobb salad. You'd love it.
It's a great.
If I can have a Cobb salad with it, that would be even
You
better.
should check it out, Mary. I recommend that. Try it.
Just put a shot of gin in there. It's like a weird gin gimlet. It'd be good.
It's actually fantastic with gin.
Right.
Absolutely.
Now, is there a senior discount at Flat Tail that Grandma Mary gets?
Only for Mary.
Just for Mary. Everyone else has to pay full
Wonderful.
price. Yeah, everyone else has to pay full price, Mary.
When we fly back out there again, I will be in and take you up on that offer.
Yeah, there you go, Dave.
Mary, that wasn't in writing.
All right. Well, listen, you are a wonderful sport, and I appreciate you calling in. This is a first for the Brewing Network, and it's been a pleasure talking to you, Grandma Mary.
Thank you so much.
Been
Thank
awesome
you,
talking to you. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Graham.
I've enjoyed your program very much. Thank
All right,
you.
I love you.
Sure he sobers
We'll try
up
not
first.
to be too offensive. Hey, real quick, does Sean call
And
you?
I love you, Sean.
Go ahead. You could say I love you back, Sean.
Oh, I love you too, Graham.
Does Sean call you every day, Grandma Mary?
Yes, he does.
Wow. Look at him. What a good kid.
Well, they're best friends.
They are best friends. That's true.
And you should all call your grandmothers and say hi.
My grandma never calls me back.
Grandma passed away. Thanks for bringing that up.
JP also calls his grandmother every day. She just never answers the phone.
She changes her phone number frequently.
If I were JP's grandmother, I would never answer the phone either.
Hey, she's a saint.
Thank you,
He
Grandma
knows
Mary.
I'm waiting by the phone. He better call.
All right.
It's mostly fear.
Thanks, Grandma Mary.
Well, thank you so much for having me on the show.
You're welcome. It's been a pleasure. Take care.
Bye-bye.
There you go. Wow, you got a great grandma there, Sean.
I do. I'm very blessed.
She's a silver fox, too.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right? Otherwise known as GILF.
The chat is wanting pictures, and they also want to set Tasty up with her.
Oh,
yeah.
She sounds pretty hot.
Tasty's on board. Look, Tasty will meet anybody.
She's spry.
I am an all ages guy.
You're an all ages ride.
She probably already knows of Tasty somehow.
It's probably heard of me, right?
Yeah.
Sean, she said that you're her best friend.
I am.
You were about to cry when she said that, weren't you? That's a
I
nice
cried a
thing to
little.
say. That's a very nice thing for her to say.
That is adorable.
Are you the only grandchild?
I'm not. There's a whole lot of us.
Wow, and all of them are second to Sean.
Everyone's second.
Oh. All right. Let's
good.
get on with the program. We've got a lot to do. I promised my dear Bevo that I would make a quick announcement for her. You know, every now and then people forget that Bevo is our friend and that JP and I, and Tasty for that, those of us who have known her for years, are allowed to talk about her boobies.
They are very giant.
We're allowed to talk about her giant boobies in ways that are inappropriate. That's both because we have desired to touch them for longer than you have.
Right.
And we have been deprived of them for longer than you have.
Yeah, like for example, I want to take one and just slam it in the door jamb a couple times. Why? Because that's what gets me off.
That's called a mammogram.
Yeah. Wow. That's what gets me off.
Bevo, I want you to know I've never wanted to slam your boobie in any door jamb.
God, I hope Mary's still listening.
However,
I would like to bounce him a little.
Yeah, I want to hang you over two sawhorses and speed bag them.
Oh my goodness. goodness.
Just because we're allowed to do that does not mean that the unknown masses are allowed to do that to Biva. So please be respectful. She doesn't mind a mild joke here and there about the size of her boobs. But, don't say anything that you wouldn't say to a casual acquaintance. Be nice to the girl. I guess she had to kick a couple people out of the chat room tonight.
Ooh, that's rude.
She does have the boobs out, but that's for us. Also, she wants me to tell you, although I'm not convinced that this is true, she wants me to tell you that there will never be a Bevo booby cam.
Ever.
But there might be.
No, there won't.
But there might actually be right now.
But there might be.
Right now. I'm recording it.
It'll be the day that I leave.
Anyway, just be nice to the bees.
You should leave it if that
Be the
happens.
day that I demand a raise.
You're getting a few.
I want a 20% raise.
20% times 0.
Yeah, trust me, you're getting a 100% raise. Don't worry about it.
That's right. All right. Anyway, there you go. Just be nice to the beaver. That's all. Just remember, we know her, so that's why we're allowed to be vulgar dicks. Okay. Let's move on.
Sorry, Mary.
I do believe.
Try that pumpkin saison right there in that bottle.
Did I accidentally pour myself the same beer, or did I pour myself the session beer? This is the session beer, right?
Yep.
I did do it.
I cannot actually tell what you're drinking.
But it's supposed to be that color,
That
right?
actually looks like the bitter rivalry.
I
Or
poured
the
the one
Tamil
that's
Black.
I poured the one that said Session Brett on it.
All right.
But maybe it's mislabeled.
Is it sour?
Yes.
Okay, that's a Tamil Black.
So that's a black sour with barberries and amla fruit.
What are those two things?
What are those things? You learned those from your grandmother, didn't you?
It's a fruit we had back in the Depression
Yeah, in
when I was 45.
In Oklahoma.
Which is delicious.
Which, by the way, is delicious.
What is this?
Have you ever had barberry pie, Sean? Because we're about to... I'm going to make it for you, honey.
That's what they called them in high school.
I'm growing a patch of barberries right now, sweet pie.
What the hell is a barberry and what's the other one? An oak
amla
dog?
fruit.
One of my favorite things to do is to go to this great company called Rose. Oh shit! No, what are they called? Mountain Rose. Yeah, Mountain Rose Herbs. They're so great. I can't remember their name. Mountain Rose Herbs out of Eugene, Oregon.
Okay,
and they have a bunch of weird ass shit.
That's fantastic.
And
it's good.
It's just incredibly cool to scroll through their list of herbs, fruits, etc. And be like, hey, I don't know what that is. We should put it in beer.
I see.
So I'll order 5 or 6 new ingredients we've never worked with, and we'll go out to the bar and we'll make teas with them and just smell them.
Okay.
And,
This was great in the... so this was a barrel-aged
Get right
sour.
up on that mic for me.
This was a barrel-aged sour that... we added the amla fruit and barberries straight to the secondary.
As a juice? Or?
in the blending tank. No, so
Just
dried.
the whole fruit.
Yeah.
Okay.
But dried.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Dried fruit.
So dried fruit right in the secondary before we packaged it. And it turned out fantastic. Gave it that great jammy kind of like...
There's a little spice in there, too.
Like red raspberry almost.
Yeah,
it's like a current thing.
Amla fruit
Yeah.
is commonly referred to as Indian gooseberry.
Okay.
And it's incredibly acidic. So like when you chew on it, it's super tart. And it's got a real tropical gooseberry, red raspberry.
Almost like chewing on a cranberry.
Yeah, real bright fruit. Whereas the barberry is a super deep, jammy, kind of reminiscent of like a Merlot or Cabernet Franc.
Yep.
Like real jammy, deep, dark fruit. So they contradict and complement each other at the same time.
Were they whole dried fruits? Or
Yes.
they were. And how long did they sit in that secondary?
About a
tank?
week.
Yeah, not real long. A lot of flavor.
A ton of flavor.
Yeah.
How much per barrel or something?
I'd love to be able to tell you that.
So we had a 7-barrel batch, and we had about a pound of each.
Okay.
Thanks, Sean.
And we put it straight into the blending tank before we packaged it.
That doesn't sound... Is that a lot? That doesn't seem like very much to me.
It didn't seem like a lot, but the difference in the beer was very noticeable.
Yeah, for this amount of flavor, I would think you'd say 3 or 4 times that.
So
a lot of the fruity...
The malt background, really stayed very strong with the beer, but it was even more intense, before we added the fruit to it. The fruit, really complemented the beer and added to the malt background by giving it that, again, big jammy kind of cranberry, almost citrusy quality.
The Munich and the Kerr Munich have a lot of, deep dark fruit characters as well.
Well, in the acid balance, you have obviously a high acid beer.
Yeah.
When you add the fruit, it's just going to pair up with that and accentuate the fruit.
Uh-huh. Yeah. It's a real dark color. I just showed it on the
Which
camera.
for a 4.5% beer is,
it's
always
amazing
awesome.
beer.
Really?
Yeah.
It's very sessionable.
Yeah.
This is my favorite show right now in the entire universe. Because it's a lot of sours and they're really, really good.
They are.
Yeah.
It's going to get even better.
This beer is
yeah.
it's so big and round and jammy. I'd like to name it after Bevo's boobies.
The chat will catch on to that.
Can we? Has it been named yet?
It can be renamed.
It can be renamed.
It can actually be renamed twice for them.
Can we rename it Beaver's Wife Beater? Or something.
So much, yes.
Sweater
classy.
Hogan's?
I think you can do better,
ban
actually.
somebody.
Is it happening already?
No, I'll take care of it.
Are you trying to ban me?
I wish.
Yeah. One day I'll give Bevo a mute button for me in the booth. She'll be the only one who has it. By the way, I'll never do that.
No. BT Dubs, that'll never happen.
We'll never do that. This beer is wonderful.
It's really good.
What was the base beer again? Tell me about that.
So it started as basically I wanted to make a dark wheat based beer, and I wanted to work with dark wheat. Feels surprising.
I don't even think I've ever seen dark wheat.
So it's like regular wheat, but it's dark.
Interesting. So it's
Crazy.
like Terrence.
Yeah.
He's like a regular white guy, but he's black.
If there's regular wheat, that's Sean, and then dark wheat, that's Terrence.
Okay, got it. So they're really the same.
Yeah. Environment has Munich 1 and Munich 2, and Munich 1 is light, Munich 2 is dark.
Okay.
So I used Environment's dark wheat and then Environment's Munich 2, which is just super intensely fruity. Munich 1, I find when you use a ton of it, can almost get kind of a peanut buttery character.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Munich 2, to me, has less of that and more of the big, jammy fruitiness.
Okay.
Which complemented the dark wheat, which has that crisp, acidic quality of wheat.
What percent of wheat?
50.
Oh, yeah.
50% dark wheat, and then...
it's a lot.
I'm going to stall by talking.
So I actually have
this
the recipe up right now. So it's 165 pounds dark wheat, 55 pounds Munich Type 2, 55 pounds Munich Type 1, 10 pounds of dark chocolate, and 15 pounds of Cara Munich 3.
What barrel do you guys do per batch? What barrel size is this?
It's a 7-barrel batch.
7-barrel. Okay.
Yeah, so 4 oak barrels is roughly a 7-barrel batch.
Okay.
When we do barrel ferments.
All right, real quick, since they're giving out recipes, let me let you know that if you want a place to compile your recipes and punch in the numbers that guys like Flattail here are giving you, go over to beersmith.com. You can check it out. You get a free 21-day trial of their software. You can also get it on your mobile phone. There's Beersmith Lite that will allow you to view your recipes.
Yeah.
He's working on getting it so that you can actually adjust your recipes and edit them, and that's coming soon. But right now, you can still browse thousands of recipes, view your own, and everything else. And as we're talking about recipes from these guys the whole time, you really need a good piece of software so that you can adjust it to your own system. You can scale it down. You can scale it up. You can do it to your batch size. You can also punch in the different types of alpha acids from your hops. All the things that you're used to doing with brewing software, but much, much more over at beersmith.com. And you don't have to take my word for it. It's a free 21-day trial. So just check it out. Download it both for Mac and PC. And if you don't like it, no harm, no foul. You can just... delete it from your phone. But I'm pretty sure that he has a 99.9% non-delete rate, and that's why you get your free 21-day trial. It's badass software. So go check it out, and it's a good way. It's a great companion for this program because these guys came prepared with recipes, so you can check it out that way. So it's a pretty much a standard sour beer recipe, except that you went with the alternatives of the two different malts, the dark wheat and the Munich 2, as opposed to just the bases.
Yeah,
I kind of like that change.
So we do a lot of working the ingredients, and again, it goes back to just like brewing with one ingredient at a time. When you're doing sour beers, especially, don't rely on the malts. You don't have to have 15 malts to have a complex beer. You can have 100% Pilsner malt and make an excellent sour beer.
Got it.
And you can make 10 different excellent beers with 100% base malt. For example, the Old 25, Old 24, I do an old ale for my birthday every year. And Old 25 is 100% Simpson's Golden Promise. We boil it for 7 hours, and we do a step boil. So we take the first runnings, boil the crap out of them, continue sparging until the kettle's full, and then continue to boil it. And you're getting a lot of different melanoidin content from boiling that first runnings, and as you are from boiling the second. So, you get that deep caramely fruit from the first runnings, then you get a real biscuity caramel character from boiling the second.
Wow.
And it's one malt, but we end up with a really deep mahogany kind of ruby colored beer, super big chewy body, English yeast, and it's just one malt, one yeast, one hop. Golding's Golden Promise and 1098 from Y Yeast.
When you have a really nice, interesting, complex malt like that one, it's great to just get out of the way and let it shine too, right? You don't necessarily have to load up on 10 different specialty malts to complement it. It has enough character on its own.
Yeah.
Or like these sour beers, there's so much character from the yeast and the ferment, you almost want to get out of the way of that and let it come through and not necessarily muddy it up with too many extra malts or something, right?
People use too many ingredients, which I realize sounds bad considering we have like cucumber beer and shit.
Yeah, but that's true, but you guys are like a retro new classic Belgian brewery. In other words, like you're using slightly new things, but these are also older techniques and and the beers that are coming out, by the way, this is like a traditional fruit lambic tasting beer. By the way, is this in a bottle yet? Because if this is in a bottle with a cork in it, I'm paying like $40 a bottle for this stuff. And if I saw this on the shelf, I would do the same thing.
Yeah. So Belgian glass is real expensive.
So is $40 a bottle. What I'm telling you is this is up there with the very high-priced beers that people are buying. This is a wonderful beer.
So it's actually really hard to push $40 bottles?
I'm sure it is.
Not even one of the biggest issues, and it's my favorite and least favorite thing to hear in the planet, is put this in a cork and cage and we'll pay $20 for it. And the reason that I love that is obviously because it's $20 a pop. The reason I don't like that, it goes back to everyone wants to start a brewery.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to put beer in bottles. When you're spending $15 a case for just glass.
Yeah. I understand.
And then you're spending 20 hours to get that in bottles. Again, I don't pay Sean enough to have him work 100 hours a week, even though he does sometimes.
Well, there's the new Belgium method. I mean, they're doing the Lips of Faith series in a 22-ounce crowned bottle.
They also brew more in a week than we will ever.
No, I understand that. but they're doing the cheaper packaging, right? It's a 22-ounce glass bottle with a crown on it.
A beer like this, I like to be sprightly, fairly effervescent. If we get in that bottle and it's fairly effervescent and someone decides to keep it on their countertop for 5 years and it explodes, I don't want to pay for that lawsuit.
I understand. Okay. It might blow.
Yeah, so I mean
so you've got to do at least a champagne type of a bottle.
The thick glass is really functional, not just appearance.
So right now you're a little bit prohibited by the capital it would take to put this to market the way you want to.
You have to prioritize, and unfortunately, despite the fact that we have a lot of beers that I would love to put in 750s, especially with our house strain of Brett that we use a lot.
Yeah.
We really need a bigger brew house. When Sean and I were brewing 15 times in a week, there were just two of us. It doesn't matter how much you like brewing. Quadruple batches kind of suck.
Yeah.
What if Tasty buys in for another $60,000?
Yeah.
He has it.
Make it 100 and we've got a deal.
I'll put in a bottling line when I for $60,000.
There you go. Except I don't want to run that shit.
I'll buy some bottles.
Here's the reason we hire people to bottle our beer.
Don't worry, he'll just go to the local bars and talk to the bartenders and be like, just come bottle for me. It'll be fine. And they'll do it. He's like the Pied Piper of bartenders.
And I don't mean for this to be a discouraging topic. I actually mean to say these are really high-class beers that are wonderful, and I would love to see them on the shelves, and I think I hope you guys get to do it one day because people are going to buy the shit out of them.
They will be.
Absolutely.
I mean, we're going to be bottling our Valet Blanche, which we regrettably didn't bring because I think we all forgot about it. But it's we have a series of sour wits fermented with our Brett F, which is basically harvested from Corvallis yellow plums.
We call it Brett F. It's our Brettanomyces strain that Dave isolated off of Corvallis wild plums. Brett F is Brettanomyces flat tail.
Okay, it's flat as tailless.
And Dave, you actually took it off of some plums in the area?
Well, so floated plums and wort, and then basically waited until I got active fermentation, then acid washed the yeast sediment.
Yeah.
And then we're on our 7th or 8th generation of the original blend off of the plums, but we also had Y yeast isolate the Brett strain out of there. There were 23 different yeasts and bacteria in the original blend, and they isolated one strain of Brett. We do have a beer that's fermented 100% with Brett F, but it's still bottle conditioning, very young. It's a little ropey, I would say.
I'm sorry, Grandma Mary, but Sean's not the only brain in the bunch.
Well, I think this is the beer that you guys left the half a Scotty keg with.
Yeah,
that I had brought in a couple growlers.
Put a bird on wit. That's the original blend. That's not the isolated Brett strain. That's the whole blend.
Okay.
So we've had that beer
before. White pepper.
So I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry about that.
I was just rambling.
Then, in fact, I meant to cut you off.
Yep.
So the isolated strain, is that inherently slow, or is it just where it is right now? Was the 23 herbs and spices better than the one herb?
We've done a couple batches with Brett F now, and it's a mind fuck, to say the least. We've gotten positive results every time, but they've been completely different. And one of the, I guess, most entertaining qualities of Brett F is that it's been different every time, and not just every time, but throughout fermentation.
And it's a yeast that performs differently with every different batch. So it performs very differently with high starting gravity, and very different with cool ship style pitches, and it's just a very crazy.
Yeah,
kind of bug.
I brewed 2 proposal beers, Flat Tail Yes and No, and
for his poor fiance.
I know, I feel so sorry for her. Really, I don't know. I mean, she has to have been drunk for like the past 5 years.
Did you brew them before you knew if she was going to say yes or no?
Yeah. So the idea. I
love this idea.
The idea was that I was going to present both bottles, and then I forgot to bring them.
Everyone else is.
You went through the whole thing.
Yeah.
What an asshole.
I mean, literally spent $3,000 on labels and glass.
What a douchebag.
The best part is, as we're driving up to this romantic mountain scene, she gets stung by a yellow jacket 3 times in my truck as she's blindfolded and car sick on the way to Mary's Peak.
You still went through with it. You didn't.
Yeah. No, I gotta fucking own that shit.
It's like, Dave, listen, there's a timing thing, and it was all against you. You're like, fuck that.
Yeah, well, when we pulled over and she started
sick ass on this ledge.
Swelling up, I kind of hey, do we need to go home? And she was a trooper. She stuck through it, and then we got to the peak, and she didn't quite puke
because she was like, "Listen, it's now or never. This asshole hasn't asked me in years.
Get over it." Yeah, it was long overdue. I'm seriously never doing even close to that good, let alone better. So
let's go back to the original intent, because at least that's a good story
on that one.
You wanted to brew a beer, a yes and a no, and you would put both in front of her, and then ask her to marry you,
and she would break the other one over your head.
She would answer you. She would grab the beer.
There you go. Pick the beer. Unfortunately, again, I forgot the beers. I did remember the ring. I put it on the wrong finger, unfortunately.
She's like, what else can you fail at today?
Yeah.
True story, he actually texted me like, hey, is it right hand or left hand?
Yeah, it was a mass text to everyone.
Why is she giving me the finger?
Oh, Lord.
The best part is Ian and Jason.
Just surpassed Sam on the shittiest proposal ever.
Still got a yes, motherfucker.
That is a big deal, surpassing Sam.
Yeah, he must have done it big time.
Yeah.
Dave. And so, what did you do? You just told her the story later about the yes and the no beer?
Yeah, I had the labels in the car.
Oh, man.
I would have felt, if I were you,
Not
I would
as
have been
good
like,
as actual bottles.
it would have been a bittersweet yes, because she said yes, obviously, but I would have been like, fuck, I did all that shit.
Yeah, it got better when I had this just amazing bottle of wine, and we hiked. I had a sprained ankle at the time.
And you put her to bed because she was swollen, you went out with somebody else?
Not quite. I forgot the corkscrew.
So it was me?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, I know. It gets better and better, doesn't it?
Dave,
and she still said yes. This is why I'm marrying this
Were you
girl.
wearing pants? What did you do right
So
that
I
day?
had a sweaty tank top and work pants on.
Beaver, meet your second husband.
Yeah.
Right?
It was meant to be.
Holla.
She's
don't
really
be surprised if
to...
no one ever calls you again.
Yeah, I used to think it was because I had a job and stuff, but she now officially nets more than I gross.
So she's wow. So she's exactly like Beaver.
So we are.
She's extremely attracted to dudes
30 pounds after we started dating. So I mean,
stop looking so hard at Beaver.
Yeah.
No.
No.
If Beaver was asked at 14 what she wanted in life, she would have said, a really extremely underachiever.
And
I can do that.
and a proposal that involved roadkill.
Yeah.
I mean, he can burn water. That's what that's the man for me.
Yeah. If I could picture him doing anything, it would be failing at everything.
Bingo.
I hope to one day marry a guitar teacher.
Yeah.
I can kind of play the banjo, kind of.
Well, I know a guitar teacher for you.
Right.
Schumann.
Yeah, he needs the money. I'm raising his rent.
I have a couple of questions from the chat. They might have been here for a while because they're a little random, but we'll ask them anyway. Have you guys used flaked maize instead of unmalted wheat?
We have.
And do you like?
Instead of unmalted wheat?
That's what it says.
Two
Instead of
completely different
unmalted wheat. Are they?
Getting super high protein out of the unmalted wheat versus super fermentable, low flavor content out of the flaked maize.
So it wouldn't be an either or situation.
Yeah, no. I mean, you'd use flaked maize to boost your gravity and dry the beer out. You'd use unmalted wheat to get better head retention, better body, a little bit of spicy flavor. They're totally different.
Okay, good enough. And does Flat Tail use brewing software? We just talked about
We
beers.
do not. We use kind of clipboards and
math.
Hey,
yeah, we have
what
big
do you think we
whiteboards.
should brew today?
Yeah.
But you got to calculate some stuff. I know that's the recipe thing, but
Well, the only way we calculate, we look at old recipes.
Okay.
And we say, we want to brew this new beer, and we want it to be, approximately this OG. And we do work in specific gravity, just, because we started as home brewers and we speak homebrew much more than we speak,
you don't use Plato?
Yeah, so none of these things run through ProMash or anything else?
Oh, no.
But we don't usually use, we don't ever use software.
Yeah, usually. Can barely work the internet. Come on.
Okay, that's fair.
Those internets
Yeah.
and things.
Love you, Mary.
I just drank your seriously low-budget series pumpkin saison.
That's one of Sean's, so he can tell you about that. That's a great
It's good.
beer.
This is probably the best pumpkin beer I've ever had because it's not very pumpkin-y.
Don't
No, it's
boost
really
his
light
ego
pumpkin.
too much.
It's got a
Then I have to pay him more.
little pumpkin flavor.
Earthiness is all. Yeah. Not much spiciness either, right?
The thing about pumpkin beers, and I'll get away from the pro mash thing, but
Glad someone else is going to rant.
the thing about pumpkin beers, like a pumpkin's just a goddamn squash.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
It really doesn't have any flavor. If you've ever just cooked a pumpkin and tasted it,
The flavor it does have isn't that great.
So you're saying that
really,
even
It's an off flavor in beer. Is
like
actually
people
what
always,
it is.
say like, "Oh, this has a lot of pumpkin flavor. This doesn't have a lot of pumpkin flavor."
Just nutmeg?
Blah blah.
Yeah, exactly. It's all spice.
What are you? What are you looking for? Are you looking for pumpkin pie? Because pumpkin pie tastes like nutmeg.
Right.
Pumpkin pie tastes like cinnamon.
Yeah, and at Flat
or
Tail we say
cloves.
fuck nutmeg.
And I honestly hate nutmeg.
Okay.
I despise it. I will not drink or ever in my brewing career make a nutmeg.
So your
This
pumpkin
nutmeg
saison
bomb.
doesn't have any of those things.
Cinnamon, clove, and
It has all of them but nutmeg.
And a strong saison character. The yeast stands
yeah.
out.
So that's a saison one's like a saison Dupont strain.
I like it.
Wit used to.
Fermented. Yeah. It's a blend of saison Dupont and Belgian wit.
Okay. I love it. All right.
Yeah, it's much more of a saison than pumpkin beer.
We're running out of time, and we still haven't even talked about our session beer. I thought I had poured myself that because it was labeled that way. But let's take a break and pour ourselves this Brett session beer so we can learn a little bit about Brett beer from the Flat Tail guys. We want to learn as much as we can while you're here and before we all get too drunk to learn anything. So hang in there. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit of Brett. 888-401-BEER or hit the chat button. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Where can you still find $7.95 nationwide shipping, a friendly, knowledgeable staff, and all of the stuff to brew for less? Homebrew Stuff.
Isn't the homebrew stuff a sexual maneuver?
Homebrew Stuff is the largest homebrew supplier in the Northwest and can be found in Garden City, Idaho, and online at homebrewstuff.com. Equipment and ingredients for brewing beer and wine, soda and liquors, books, instructional DVDs, beginner kits, and a great selection of grain and hops. Homebrew Stuff also has dozens of free videos online to help make brewing easier. Visit homebrewstuff.com now for the best prices with their match or beat guarantee. BN Army members can take 10% off their first order with the coupon code BNARMY. Kegs, regulators, faucets, towers, carboys, conicals, barrels, you name it. Get your homebrew stuff for less at homebrewstuff.com. Homebrew Stuff. Not a sexual maneuver. Just the best prices and great service on all the stuff you need. Homebrewstuff.com.
That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contracts, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states. Plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small. Single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere.
Holy f***ing shit!
NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
Tonight is the night.
We bring the creature to life, Dr. Blickmanstein?
Yes, J.P. Gore. Everything is perfect for my next fermented creation.
My daughter, the storm is too far away. We'll never have enough power to isomerize the creature's alpha acid.
Yes, J.P. Gore, we will. For I have in my possession the Tower of Power.
Blickman's new Tower of Power is the evolution of automation. Control hot liquor, sparge, and mash temps like a pro. The Tower of Power is a high-quality gas-fired rim system that works with your current brewing setup. With ultra-precision, the tower can hold your mash to 1/2 of a degree Fahrenheit. Precision and repeatability. The Tower of Power is the answer to automatic, fast ramp times. See more at BlickmanEngineering.com. Bring your next creation to life with the Tower of Power.
Dr. Blickmanstein, with the Tower of Power, you can probably give me an afternoon at the pub to enjoy a pint.
Don't be silly, J.P. Gore. We have beer to brew.
What does craft beer mean to you? Is it a delicious way to support your town's local brewer? Or perhaps it's the perfect beverage to pair with those delicious meals at your favorite restaurant and at home. Regardless of whether you're thinking of pints or pairings, pilsners or porters, craftbeer.com is the site where craft beer lovers come together to learn and share. Craftbeer.com is brought to you by the Brewers Association and celebrates the best of American craft beer and its brewers. Craftbeer.com is the best place to find craft beer events, recipes, great feature stories, the most up-to-date brewery listings, and resources for your next beer tasting or dinner, like style guidelines, pairing mats, and charts. Get the inside scoop on new beer releases and special events from today's craft beer insiders, and chime in to share your own knowledge, perfect pairings, road trips, recipes, and more. Craftbeer.com, celebrating the best of American beer.
BN Army, HopTech has a great discount waiting for you. Do you often find it difficult to find specific specialty ingredients for your homebrew recipes? Well, listen to this. HopTech stocks 59 different grains to choose from, 39 varieties of pellet hops, and 8 kinds of whole leaf hops. And HopTech not only carries Y yeast and White Labs yeast for you, but also Fermentus, 04, 5, 6, 23, 33, and T58 Belgian yeast, plus Cooper's, Nottingham, and Windsor yeasts. Got your recipe ready to go? Pick up some great brew gear like new long and short sleeved shirts, games, and more. HopTech's new website is being updated every day with new items. If you don't see it, call the shop. They're open 6 days a week. BN Army and AHA members get a 10% discount, and active military personnel get 15% off. Visit HopTech.com today for great selection, great service, and a great discount. HopTech.com.
888-401 beer. This is the session.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
I hate it when I screw up the breaks. I thought we'd get another couple minutes out of that to be lazy, but instead we're back in the studio right now drinking a little more beer, and I've now poured our official session beer, JP Fap, which is
Why is it JP Fap again?
JP's a fucking asshole Brett beer.
What did I do? I did something wrong, didn't I?
It's an easy joke to make.
Oh, you were born.
It was,
I was born.
And I went for it. I was lazy at the beginning of the show, and I went for the easy joke that was JP's an asshole, a fucking asshole Brett beer.
Well, I love it. I love it. I just wish. Wow, I love it. Thanks.
Goddamn right you do.
You know, I really like it too. I'm trying to put my finger on it.
Mm-hmm. Can't put my finger on it.
It actually has the flavor of a Belgian Golden Strong, I think.
I get a little Belgian.
I don't get the perceived dryness.
Right.
No, it's missing a little dryness, but I get the Belgian candy sugar. Mm-hmm. Is there candy sugar?
No, not even a little bit.
Nope.
You might be mistaking Simpson's Golden Naked Oats. They have a real spicy, I get like honey granola kind of character.
Oh, yeah, I'll give you that.
I could see with like brown sugar or brown Belgian candy syrup.
Okay. Yeah, because it has kind of a sweetness to it. But there's also an alcohol sweetness to it. Is it a strong beer?
Sean?
Not particularly. It's 5.5%.
10.55.
Right. Then it's just the sweetness from that malt. And
it actually finishes at 10.08.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah.
Really? It's down there.
Uh-huh.
Cool.
And you told me before the show, Dave, too, that it's the Brett hasn't really taken hold yet.
No, not at all. So when you use Brett as a primary, the yeast isn't stressed out. A lot of those big phenolic, spicy characters, and even the acidity too, you get out of Brett are because you use it traditionally as a finishing yeast, so it's stressed out. When you throw a new yeast into a finished beer, think about it. You've got tons of osmotic pressure, you've got alcohol, you've got everything working against that yeast, so it's going to spit out those traditional Brett flavors. When you give it nutrients, great temperature, and fresh wort to ferment,
and temperature to rise.
Yeah, and free rising is a big deal, and we do that with a lot of ferments, whether it's a Belgian yeast or every beer we brew free rises at least 2 degrees.
Okay,
to allow that yeast to in essence do what it wants to do.
Yeah.
But it's even more important with Brett,
meaning that you pitch it at, let's say you want to ferment at 66, you're going to pitch at 64.
So,
right.
For example, if we're doing something like Saison DuPont, like what we use in the pumpkin Saison, is the best example because it's the most temperature dependent. And even on this show, I hear constantly about people working with that strain and they get beers that finish sweet.
Yeah.
It's not because you didn't ferment hot enough, it's because you cooled it. So you can even start as low as 55 or 58 and just let it go where it wants to go. Keep your ambient temperature in the mid-range, in the 60, 65 range. Just don't chill it. We'll put it in an open tank, and it'll start at 58. It'll end at 87.
Oh.
And that's fine, but you don't want to start at 87. During your log phase with the yeast, that's when you're going to get your high alcohols. You're going to get your massive ester phenol profile. So keep that on the cold end. So while it's growing and producing all of those big, spicy, estery flavors and also high alcohol, it's cold. It's not going to produce as much. But let it finish high so it attenuates.
Okay.
If you crash Saison DuPont yeast, it's done. And it's never coming back.
I see.
So, Dave, I'm not sure you finished your point here. You were saying that putting the bread into the low-stress environment, which is where there's plenty of sugars and all the things it needs, it doesn't put on much Brett flavor.
Yeah. For example, Brett C ends up tasting like a semi-tropical Saison strain. Brett B, to me, I would say ropey or slightly leathery as you kind of go up the Brett C, B, L gradient. But again, the maltiness comes out more than the yeast does in this beer. And over time, as that yeast gets more stressed out and as it has time to slowly work, you're going to get more acidity, more of those traditional Brett flavors. But to me, I get just hints of sandalwood, spiciness, cedar, and especially, again, as you go up the gradient, Brett C to me, very fruity, pineapple, pie cherry. Brett B, you get just hints of that sandalwood, cedar, and then Brett L is like licking a cedar plank when you use it as a primary. You get just massive woodiness, spiciness, but again, not acidity. One of the beers that I wanted to bring, but we didn't get a chance to, is 100% Brett L fermented Vienna-based pale that was fermented in barrel, and we hopped the crap out of it with West Coast Palisade, kind of as a beer, not necessarily, actually not even close to a copy of, but based on what we love about Orval, and also this amazing beer made by a great tiny brewery out of Portland, the Commons. They did a Brett L fermented beer, which really got me going on this one.
Okay.
And the hoppy plus the Brett as a primary strain is just fantastic. But it's not sour, it's not crazy, it doesn't even come across as a wild beer.
Is this one 100% Brett?
Yes, 100% Brett B.
So you got you really got fermentation out of it because it's an attenuated beer, but you didn't get the character we're used to, and you're saying it's because it was a pretty happy, healthy environment.
Yeah, well, I mean, think about it. If you condition with a Saison strain or a lager strain, you're not going to get the same character you would if you did primary with it.
Yeah.
It's the same with Brett, but even more pronounced.
Okay. So if you set this on the shelf now in a bottle or other vessel,
what we're going to do.
Then what happens with the Brett?
We actually have...
Great question.
We have 4 kegs that we're going to probably set out in the warm in our maturation room that we're going to see where it goes. It's going to develop some lactic acid. It's going to sour out a little bit. The hop character is going to fade, which does with every beer that you just set out, and we're going to see what happens. And it could turn out to be a fantastic sour by next year.
Interesting.
It will turn out to be a fantastic
It's
sour.
new to me that a beer that is 100% Brett could just have some Saison characteristics to it.
Yeah,
this is very new to me. I've had 100% Brett beers before, and I always know that they're Brett. If you gave this to me and said, tell me what kind of yeast I used, I would never say Brett.
Right. It has so much to do with just being easy on the yeast. Brett, like Saison yeast, does not want to be fucked with.
Interesting. But it'll still ferment.
Yeah, it's the Snoop Dogg of yeast.
The fun
I like
part,
it, yeah.
The
You
fun
think it's
part
one
about
thing,
this
but it's
yeast, the way we pitched it, we didn't actually order a 7-barrel pitch.
Oh yeah.
So when we brewed it, we pumped about 5 gallons of it into a carboy, just a home brewer style carboy, and pitched about five
White Labs vials of Brett B.
I see.
And it was
5
actually
White Labs,
cool.
yeah,
In a
and-
carboy with our house pale was the starter.
and we waited 12 hours.
No,
Oh, yeah?
this one sat for a while. This one was like a week.
So you did a starter.
Yeah,
A
absolutely.
professional size starter in a
so
homebrew carboy.
We went to Joel Ray over at Corvallis Brewing Supply, bought a couple of, a handful of vials of yeast.
Nice.
And propped it up ourselves in a carboy and just pitched it into our open tank.
Okay.
And
By the way, I'd just like to take a moment to say that works fantastically with Brett. Please don't ever do that with lager yeast or Kolsch yeast.
No.
Grow it up yourself, you mean?
Well, you can grow it up yourself, but not that drastic of a volume.
Okay.
Yeah, Brett likes to be underpitched.
I see.
That's another big variant, is if you pitch a ton of Brett, the more you pitch, the less Brett character you're going to get.
Okay.
So we did underpitch, wanting to get some Brett character out of that. Again, it's not, it's
stressing
not
out the yeast really brings out its character or
but
skills.
it's not like 1056 where you stress it out, you get off flavors, and then it doesn't attenuate. You stress it out, you get different flavors, and it still attenuates. Brett will always attenuate given the appropriate amount of time.
I'm surprised to hear you say even though it was a homebrew size, with that many vials, 4 or 5 in a carboy, that you still only went a day. 12 hours.
No, it was not 12 hours. It was like a week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
That's
because that
it was
surprised the
solid.
shit out of me, because I'm thinking, it
Brett,
seems like you just woke it up.
Although, honestly, if we had just stuck the 5 vials in the tank, it probably would have fermented eventually.
Oh, yeah?
I don't think we would have been able to do it in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
But
So what did the 5-gallon carboy do for you? Did it do replication or just get them going?
It just get it going. We
Even in
wanted,
a week.
Yeah, when we got our final recipe from me talking with JP and Nate, we had basically 28 days to get this beer ready.
Yeah.
So we weren't about to underpitch the hell out of it. A little bit to get that Brett character, but we didn't want to have a 1040 finishing beer.
So you're going to give it a jump start.
Yeah.
Well, so let me just explain that real quick, just so he's talking about, so everybody knows, and also to give props to Flat Tail, because no one's ever done it for us before. We wanted these guys to come down to the show, and we wanted to talk about Brett beer, and they said, well, how about we brew one for you guys? Like, we'll brew a beer just for the show. And, of course, we said, well, I guess, if you think that's cool. And meanwhile, behind the scenes, we were going, holy shit, this is amazing.
We high-fived.
This is really awesome. You guys, they actually brewed this beer specifically to come down to the show.
Yep.
And then, of course, as Dave is saying, in BN style, we gave them 28 days to do it. And so come up with the recipe, brew the beer, get your ass down here. By the way, we want to taste Brett in it when you get here in 28 days and all these things. So that's kind of the backstory. And I want to talk about Nate and JP bouncing stories too, or input. But I wanted to give you guys props and thank you for doing it.
Yeah,
because really, no one's ever done that.
Very
That's
cool. Well, hey, we had a hell of a time. And again, that's kind of our thing is, the reason I can get away with paying Sean so little is that...
No kidding.
Yeah, seriously.
He's just throwing it in your face, Sean.
I know. Well, I have to.
I'll give you a hat. That's what I do to JP. I give him a hat every week.
There you go.
Do you want a hat, Sean?
Sean has enough hats.
I'm going to give Sean a hat.
I have 89 hats, by the way, Sean.
You take too many hats.
I tried to send it to PG&E once. They rejected it.
I just keep giving it. Hey, JP, we got a new style hat in. Here you go.
Great.
No idea how much I
Providing mortgage, you'll love it.
Like, hey, buddy, you want a shirt?
Yeah.
Oh, you want a paycheck? No. How about a shirt?
So
it's like I'm your Labrador. Like
I don't give rowdy shirts.
Dave and I don't admit that, but yes, it is like you're our Labrador. Yeah.
Here you go, friend. Here you go.
Just in the level with
who
which
wants
we
a new
respect
hat?
you.
Yeah. Well,
Who wants it? Who wants a new hat?
Hey, do you want to brew a pumpkin saison? That's right. Work for free, asshole.
So, but here's the other cool part. Not only did Flat Tail agree to do a beer, but they actually started throwing ideas at us, and they said, so here's what we're thinking. And then most of the BN ignored them, except for JP and Nathan.
Well, and more props to Nate, because he actually, I was going like, oh, well, yeah, you could do maybe some cool ingredient like some sort of berry.
Yeah, totally forgot to put gooseberries in, by the way.
Cucumber or some shit. And then they're like, yeah, well, I guess we can do another cucumber beer. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, maybe something. Nate's like, well, how about 50% wheat and then almond notes and blah, blah. I'm like, oh.
So Nate basically gave me a recipe.
So what'd you do, Nate? You jumped right in there?
Yeah, this idea of 100% Brett beer I thought was really cool. And it was really, really nice of Dave to, offer to brew a beer and to do something experimental like that. I thought was, a great opportunity to try these things. I've never done 100% Brett beer, so it's kind of cool to think about a base recipe that would do it. I mean, we did things like a little bit of acidulated malt based on some of the things that Chad had talked about on the Crooked Staves show, that you want the wort pH to be a little bit lower when you pitch Brett to give Brett, allow it to do its thing and produce some acidity and things like that. So I thought it would be kind of interesting to actually try that and see what we get.
So you thought about the pH in your malt bill, of course, to figure out to keep it low.
Exactly. Well, maybe a little bit lower than normal. Since the first time we'd ever brewed this, it was a little bit of guesswork, but tried not to go too aggressive in any direction. But that was one of the reasons why we picked a somewhat unusual ingredient like acidulated malt.
So we actually use acidulated in every beer we brew.
Cool.
With the exception of dark beers, which we're correcting the pH of the mash in the opposite direction by using calcium carbonate.
We've talked about it before, but what is acidulated malt?
So acidulated malt is malt that's been treated with lactobacillus, and you allow that lactobacillus to grow and reduce the pH of the malt, and then you kiln it, thus killing the lacto, even though really there's lacto in all malt.
I see.
But it's incredibly concentrated. So it's more expensive than using, like the big guys will use phosphoric acid, and that'll correct the pH of their water use.
And
to
they
brew
use
beer.
that for both their mashing
and
water
sparge.
and their sparge water.
Oh, I see.
So we'll use acidulated malt because, frankly, we're not going to make money no matter what the fuck we do.
Okay.
So we may as well use the expensive good stuff.
So in this beer, what percentage acidulated?
It was real
malt?
small. I think it was one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Real small amount.
So-
Just you guys probably even use more than that normally. I
Yeah,
don't know.
about the same as we'd use in like our IPA.
Okay.
Given that hops will actually reduce the pH slightly.
Mhm.
Like
And
our-
its sole purpose is to reduce the pH.
Yes.
Okay. It doesn't add flavor or color or
it'll increase your
low pH is a
efficiency.
flavor enhancer.
It'll lower color contribution.
The reason you
Okay.
would lower your pH is so that the, amylase enzyme that's naturally present in malted barley, malted wheat is, more active.
Okay.
So, at an optimal pH, you're going to get a higher attenuated beer.
I see.
Right.
Okay.
Less color contribution as well, which is important in beer like our Kulsch. We're trying to keep that color down, especially with like wit beers. We want acidic mash. We do a 60-minute boil instead of a 90, which is kind of our stock boil time in
Okay.
order to give that white color. And the acidic mash really helps keep color down.
I see. So pH is really it affects a lot of things that you're trying to manipulate per
Your-
style.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, your mash pH really affects your beer.
Okay.
And then something like the bourbon porter that we have in a growler over there, we'll use a ton of calcium carbonate. We also use dehusked carafa. There's no husked roasted malt in that beer. And that's to do the exact opposite thing, get that smooth, just balanced malty character. I know I said smooth. I hate myself for
Yeah,
it.
that's okay.
Smooth. It's so drinkable.
So smooth.
It's so
Oh my God.
goddamn.
The
it's so
Vortex
drinkable.
growler really brings it out.
Corsby Collins, so give me your glass there.
Although the triple filtering is what balances it more than anything.
Well, let's stick with JP Fab. What's the rest of the malt bill? Acidulated
You
is
have
all
your
we've got.
golden on you.
And
Golden
it's-
Crown
it's-
is 10 pounds Simpsons Golden Naked Oats,
Yes.
10 pounds rolled oats,
Yes.
275 Weiermann Vienna,
Yes.
110 crisp pale, and 3 pounds acidulated.
Yes.
What's the difference between rolled oats and golden naked oats in
Big
terms of
time.
flavor?
So rolled oats tend to give very little flavor contribution until they're used in excess. I get kind of a rubbery flavor out of rolled oats when they're used above 10 to 15%.
So what do they add then?
Mouthfeel.
Okay.
So they're totally fermentable, but you get perceived mouthfeel. It's kind of a silky texture to the beer. So even though this beer ended at a very low gravity, you get a bunch of perceived mouthfeel
Yeah.
from the oats. And then also we basically attempted to put starch into the fermenter. So whereas 1056, West Coast Ale yeast will not ferment starch, Brett will. So when you give Brett starch, you're going to end with long chain dextrins.
Okay.
So it's not going to be a starchy end product, but you'll be left with, when you start with caramel malt with 1056, you end with long chain dextrin caramel malt.
I understand.
If you start with, Carahel or C15 with Brett, you're going to end with simple sugars.
Oh, I see. So
That's
it
why-
actually does break them down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we're going to age a
Yes.
few kegs over the course of a year or so.
Okay.
To, develop that acidity to, encourage the Brett to grow.
So the rolled oats added that starch you're talking about.
Right, so we added them in the Grant, or
Okay.
hop back, basically as soon as the wort in the kettle reached 190. So it's going to instantly denature any enzymes converting starch to shorter chain dextrins. We added oats to the Grant.
Okay.
And so immediately pumped over to the kettle, you're getting starch in your fermenter.
Okay. And then
we did
Did you
test-
have a question about the rolled oats, Tasty?
No, about the roll. What's this not? From the kettle, you're topping with oats?
So the
Grant has the oats in it.
mash tun to Grant to pump to kettle. And as soon as the kettle is about 3/4 of the way full,
right,
we'll add oats to the Grant. So we're getting hot wort flowing over the oats into the kettle.
Okay.
But there's no time for it to convert because it's going directly into 190 degree wort.
All right. So could we as a homer, could we top with the oats or something?
So top mashing isn't really effective because by the time it gets to the bottom of the mash, it will have converted.
It's already converted.
So it's just like the BN system that you guys
Steep
have.
it.
It's the horizontal 3 vessel system.
Right.
So we have a mash tun that sits to the left and a kettle that sits to the right, a grant below, and we pump it over. So
as a home brewer, if you were trying to get that starch to give the Brett something to chew on, take a bag of oats, and as soon as your wort in the kettle is at 190, dunk the bag of oats in and let it soak until it gets to a boil.
Okay.
So this grant is just an intermediary vessel.
Because they have a grant, they use a grant.
It's a way to get the oat starch into the wort without converting it.
Right.
And that's just the rolled oats.
And we wanted the starch in there just for body purposes.
Yeah, something for it to chew on.
Otherwise, our Brett beer would just be watery.
Exactly.
It would go to 1.000.
Okay.
Or lower.
Then what's the deal with the, correct me if I'm wrong, Golden Promise Naked Oats? Is that what you
Golden
said?
Naked Oats?
Golden Naked Oats.
Golden
So
Naked
what are
Oats
these?
add that, almost like granola,
It's like honey
tastes
granola.
like a honey granola bar to
Are
me.
they like a normal fermentable, like a two-row?
They're not rolled. They're not malted. They're basically raw oats.
Yeah, they're the C15 of oats.
But they're not caramelized like caramel malt.
Right,
they're
what do they add in
protein, just like
fermentables?
raw protein and starch, basically.
Yeah.
Right? Is what
so
you're gonna get
it's like
from them.
golden naked oats. They call them naked because there's nothing done to them. It's like you harvest the oats and you put them in a fucking bag.
Oh, I see.
So we're virgin oats. No, they're not virgin after we get done.
They're not virgin. They're naked, and they were in flat tails. So,
You had
they all
me at
need
naked.
They all need spankings.
But I guess what I'm getting at, let me do this. What percentage of the malt are these naked oats?
So 10 pounds rolled and 10 pounds golden naked, and we had over...
A very small.
It's like a 0.5%.
Yeah.
Okay, a very tiny percent. So you're not really getting fermentables out of these either. You're just pulling some flavor.
Just flavor contribution.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Oh, absolutely.
And also not necessarily gravity either. You're not leaving like some long chain sugars with these naked oats. It's just
looking
literally
for-
just like
for
steeping
subtle-
grains, like you said. It's
Yeah.
steeping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, but we get that starch with the rolled oats. The
Right,
golden
but
naked goes in with the mash, so it's fully converted.
Got it.
But the whole goal of the rolled oats is to leave unconverted long chain carbohydrates for the Brett to chew on and reduce, but not to simple sugar.
I will tell you that the complex kind of sweetness of this beer, where I started with a Belgian Golden Strong, and then we've started to correct it from there. It's starting to make sense because it is more of a complex sweetness. I said Belgian Golden Strong, and then I said maybe there's some Belgian candy sugar in there, and of course there's not.
Not a
But
huge
all of this
strong
stuff
ale,
is
though.
starting to make sense to me because there's a lot of different sugar flavors in this beer.
I could see brown sugar, totally.
Yeah.
And, that's.
But at the
partially
same
from the
time,
oats.
it's a dry sugar flavor.
Well, it's not cloying.
Yeah.
I think people confuse sweetness with cloying sweetness.
Yeah.
You can have a beer that finishes at 10:20 and it's not cloying, and you can have a beer that finishes at 10:12 and it is. It's the quality of sugars that are left in the beer.
Right.
So if you finish at 10:12, but all of that residual sugar is long chain dextrin,
okay,
it's not going to taste sweet. It's going to taste full bodied. If
Okay.
you finish at 10:08, but all of the sugar left in that beer is super simple sugar, it's going to taste sweet.
I see.
And that's where you can have a beer that is technically dry but still tastes sweet. And, and we find that a lot, especially when homebrewers bring in like Belgian styles,
Yeah.
that are not attenuated completely, but they use a fuck ton of sugar.
Yeah.
Guess what? If you don't, I know homebrewers doing something wrong.
But it's also why I think sometimes I will go, oh, there's some alcohol sweetness in there. But this beer is not alcohol sweetness. It's just
it's a lot of body.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great.
So back to Nate then.
Yeah.
You designed this malt bill that we've now discussed for the Brett.
For the Brett, exactly. And I thought it was an interesting opportunity to not use something that may be more expected with Brett, like Pilsner malt.
Yeah.
And use malts like Vienna and Maris Otter type of malt. Malts that have character, some melanoidin production, some biscuit-type qualities to them to give the beer something interesting to stand on, as well as, the Brett ended up doing something I didn't even expect. It ended up adding these aromatics more than anything else. It tastes like a straight...
Like the
English.
Saison aromatics.
Yeah, exactly. These like sandalwood, I thought was a great descriptor. It almost has like a cedar or sandalwood type of aroma.
Yeah.
And that was one of the biggest contributions from the Brett at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
But longer term, it will be really cool to see 6 months, 9 months, a year from now
that's like our
what it
blackmail
reduces,
for
right?
having us back on the show.
Blackmail.
Share it.
Terrence just
until-
left.
Oh, boo.
No, it's different.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopping was kept intentionally low and simple too. I mean, I believe it was Tettnang.
Well,
and
German
something else.
Tettnanger is one of, if not my absolute favorite hop, because it just blends so well with everything. You can make an IPA with Tetz, and it's spicy and fruity and wonderful, but it makes an excellent back layer. And that's what this beer was about, was all of these different flavors that are bold when used in abundance, but make just awesome backbone malts for this yeast to do what it's going to do.
See, this is what I mean when I say that the guys are like, they're like retro, old school, new school.
Yeah.
Because he's like, Tettnang. I'll take Tettnanger. I'll use it for everything. That's such an old school hop, but you're using it in a new school method.
Well, and again, you can use the same ingredient and come up with so many different results.
Yeah.
And, when we're doing step boils, we're also doing things like mash hopping and things that I don't care how many times people tell me scientifically it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
The Lovin' Hoppin' Squeezin' that we drank today and that we dropped off the last time that we were down, that's the same batch.
I see.
That's an 8-month-old rye pale ale.
Yeah.
That beer should not taste as hoppy and fresh as it does.
Unless hop.
But it does because of the mash hopping.
Mash hopping actually works. you say.
It's less impact on the overall. If you only do mash hopping, you're not going to get a double IPA aroma, but you will get an aroma and flavor that sticks around way longer than boil additions.
And that's the fun thing about being in the industry and actually being a brewer is I am in the college scene and I'm in the brewing science program, and it's cool learning about all the the biochemistry things and the theoretical aspect of everything. But working at Flat Tail, I can't explain from a chemical standpoint why our mash hopped Centennial Pale from 8 months ago is still carrying on with its a great aroma and a great finishing hop quality.
Yeah.
But it definitely is.
The real-time lab is different than what you're learning in class.
The empirical evidence is a lot different than what you would get from learning about it in a classroom.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, not to mention hot chicks come into the bar and you're in a fucking classroom full of dudes.
Actually, the classroom chicks are way hotter.
Oh, is that right?
Well, yeah, they're all.
It is the college.
The college chicks are way hotter than those that come into the bar.
I don't find any women other than my fiance attractive. Ever.
Bullshit.
So I got to get back to this mash shopping. You can't let that go. I mean, I have been the defender of mash shopping.
There you go, Tasty. Do
way
it.
too long. I have an ally here. I got to get you to say what I want to say, and I can start naming the guys that say it's bullshit. But
it's not. If
they're on another bulletin
done
board that shall remain nameless.
Do it alphabetically, though.
But I'm always being chastised for that mash shopping.
Oh yeah, I've had that battle too.
All right.
Yeah.
So, have you measured any? Do you guys ever do any lab analysis to see what the effect is?
Not for IBUs.
But sensory, you're getting it, right?
Yes, absolutely.
That's my experience.
And we were talking about this before the show. One of my biggest pet peeves, other than the word pet peeves, is people calling up. Yeah, no. Well, obviously I employ you, so that's fine with me. Is people calling up like, how many IBUs are in your cucumber Berliner Weiss? None.
You're like, well, the cucumber adds 0.5.
Like, no, you're wrong. It's like, oh, okay, well, I'm not, but that's cool. And
people hold on to numbers that they can measure.
Yeah, but that's not. Let's stick to the facts here if we can. Just let's stick to the point, because I know what Tasty's getting at, and I'm sorry to wrangle you guys in.
Wrangle away.
But mash hopping is this thing where numerically and brewing software wise or whatever else tells you, don't waste your time. However, people
it
like
shouldn't be a thing.
who are skilled like Tasty, and you're telling us that you taste it too.
Oh, absolutely.
So talk to it.
And just
how much do you taste it?
So,
What's the difference?
Big time.
5%.
The biggest thing that I notice is not just it obviously contributes to bitterness. That's the obvious part.
You do?
Because
Okay.
You're getting those alpha acids that are going through to the kettle and being isomerized.
Okay.
But beyond that, the part that I can't back up with science is that the aroma longevity is the biggest contribution.
The bond is tighter.
Yes.
You're saying.
So I've heard people say that there's some kind of bond between the wort and the
sugar molecules.
Aromatic qualities of the hops that's getting stuck in there because of the low temperature. I don't know what it is, but again, it works.
What's this magic about boiling temperature? I mean, that just happens to be a temperature that we bump up against. Who's to say that better things don't happen at lower temperatures,
right?
Like
Because
mash temperatures.
what research has been done below 160 for hops?
The only research
Very
that's
low.
been done, as far as I've learned in the classroom, is all about isomerization.
Right, how to get the most bitterness out of
How
your
to
hops.
the most
Efficiency,
isomerization.
process efficiency stuff. Turns out if
out
we
of
were
your
after
hops.
efficiency, we wouldn't have started flat tail.
But Tasty makes a good point. Why does we don't know that it all happens at 212. Why doesn't it happen at 152?
It really doesn't make sense that you hops in your mash, sparge it over, and
Boil the fuck out of it.
boil. Yeah, you boil for 90 minutes. That should get all your volatiles off, but somehow it does hold on for us, and it increases the longevity of our aromatics in, for example, our Love and Hoppin'.
Yeah.
So that's the main difference you guys are noticing with the mash hops is a longevity of
It's
that.
less initial impact than like
Okay.
a late addition.
Okay.
But it sticks with the beer longer. We also get longer overall shelf life. We don't notice oxidation as quickly in beers that are mash hopped as beers that are not.
Tasty, I'm not sure I've heard you describe it that way. Is that your experience too?
Well, my experience is just my experience. I don't.
No, but I'm curious if you have noticed a longevity thing too, or just that it has an impact in
No,
flavor.
the beers I mash up, they're all like, if they're clean, they last a long time.
Okay.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not talking contamination. I'm talking
Of course
more like,
they are.
that cardboard, oxidation
No, the
character
the shelf life.
tends to be lower when it's mashed up. Of course, all flat tail beers last forever.
Right. Just like all flat tail staff.
There's no drink-by dates on your
Yeah, no,
beer,
I'm going
so-
to die by the time I hit 35. The beer, however, will far outlast
Told you,
me.
that's why his liver functions less than mine.
All right, well, enough on the mash shopping. Thanks a lot,
Brewmaster
Dave. I
soon.
appreciate you being on my side.
Let me throw in a couple questions here from the chat room.
I'll cut you down as one.
Gotta have
Well,
allies.
Vinny is. He lets me mash out my beer up at Russian River.
Yeah.
All right, here's one. I think based on where we were just going a few minutes ago with using the different malts to add different chains of sugars. Film Lab is in the chat, and he asked, "Wouldn't using dextrose be easier?"
No, because we're not. Dextrose is a more simple sugar than starch. Starch is a very long chain carbohydrate. And again, I'm going to hand it over to College Boy here.
Well,
to get
dextrose
technical,
is a 2-chain sugar. It's a dual chain sugar that is actually, as far as I know, fermentable.
Yeah, it is.
By saccharose strains. Saccharomyces.
Starch is not. Starch
Okay.
is much more complex than dextrose.
Okay.
So
again, the goal is
if you're going for more body, you need to, for example, what we do is we mash a little higher to convert a little bit less of the amylose and amylopectin that's in malted barley.
Okay.
So mash a little higher, and you maintain a lot of the higher, the more the limit dextrins that are not fermentable by ale yeast.
Okay. And Terrence, we're always looking for a little more body. Am I right?
Oh
yeah. Thank you, Terrence. Okay. But still, it's just another it doesn't sound like it's either or for you guys. Yeah, adding things like acidulated malt or the rolled oats actually is I think where this question came from is just an alternative, not a either or.
Well, so the oats and the acidulated malt are what I would refer to as like toolbox ingredients.
Yeah, okay.
So you're not adding those to get a pronounced flavor. You're adding them to get an effect.
Okay.
We could add oats in our IPA. And it's not because we want to make an oatmeal IPA. It's because we want to have body in the IPA.
Okay.
One cool thing that, and I'm quoting this from somebody that I should give credit to, but don't remember because I'm an asshole. No one knows what a beer tastes like in the bottle. Everyone knows what a beer tastes like in your mouth. So the beer in your mouth, you've got all your amylase, your salivary amylase, active, and you're tasting all of the sugars that you're converting in your mouth that give the residual sweetness after you swallow, and also it degasses in your mouth, and you just it's a very different beer than you've brewed, but how you present it may be a little bit different.
Sean, I have to admit that I want to call you a fucking retard right now because I don't know the context of this statement. However, it's fucking brilliant. You're right.
Yeah.
There is the part of your mouth, and I'm being serious right now. There is the chemical compounds and the complexity of your own palate and your mouth. You never know what a beer tastes like.
Thank you. I actually take a lot of pride in being a
smart
total
face.
retard.
I'm giving
him one more beer and it gets real funny.
I'm telling you, I'm giving you the worst backhanded compliment in the world, but it's still a compliment. You're absolutely right about what you say, that there is there's a part of the beer experience that happens with the chemicals in your mouth that you can never plan for.
You're modifying the beer in your mouth.
You're modifying it. Yeah.
Part of that
That's
beer
what I'm,
experience should be handing me the growler of bourbon porter. so that I can experience it
now
in
that
my
I've
mouth.
given you the worst
you're going to experience a little less of it because I'm going to pour some.
Yes, Beaver.
Would you please message me one more time? I closed out of it accidentally.
Yes, my dear.
Thank you.
And while I'm doing that, I did have one more question for the guys. A question for the boys from After Lab. With all the odd ingredients that they use in their beers, how do you decide where in the brewing / fermentation process to use the ingredients?
It depends on the ingredient initially, but again, we'll taste it in a tea. And a lot of that has to do with when you're using spices, you have to realize that those spices are going to contribute not just flavor, but tannin. And, when you're using something like cinnamon, nutmeg, you're going to get a tannic beer. So what increases tannin extraction? Heat. So again, 99% of the time when we're adding special ingredients in the secondary fermenter, because we're avoiding that tannin contribution, and we're just getting the aromatic and flavor qualities. It's the same reason we don't have bittering additions in any of our IPAs or double IPAs, because we're going for that big flavor, big aroma, and no bitterness, tannic, contribution.
Yeah.
So when we do a beer like Sean's Ricky Triple, one of his first sour beers he brewed with Flat Tail, it had cinnamon, Meyer lemon, blueberry. Meyer lemon and cinnamon in particular, you've got a bunch of tannin from cinnamon, you've got acidity from Meyer lemon. If we had added those in the boil, it would have been a terrible beer, not to mention the pectin contribution, just making it less attractive visually beer. But add those in the secondary, and you get the flavor from cinnamon without the tannic contribution. So
interesting, yeah.
I guess overall, just if all else fails, throw it in the fermenter. And if you're trying to make a clean beer, that's where sulfite becomes handy, because you can sanitize it without heating it.
But on that note,
is a great piece of information, I think, this show that we've gotten.
For homebrewers, if you're going to use sulfites, do your research.
Be real careful.
Please do your research.
Okay.
Because you can actually fuck yourself up.
If you kill someone, it is not Flat Tail's
so
fault.
Sulfides are not benign. We can hurt.
No.
Okay.
Sulfites can damage you, your organs.
It is
they can actually
poison.
But we
they can damage your liver far more than we
Massively.
can.
Yeah.
But we can get
I don't know if
very
that's
short
true,
amount, right?
but
What's that?
We can get these at the homebrew shop, right?
Yeah, if they deal with
sodium metabisulfite.
Usually
is
a
what we use.
winemaking, usually a winemaking shop like More Beer will have it because they deal with winemaking supplies.
Okay.
But
you want to
do your research,
Okay.
get your dosage exact, and then once you have it exact, go a little under.
I love this idea because we talk all the time about different ingredients that we want to add into secondary, and the question that always comes to the chat room is, aren't you worried about contamination? People have said, well, at that point, it's okay if it's a high enough alcohol and this and that. But this is a great in-between. In-between boiling it and in-between not worrying about it, you could add sulfides, which you guys have said eliminate the things that we're worried about.
Well, there's a number of ways you can go about it. You can go the sulfite route. You can go the, alcohol route. If you if
alcohol extract's great too.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Soak in a little vodka.
Say you're throwing in a little, like, for a shitty example, nutmeg. I hate nutmeg. But if you're throwing in some, cinnamon, lemon zest, grapefruit zest, anything that...
Just trying to...
I can tell
Can our next collaboration have nutmeg in it?
I can tell that we're at the set 'em off point.
I love
How about some nutmeg?
I heard your grandmother loves nutmeg.
Oh, Grandma Mary called me at the break, and she's like, I have this great nutmeg pie that I just made for Sean.
So
Throw it in his face.
So I have a knife.
Her nutmeg, perfume just really...
Oh, yeah. Grandma Mary was like, could you please tell my best friend / grandson Sean that I have a nutmeg recipe for him?
And then call him honey and pinch his cheek.
That comes later.
Yeah. Are you ready for all this?
Yeah. Wait
Thanks,
for tonight,
honey.
buddy.
He's just starting to mumble now. He's starting to twitch and mumble like JP. He's about to fucking snap.
I heard that he does get blackout standing up drunk.
Oh, absolutely. So we
It's actually one of my favorite go-tos.
Oh yeah, our first. So literally, like the day I hired Sean, we went to the Master Brewers Association of the Americas convention in Hood River.
Great. This story. I love this story.
Yeah, I bet you do. So he had not
Graham.
actually started working at Flat Tail yet, but we knew he was going to be a member of the Flat Tail crew. He got so drunk that we actually lost him in an elevator. And I don't mean like he took the elevator to the wrong floor. I mean, he actually fell asleep standing up in the elevator.
Wow.
And when we finally...
It's a skill.
That's not even the peak of the story.
That's a skill.
That's like the intro.
There's a lot of parallels to these two and Sam. Like, remember the time I lost Sam in a bush?
Yeah, that's true.
I once fought a bush.
You should shave.
I'm not sure if I won or not, but
I think Sam and I should have a go out and just get drunk night.
Oh no, you can't. You know why?
Oh yeah, that sounds
I need
really
you to make
fun.
beer.
Because there are not enough people around to protect you from yourselves.
that is
Or
correct.
from others.
The best part was upon getting back to the hotel room.
Yeah.
Sean's blacked out diagonally across, one of the beds that I unfortunately had to share with him.
And a dead hooker.
Well, the dead hookers are fortunate, not unfortunate. We're talking about bad things.
I see.
So I'm trying to move Sean to the other side of the bed, and he's just, he's a dead fish. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
So I get my cellar hand at the time, Walden, to help me kind of nudge the blankets, and we end up kind of accidentally nudging really hard at the same time and catapulting him into the wall. Slept through the whole thing. I thought he was going to hit me.
No. Standing up.
Yeah, no, he ended up falling asleep between the gap of the wall and the bed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, Sean, Grandma's going to be proud.
Yeah.
I think she already is. Thank you very much.
All right, let's do this. We're going to take a break. When we come
You
back...
have a call before you do that.
Oh, you're right.
Before?
Grandma, please do not call back.
It's not your grandma.
It's your grandpa.
Yeah, Grandma, we were nice in the beginning. Don't go back now. We're drunk and stupid. Kifa is calling in from West Virginia.
Kefla.
I drink kefir regularly. Keeps me regular.
Keef is different.
Yeah, isn't Keef...
We've got some of that in the truck.
Crystallized.
Yeah. Never
We
mind.
do not have
we
any
don't
of that
have
for
any
later.
of that in the truck.
You see Tasty's chair swivel.
I don't know what keef is.
Hey, Keefla, what's happening, buddy?
Are you guys done?
Yeah.
All right. I have a...
Yeah, let us clear the way for you so that you can have your moment in the sun.
Are you done?
Telling you, all night.
Go ahead,
This is what I dealt
Keefla. We're done.
I have a serious competition question. So my buddy won a...
Wait, hang on a second. Is everybody done? Are you guys done talking?
I might be done. I don't know.
Please,
We'll see.
Keefla.
We were going to make another point.
All right, go ahead, Keefla.
Go on, buddy.
No, I want to give you guys another minute. Are you sure you got it?
Yeah, you're
I'm
right.
not sure of
You're
anything.
right. Let me check.
Dave, you good?
All right.
I don't know. Where am I?
We're gonna go to break, and then when we come back, maybe Keefla will call and be a nice man. And
I doubt it.
Well, hope he doesn't call back during the break because I won't be here.
Yeah, by the way, seriously disappointed that no Flat Tail employees have called in wasted drunk yet.
It's
They're
the
all
session.
fired.
We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
When Michael Fairbrother started moonlighting, he had no idea how quickly his dream was going to grow. Having homebrewed for 15 years, Michael decided to go pro, but not with beer. While attending his homebrew club meetings, he saw ladies knocking their men out of the way to try his mead. Moonlight Meadery is now 2 years old and can produce 200,000 bottles a year. It's the first New Hampshire winery to ever distribute to California and Australia. In fact, you can now find Moonlight Meadery meads distributed nationwide. And they ship direct, too. They produce 56 different varieties of mead and are unlike anything you've ever seen on the market. Michael Fairbrother at Moonlight Meadery is a real success story that can make the BN Army proud. Visit Moonlight Meadery in Londonderry, New Hampshire, or online at moonlightmeadery.com. Moonlight Meadery. Romance in a glass.
All right, BN Army, it's trivia time. What's the only homebrew shop with over 1,000 recipe kits, $4.99 shipping on orders over $100, and is also home of the Wolf shirt? The one and only answer is Austin Homebrew Supply. For over 20 years, they've specialized in creating recipes such as the best-selling Texas Blonde Ale, Apocalypso, Hop Bomb 2.0, and Double Chocolate Stout. And they just recently unveiled their small grain kits that produce 1 gallon of beer. Visit austinhomebrew.com to browse their extensive catalog of equipment and ingredients. They also have mini clone recipes of your favorite commercial beers. They're the exclusive retailer of BrewVent yeast fuel as well, Yeast Nutrient, and the all-new Bodybuilder. Follow Austin Homebrew Supply on Google Plus to participate in video hangouts on popular brewing topics. So visit austinhomebrew.com today and make sure you sign up for their weekly email with news and specials. Austin Homebrew Supply, austinhomebrew.com.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for any beer style. I want a Cicerone. The Cicerone certification program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious, Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Did you know the Brewing Network's very own Code Writing Fool's son, Ryan Wolf, has opened a beer mecca in Missouri? The Wolf Brow House of Beer has hundreds of beers from all over the world and is conveniently close to I-70 in St. Peters. Free tastings Saturdays 4 to 6 p.m. featuring special guests from local breweries. The best build-your-own six-pack around with every style represented. And kegged craft beer available for your kegerator too. There's always something new at the Wolf Brow House of Beer. New and hard to find beer every week. No 2 visits are the same. Just like passing out at the Rat Pad.
Hi, this is Ryan from Wolf Brow House of Beer. Mention the Brewing Network when you stop in for some cool free stuff. Mention JP for a swift kick in the ass.
The Wolf Brow House of Beer. Beer with personal service from a member of the BN Army.
This is Code. Visit my son's shop or I'll yank the BN website down.
www.wolfbrow.com. Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And Hop Drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And Stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop Drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop Drops and beer caramels. Satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
Reckless
listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
Welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us. We still got Flat Tail Brewing in here. We got to do some beer news from craftbeer.com here in a couple of minutes. But first, we've got another phone call. I'm hoping that it's Keith, who I hung up on.
Kiefer Sutherland.
Maybe he's got some...
yeah, I didn't take any information like you told me to.
No. I just answered that one, actually, while you were up, and figuring it was him.
But then you told me when I came back to,
it's fine.
Screen it, but I didn't do that.
Lose the attitude.
Caller, who are we talking to? Oh, here. Let me do
Brewing
that.
and Viva.
There we go. Is that Keith?
Hello. This is Keith.
Hey, buddy. All right, what's your question?
My buddy just gold medal.
Great. What?
And it was in category 23 specialty beers.
Okay.
But it says queued category. What does queued category mean?
Oh, I don't know. That sounds like a...
maybe queued judging? That's the only...
What is that? What's queued judging?
I got nothing.
Where usually there's maybe 1, 2, or 3 groups of judges at the table, and they just keep feeding beers to the queue. So if there's a pair of judges at that table judging a style that judge faster than maybe the other pairs of judges, they'll end up judging more of that flight.
I see.
Than the other judges.
So it just sounds like it's not really a category thing
It's a
per
judging
se.
technique.
It's just a judging thing that happens.
Well, if you're like a judge in specialty beer category and you're doing queue judging, you might get a I don't know.
You get a pumpkin saison and then
some sort of fruit beer that's weird. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, they shouldn't be in a fruit beer category.
Oh, so they didn't blow your palate?
Yeah. Well, not so much that. Is that they don't give you like 3 stouts or something. They don't group them by category. You'll get like a variety presented.
That's probably what
Sounds
it is.
like a great idea.
Okay. Does that work, Keith?
He won it with a Ripper. And it's fucking good, dude.
Congrats.
Wow. All right, well done. Congrats,
totally, dude.
Thanks for the question, brother.
Brah.
Hey, wait, can we give a preview of our resume for Drunk of the Week? Because it's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, is there a bunch of you?
There's me, my buddy Pat, the guy that just won the gold medal, and an honorable mention in 2 different competitions, and then his wife, Laura. And our babies are upstairs sleeping.
It's Pat.
Would you
a guy or a girl?
Would you like to compete as a group or on your own?
The only girl.
Do you want to compete as a group or on your own?
As a group.
Okay, so Keefla, friend, and babies. I'm going to put you all in the group.
Babies are in
and
Drunk babies.
Can we talk to your grandma?
And yeah, we might.
Grandma's no longer with us.
That's all right. I got a Ouija board.
Sorry, Grandma.
Psychic, maybe.
We might want to talk to babies later on, but we'll start with you guys. Go ahead and begin to tell us why you should win Drunk of the Week.
Goo goo gaga.
We've had some Founders Dry Hop Pale Ale.
Mm-hmm.
We've had some Fireside Chat, 21st Amendment.
Oh.
There's Bell's Porter. We've had the Firestone Walker Wookiee. And we've had a couple celebrations.
Oh.
We've had the Lips of Faith Beer de Garde, and now we're sipping on some brown sugar.
The what's a face?
What's the occasion? Why are you guys all together?
They're from my hometown, and we were good friends, and we are the only people who have kids that are the same age. So we are the only people who want to hang out together.
Forced friendship.
Everybody else hates us because we have a child.
I have to admit, I give extra points for old friends hanging out together on a Sunday night drinking because that's what they do.
And I give a bonus point for forced friendship because that's how I have friends.
So you just got a couple extra points both for me and JP, guys.
Yeah.
And also, JP, I am a tall, lanky guy who has hair all over my body, just like you.
We know that you
Which
find
actually
that
makes
sexy,
JP very happy.
Yeah.
Except his head.
Yeah, apparently I have hair all over my body.
Well, we've seen you.
Dude, come on. Don't try to hide that fact.
No.
Better shows.
That's Warren, I think.
All right, Keefla, you're in the running, brother. Thanks, man.
All right. Let me finish up with this one last thing.
Yeah.
We are
One last
gonna,
thing, huh?
after we finish the brown sugar, we are drinking some Bourbon County.
Oh, wow. We had the Bourbon County here not too long ago. I shared with you guys. It got sent to us, and it's good.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Cheers, brother. You're in the running for Drunk of the Week. And
you didn't want to hear what else he had to say?
Yes. Could I get out of that?
Hey, what do you guys think of this bourbon porter we got here from these guys?
I need more. Is it still in that growler?
Yeah.
Give me
The
some
growler right here.
Don't spill on my board, Dave. Dave, that's where we draw the line. Look at him. He's like a professional. He's got 2 hands.
We'll draw the line in here.
Filled it to the
This
brim.
is a Vienna-based Baltic porter, Kolschist, and then aged in
Why
Buffalo
Kolsch
Trace.
yeast and a Baltic porter?
That's what they have.
Because lager yeasts take even longer than Kolsch yeast. And Kolsch gets that clean profile with that hint of, again, wine-like esters.
Yeah. Whose
Kind of
phone
hard
is
to think.
right on the microphone?
Yeah, I don't know. But
I don't know.
it's real bad.
Bevo.
There we go.
Sorry.
I was just about to talk about how hot I think Bevo is in her wife beater until she put the phone on her microphone.
It looks real good on her, right?
Still hot.
I discovered that I truly am white trash because the trashier Bevo looks, the hotter I think she is. But it's not that she's hotter than she is in like a nice sweater, because the truth is she's hotter in a nice sweater. It's that I'm white trash.
It's that she's more easily
God bless you,
attainable,
sir.
I think is what it is.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, well, if you put a wife beater on, that means you really don't care who you're with.
Dude, you are
So thank you for
really
making
white
us.
trash because, like, my eye makeup's all smudgy and, like, black around my eyes.
You're
and,
a
like,
fucking mess today.
I'm a hot damn mess.
You're a mess.
And it's like 9 million. I would have a sweatshirt on if it wasn't 9 million degrees in your damn studio.
It is real warm.
You're a total
Real
mess.
hot.
I'm admitting that you're a mess.
Totally.
However,
studio.
At least I'm
saying,
less fat. Has anybody else noticed that I'm less fat?
This
Oh,
is-
rude.
Oh, yeah, I am. I noticed that.
yeah.
Oh, big time. You're skinny as hell.
It's not that
Douches.
we looked,
You're wasting
but
away.
yeah, we did.
I
Douches. Not
totally
wasting away,
noticed something else other than your boobs.
I hate you.
Yeah,
Are we taking Drunk of the Week calls yet, or no?
we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you have another one on the phone that
Put
I
us all
didn't
in,
screen.
will you?
Okay.
It's not Andy. I'm firing him.
That I didn't screen.
Can you screen him real quick?
Oh, it's a woman.
Oh,
It's
there
fine.
you go.
We'll just
Yeah,
make it.
great.
So it
Never
might be
mind.
one of our male interns.
Yeah.
She does her job well, doesn't she?
No rules apply.
That's right.
Vivo now knows how to. She's like,
Oh, yeah.
By the way, it's a female. All right, your job is done. You can go home.
Good job, Eve.
It's not that she was doing it for us. She was doing it for the lack of work that it took.
Should we go straight to the call? Or do we
You can
have
go to beer
others?
news. I'm ready for that.
Let's do the call. There's only one way we can get it done. Caller, you're on the air. Who are we talking to?
Melissa.
This is Katie from Milwaukee.
Hey, Katie. What's happening?
Yeah.
We were just listening to your podcast, and we decided to call because the guy who just called in for Drunk of the Week, we decided he didn't have enough cool things to drink.
Yeah, he was pretty sober, right?
So you can
Right,
beat that,
he
huh?
didn't.
First
he
of
didn't have
all,
anything good.
Katie, it's not a podcast yet.
I don't
It's
know.
a
You
live-
sound pretty sober to me.
It's a live broadcast.
It's okay.
Yeah, you navigated your way to calling us. So
Yeah. The real drunk of the week can't call. That's the winner. He's the one who can't call us.
Well,
go
I
ahead.
didn't dial it, to be fair.
All right, that's
enough.
fair.
It's a good
start.
That is a good
Put
start.
that on the list because that's a good one.
She didn't dial. I'm going to put that down. Who are you with?
Joe.
good old
Who
Joel.
is always Drunk of the Week, but never calls in.
Okay.
Are you from Corvallis?
By the way, I like him already.
Yeah.
He's always drunk of the week, but we never fucking hear from him.
He usually listens on Mondays.
That's a good
what
drunk
can
of
I
the
say?
week.
So tell us why you're drunk of the week, Katie.
So we've had a little bit better to drink than the last caller. We started with the Out Black from Distrusa.
That's racist.
Oh, damn. I think she meant to say
and I-
blackout, but she's dyslexic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, no, not quite.
Destroysa is actually the one who's dyslexic. Go ahead.
And then we had the pumpkin. I think it was the 2011. We have a whole bunch. I am letting him drink it slowly, but we had the 2011, and then the Rogue.
The Rogue.
Him is him passed out on the
Rogue
couch?
definitely only makes one beer.
Just one Rogue.
She's like my Aunt Gloria. And we had the Rogue, and your uncle, he's got the sugar. The diabetes, he's got the sugar. And
Did we watch the movie? The one.
We got to see the movie tonight.
It's the movie.
And then later we're gonna have the dinner.
Yeah, and then we're gonna sit on Gloria's couch.
Yeah, we got to go on.
Are you drinking with Grandma Mary and watching Golden Years right now.
I'm not, but I kind of wish I was because she sounds
We
really
all
fun.
do.
All right.
Everyone does.
So I've written it down. You
Wonderful
have
lady.
The Rogue. What else?
And then one of our home brews, which I just bottled our first all-grain home brew, which I'm really excited about.
Oh, nice.
Wait. You brewed it together?
Yeah.
What kind of beer is
so.
it?
That's hot.
It's a Christmas ale.
Okay. And it's your first one? First
It's our
all
first
grain.
all-grain.
Does it-
yeah.
Does it have nutmeg in it?
does it have nutmeg? We love nutmeg at Flattail.
Because we want you to send it to Sean at Flattail Brewing, 669.
You can just email it to him, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, you know. And then,
Wait. Hold on. Did you just upgrade your homebrew system to do an all-grain batch, or what?
well, we finally moved, and now we have enough room in our... Well, we have a yard now, which is helpful because we lived in Chicago.
Yeah.
So we had nothing. We had nowhere to brew it before. And now we finally have room.
Where are you now?
Milwaukee.
Oh, that's right, Milwaukee. Okay. And so you got an all-grain system.
Yes, we did.
I like it. Is it like, what's your, tell us about your system.
Well, it's finally complete, I would say.
How many gallons?
5. Well, it's a 10-gallon Blickman, but we're doing 5-gallon batches.
Oh, it's a Blickman.
Right on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
All right. Okay. What else? Go on. What else have you had to drink?
To drink, we've had... Well, the next fun one is the Cash for Golden Ale from Pike Cork.
I like the coach. Can your coach...
background.
I keep waiting for him to blow
No,
his
that's
whistle
wrong.
and punch her
Say
when
this.
she gets it wrong.
Just remember something for once.
Yeah.
The best drunk of the week calls do not come in as drunk of the week calls.
Also very true.
Yeah, she's very organized. She's reading off of an Excel spreadsheet.
By the way,
No, I'm
Sean,
not. I'm
if you
reading
don't
off
win,
of
you're
a
fired.
bottles standing in a row on the counter.
Let me scroll down.
I have
All right,
whiskey in my backpack.
Katie, let me get to the point here. How
This
many,
field lock.
you
Hold on.
personally, how many beers would you say you've had tonight?
Don't say 1,000.
Well, I mean, I've been splitting them sort of 3/4, 1/4.
Just answer the goddamn question.
6.
Man.
6, okay.
Well, see how a little authoritation, and if that's a word, and then boom, right there.
Authoritation.
Is Joe your husband?
No.
No. Is he your boyfriend?
He is.
How is it, Joe or Joel?
Joe.
Joel.
Joe.
Joey. Okay.
It's like Chicago accent.
The Midwest accent.
Katie,
Yeah.
how does Joe know when you're drunk? Like, what behavior do you start to exhibit when you're drunk?
I drop a lot of things. And bend over.
Well, I start to like his really hoppy beers a lot more.
Okay.
All right.
That's a good sign.
That's a great one.
All right. What else?
I stopped studying, which I'm supposed to be doing right now.
Well, good. So Joe knows what he's doing. He's like, "Hey, you're studying too much. I've got this hoppy beer for you.
You're gonna get paper cut."
Well, tomorrow's my birthday, so he's trying to make it less sad.
He's basically trying to give you a birthday present.
How old are you tomorrow? 19?
Not quite. A little bit older.
21 and a half?
No.
No.
Oh, jeez.
Are you from Wisconsin?
Are you still in your 20s, Katie?
Yes.
That a girl.
This hand's for Joe, by the way.
Yeah. Is Joe still in his 20s?
He sure is.
Okay.
We would have given extra applause if you said no.
I'm going to take that applause back.
Just barely.
He's in
but-
his teens. Okay, who's drunker, you or Joe?
Probably me.
Okay.
Good old Joe.
Who's going to benefit more from your drunkenness tonight, you or Joe?
Let's be honest.
Joe.
He just laughed really hard when he heard that.
Yeah,
So probably him.
He's awkward. All right.
And then the rabbit.
Well, I'll tell you what, Katie, the both of you are in the running for Drunk of the Week.
That's good. As long as we're ahead of the last guy.
I think you probably are ahead of the last guy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure.
The last guy just called back and he was like, "This girl can't be real, right?"
She's too nice to be. I want to take her home and just talk about her hopes and dreams. She's very nice.
Let's lay out a 5-year plan for you.
Yeah, I just want to see what her financials are like and see if she. What do you
stuck right now? Actually, it's all alone.
Make sure she's on the right track.
What are you studying? And God, I just hope that everything works out okay for you, Katie.
Tell me about when you were in Chicago. How was that for you?
You guys are schmucks.
She's just a nice lady.
We're trying to be real nice.
Shut
She's
up.
adorable.
I just want to find out if we eat the same vegetables.
Oh my God.
On the same days, right? Because you can't eat the same vegetables on 2 different days. There's a day for a vegetable.
No.
No. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No.
They're acting like I'm super Wisconsin. Oh, no.
Just like going, I can hear on the computer.
Just like, listen. And by the way,
you are.
All right.
I am not that Wisconsin. Calm down.
Calm down. Oh, calm down.
Oh, yeah. All right, Katie, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week, my dear. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, cheers. There you go. That's
Good
Katie.
luck in school.
It's Katie from Milwaukee.
Have a good summer.
I don't know.
Are you from Wisconsin? No. Oh, sure? Yes.
I don't know now.
Oh, yeah, you betcha.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, Terrence is here. Oh, gosh.
Terrence just tripped coming up the stairs. It was funny.
I have 2 visions. I have 2 visions of Katie in my head.
Yeah.
You want them?
I do, well, yeah. Well, let me hear them first.
Oh, no.
One of them, she's kind of nerdy and has some glasses. Actually, she looks a lot like you, JP, but with tits.
And hair.
And
hopefully. Or she has cancer.
The other one is that she's about 489 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
And she's also wearing a fur coat on top of that because it's cold in Milwaukee.
I like the first image better.
The one that looks like me.
JP with tits or a fat girl?
Yeah, I thought
These are the things that...
wrong with you?
I'm not sure, but something, isn't there?
I was thinking the other thing would be looking like Terrence, but white. Not 400 pounds, but like just kind of, filled out.
Big features.
Yeah.
Big features.
Really loves the ghetto booty.
You know what
really
I mean?
nice.
So she has a giant penis?
Yes.
Well, she just hammered off like 6 beers, so she couldn't be that big.
Right.
True. That's true. And samples of them, too. So it sounds like this was
1/4, 1/2,
She doesn't know.
By
She's
the way,
good
Terrence,
at math,
I only want to be with you.
Yeah. Also, Terrence, how is Harry Wangdoodle doing? Good? All right.
Still there?
Same name? Oh, and the name's changing.
Good. Please make it change. Jason is a great name.
My work is working. What are we looking at now? What are the options?
We're actually thinking about naming it after my dad.
What's your dad's name?
Tommy.
I like Tommy.
Yeah.
It's pretty white. I can't believe your dad's name is Tommy.
That's his real name, not Thomas. It's Tommy.
I've fucking seen his afro, too. I can't believe his name is Tommy.
First of all, it's called natural, so back off.
Tommy from Alabama, from Birmingham, Alabama.
That would be his middle
name, like Tommy Lion.
Middle name. Yeah.
But is the middle name still Wang Dong?
No, it's Legend.
Still Legend.
Tommy Legend.
That's what I meant.
That's
amazing. Joe is
Hardcore.
on the phone. He wants to defend his girlfriend's not JP or 400-pound factor.
I say negative.
Which line's he on?
He's on line 1. I don't know who's on line 2. I got to get to that.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
All I meant was that she had a cute voice. I'm sort of attracted to JP.
Yeah.
And I thought that she'd be like the female version of him, or that she was a total decoy and was like a big load.
She's a beard.
Well, we all know you're attracted to JP. That's simple. I'm attracted to JP, too, as the only other poor Republican in the country.
That's right.
Exactly.
Well, I'm more of a libertarian independent. But
well, me too.
Yeah.
I'm a former college Republican president, but I was impeached because I was too socially liberal.
Right.
So,
JP's a Republican in a lamb suit.
Yeah, absolutely.
So go on. So tell us about Katie then.
Okay, so Katie's she's retarded because she's in law school, but she can't count.
So she has Down
She
syndrome.
decided about 4 hours ago that she wanted to compete for Drunk of the Week because she was giving me shit that I listen to you guys all the time and have never been Drunk of the Week.
Okay.
Because I've been listening for years.
Okay.
But I never get to listen live because I work at a hotel and we're open 24 fucking hours a day and I never get to be off on Sundays or Mondays even.
Don't sugarcoat it, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just saying, it's fucking god-awful.
Get to the point. What does she look like?
Anyways.
Joe doesn't breathe.
What does she look like?
She's brunette, about 5'10" or so.
Okay, that's tall.
Nice tits, cute ass.
Yeah.
Now she's super embarrassed and hating me.
Get to
Go back on the tits. What do they look like?
Sean fits right in.
Yeah, he's demanding.
Yeah.
Get back on
Hangers,
the
Berkeley,
tip.
would give us a little more.
5'10", 1...
Can we turn the lights off?
I have no idea. She's. I'm 6'4", 240, and she's a shit ton less than me.
Okay, I'll take it.
Hey, yeah. I need a moment.
I know I can still pick her up with one arm, so that's a shit ton less than me.
Less than you is a good quality.
I think what's happening is that I'm backhanded compliment guy today. What I meant to say was she sounds real cute. That's what I meant to say. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Justin. You know, I know you're a douchebag, so I still appreciate it.
And you should take everything with a grain of salt on those standards. All right, Joe. Well, listen. Either way, the both of you are in the running for the drunk of the week. However, she sounds drunker than you do. So
no, Katie is fucking hammered. There were about 12 bottles sitting on our kitchen counter behind a Carboy soaking in PBW.
Can you actually put her on and have her say something?
Retarded.
Is she still in law school?
Oh, yes, it's her first semester, and she has finals starting this week. That's why she should be studying right now. But tomorrow's her birthday, so I cooked a nice dinner, and of course we had to pop open the fucking, beer cellar.
Yeah, Joe, are you the one from Chicago?
Yeah, we're both from Chicago, actually.
Well, how did she get the Midwest?
She was out in the fancy western suburbs.
Yeah, she got the Midwest accent, and Joe's here going, and then we did the thing, every terse word.
That's because Joe's never had dudes from Wisconsin inside him.
No.
Not yet.
Exactly.
Is that how you get accents?
That's how you get an accent. You didn't know that?
Exactly. You got to go inside you.
Hey, Jason, you should call in
Joe.
now.
I'm surprised JP doesn't have more accents, actually.
I know. Well, I only reach my wiener around for myself.
About to have a Corvallis accent any minute here.
All right, Joe. Thanks, buddy.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Have a good night.
All right, it's time for the craftbeer.com news segment. Our good friends over at craftbeer.com run the website that'll give you everything you need to know about what's happening in the craft beer world. And I'm glad this site came out because before craftbeer.com, you had to search all over the place to find different things. But
I agree.
Craftbeer.com, it's run by some of the good folks at the Brewers Association, and they're really tied into all of the craft beer breweries in the country. So you get great news, and they also put out a lot of polls and different things like that so that you can contribute to. What's in the news this week, JP?
Something strange is going on. In September, Strange Brewing Company in Denver got a letter from a lawyer demanding that they change their name. The lawyer's client is Strange Brew Beer and Winemaking Supplies, a shop located across the country in Marlborough, Massachusetts.
Yeah.
The Strange Brewing Company owners responded with a letter offering to team up with a homebrew supply shop by marketing its kits in their brewery and by licensing one of its recipes to the shop. But the shop's owner, Brian Powers, turned them down. And on November 2nd, Powers' lawyer officially rejected Myers' offer, calling it, quote, offensive and threatening to sue.
Yeah.
The correspondence between the two parties has made its way to the web and has caused quite a polarized reaction in the homebrew world.
Is there no resolution to this yet?
Not as far as I have heard, no.
I read this a couple weeks ago, and just as the story says, as I read it, Strange Brew Homebrew Shop has been in business for years.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's this new Strange Brew brewery. They're on different sides of the country. And, I am a little sensitive to copyright issues. Our hop grenade has been used, I think, inadvertently for the most part by other breweries and different things like that. There's the occasional, we used it, and we're going to pretend we didn't know whose it was. Right. But I think for the most part it's been inadvertently. I think the brewing company who opened a Strange Brewing Company also did it sort of inadvertently. They're also a bit of a different business. They make professional craft beer, and the other one is a home brewery. Without knowing both sides of the story, I do think it's interesting that Strange Brew reached out and said, look, okay, we get it. You've been around ahead of us, and why don't we work together? Why don't we do something? And that the brewery really, according to the article anyway, not having spoken to them directly, reacted extremely negatively.
It was the other way around. The brewery reached out and said, hey, why don't we team up with something?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
And the homebrew
shop. So I said it wrong.
Yeah.
And the homebrew shop reacted extremely negatively.
Yeah, and called it offensive.
Offensive, and the whole thing. Now, let me explain something just about copyright laws, just in case anybody doesn't know. There is such a thing as intent when you file for copyright. And basically that means, for example, if the Brewing Network wants to put out a beer, okay, we would even though we don't have a beer now, we would file for intent. And then we'd be able to secure the intent to produce the Brewing Network beer so that nobody else could do it. But ultimately, after a period of time, we would still have to prove that the intent was real.
Right.
Intent doesn't go on for 10 or 20 years. You have to show that it's actually there to protect people.
Right.
You have to. So it seems to me that this homebrew shop might have, filed for intent to be a brewery one day, but hasn't followed through on any of those things. And so now here a brewery comes along. By the way, doesn't it seem like Strange Brew is a pretty desirable name for a brewery? I mean, it comes from
for sure.
I mean, there's a movie.
There's a homebrew shop.
It seems to fit the bill.
Yeah.
I'm kind of thinking douchebaggery on the homebrew shop side.
I call it douchebaggery for sure. I mean, it's Strange Brewing. First of all, Strange Brewing Company versus Strange Brew beer and winemaking supplies. There's no way that that people are going to in Colorado, because they're a very small brewing company as well, Strange Brewing. So they're not really distributed outside of anywhere, I think, but their hometown and maybe the satellite cities. But there's no one that's going to go into their, into the shop and go, oh, that place in Massachusetts that sold me this Crystal 50 now has a beer. I'm going to buy it. No, they're going to think it's a brewing company.
Well, and not just that. If their intent was to open their own brewery, I would completely respect that. But in that case, the response would be, you know what, Strange Brew, we can't agree to your offer because we're actually going to put out our own beer in a year or two. Stop. If that bottle slides across this fucking desk one more time, I'm going to stab somebody in the goddamn eye.
You should. I have glasses on, so you can't.
If they were going to say, look, we're going to put out a beer in another year or two, so you shouldn't do it. That's different than saying, your offer is offensive.
Right.
And we're Strange Brew, and fuck you.
Right. Well, first of all, it's a movie.
Douchebaggery.
It's a movie first.
I feel like they're just being dicks about their name.
I agree.
Here's the thing. As craft brewers, we're often on the same wavelength. We've brewed, for example, our Berry White. It was a Marion Berry Belgian wit.
Ah.
And literally within 6 months, Ram out of Salem brewed a Berry White.
Okay.
They submitted to the OBF, which was a Marion Berry White Ale. Exact same recipe, not recipe, but exact same beer.
Yeah.
Same style, everything. Did we get pissed off and fucking file a lawsuit? No.
What did you do?
We said, hey, we came up with that name first, but you brought it to the OBF. So rock it.
Okay.
Whatever. Just like we had a brew named Sue, our Imperial Cascadian Dark Ale Black IPA, whatever you want to call it.
Douchebags.
Cascadian Dark Ale is stupid. I don't want to get into that.
But this brewery did the same thing. They approached the homebrew shop and said, hey, okay, we have the same name. Can we work together?
Yeah.
And the homebrew shop said, insulting. You're insulting me by asking this question.
Yeah, that's where it's inappropriate. I mean,
offensive.
Work together. Work together.
Work together. Exactly, work together.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Someone comes out with Berry White or, a brew named Sue, we don't give a shit. Someone comes out with Rough Cut IPA, guess what? That's our flagship IPA. We're going to be a little pissed.
Yeah.
But don't get up in arms about a name.
It's stupid. Now, I do understand protecting your brand.
Right? Absolutely.
Now, let me give you an example. There's a brewery in another part of the country who showed up with hop grenades on their T-shirts and their tap handles. Okay? And it was brought to my attention because our listeners are
awesome.
They're the fucking BN
angry.
Right. They're everywhere. And I contacted the brewery, and I recognized that it was a small brewery who, it wasn't our exact logo. It just was a hop grenade. I feel like it was done accidentally. And they had invested some money in it, too. They had bought some merchandise and done some things. And I contacted them, and they got right back to me. And they said, what can we do? We've got some money invested in this thing. And I said, well, look, I don't want anybody to lose any money. I don't think that you went to my site and said, oh, hop grenade, rad, let's take that.
Right.
I feel like it was an accident. A hop grenade is a pretty natural progression. It just so happens that I trademarked the thing 5 years ago. So I said, look, sell your shit. It's fine. I don't want you to lose any money. here's what we're going to do. We're going to promote your shirts as a limited edition Hop Grenade shirt, sell the shit out of it, sell what the beer that you have, and then change the name. And they were fine with it. All they cared about was not, they had spent a few $1,000s in merchandising this beer because it's a badass logo.
Yeah, well, and for a small brewery, that's nothing to shake a
It's
fucking
a lot
hop
of money.
back at.
And I am not interested in anybody losing money over an accident or a copyright thing as long as they're not a douchebag.
Right.
And these people were clearly not douchebags. And so we resolved it amicably. I am still waiting to find out that they sold all their merch. I just said, look, sell all your shit. I don't even care how long it takes. You can't make more. You can't keep marketing. You can't do this new Hop Grenade thing. Just sell what you put money into and change the name. I said, look, I'll even have my designers design a new thing. Can't there be like a mash paddle AK-47? Like, it doesn't have to be. I'll fucking help you do it.
I'm going to trademark that.
We've got guys that can do that.
I'm not trying to. I don't want to take shit away from anybody,
right?
Because it's a small industry that we're in. Anyway, this is what you do, and then you don't send douchebag letters back about you've insulted me and the whole fucking thing. Now, we haven't talked to this homebrew shop, so I don't know what happened, but I sure hope that they do this reasonably. Because Strange Brew is even more obvious than the Hop Grenade, isn't it?
Right.
I mean, it's already an idea that's out in the marketplace.
Yeah.
It just so happened.
I feel like that may have been a movie.
That's what I'm saying. It just so happened that this homebrew shop adopted it sooner than the brewery.
Yep.
Anyway.
Well, and Strange Brewing, it is very different. And you're right. I would like to talk to the homebrew shop because there's always two sides to the story.
Well, let's get them both on the show and we can have a battle royale.
Oh, let's do it.
Oh, that sounds super fun.
Flattail will fight them.
There's an Andy on the phone.
Are you sure it's not Mandy?
And I just accidentally
hang up on
logged
an intern?
No, I just accidentally logged myself out. So I think he's on. The last person I messaged you, I don't remember what line they were on, but he's on not that line.
I have.
You're very clear.
I have Dr. Bubra on 2.
Okay, so Andy's on line 1.
Will you stand up for me, Beaver?
No, I will not.
Damn it.
Beaver, there's a switch. Could you hit? It's right
No,
up by the.
there's not.
There might be.
What's Andy calling for?
He works for these guys.
Who?
Oh, yeah.
These fools.
He doesn't work very hard.
We basically told him if he didn't get super drunk, he was fired.
Worst proposal ever.
These guys.
I like that Bevo is very respectful of our guest. She's like, he works for these fools.
Yeah. I bet you it was
Andy, what's
up?
That's
Andy.
What?
That's
I'm
Mandy
down.
Andy.
Uh-huh.
Andy, what's up,
Andy? So you have to use words, buddy.
How high are you?
I'm actually on the show. Right
Yeah, you are now.
You are on the show, so don't disappoint me.
Nice.
Andy, do you want me to turn off your boss's microphone so you can speak freely?
What is your resume, Andy?
Oh, you want the resume? All
Yes.
right,
What
fine.
have you
Well,
stolen from us
Wait.
tonight?
Hang on. Everybody settle down. What does Andy do within the company?
So
Andy is our cellar hand.
Andy was an intern for several months, and he officially won the intern brew off in order to gain a position as cellar hand.
I see.
Uh-huh.
That's right.
He can still be fired.
Andy, are you drunk today?
Oh, yeah. Actually, I've had a few beers tonight.
Are you drunk on flat tail beer?
That's generally what happens.
Oh, I had a fucking pitcher of beer while I was at work today.
Goddamn right. Wait, what?
Did you pay for it?
By the way,
Andy, where are you?
Account.
Perfect.
All the IPA went into porter boxes.
Be real careful here, buddy.
Perfect.
I pissed on the library.
I had some
Go ahead.
beer today while I was working.
Don't worry.
That.
Andy, I got your back.
What other beers do we get? Thank you. Finally, somebody has my back.
Yeah. I feel like...
How clean are those kegs, huh?
I feel like Dave...
Oh, they're cleaner than, anything.
They're cleaner than anything.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's pretty clean.
Super clean.
Clean.
I'm going to say right now, Dave and Sean, I got Andy's back. I like him already. I feel like he's a solid guy, and
he probably gets paid a lot less money.
Yeah, and I think you guys should.
So little.
I think you guys should back off.
Like,
I
Sean
get paid.
doesn't make a lot of money, and he makes way less money than Sean does.
Wait, I make zero money. I make $0.
Yeah, I haven't actually started paying him yet, but
I just have to pay them to work there.
Oh, then actually by Brewing Network
I get
rules,
paid in beer.
he's allowed to be a total dickhead. Like
have fun with that, buddy. See how that treats you.
All right.
Yeah, let's see how bad it gets.
Andy, if you want to be in the running for Drunk of the Week, give me a little info. Go ahead.
All right, so we had a picture of what did we have? We had the Shawnee Appleseed beer at the Flat
Oh, yeah.
before we left.
Okay.
We had two of them actually.
What's
Fuck,
that?
I just remembered.
So, Shawnee Appleseed is the basically we took our Belgian pale and then fermented it with Brett F. And then lost it for a long time. And then we found it and put it on tap.
Nice. Okay. What else did you have, Andy?
Oh yeah, so we had the Anchorage Brewing Company. What is it? Their white IPA. It was all right.
Oh, I've had that. I do like that IPA.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. What was the other one that we had? They have a triple too that we have. That's pretty good too.
Is this all on tap at the pub?
No, this is on tap. This is out of the bottles at my house right now that we just drank since we got back.
Oh, that's good. You can probably keep your job. What
else? What else do we have? The Ode de Tart from the brewery and the 5 Golden Rings from the brewery.
Ode de Tart?
Ooh, fantastic.
Because the BN should put out a beer called Ode de Tart.
It's fermented with an extra yeast strain.
That's our official JP beer.
With one extra yeast strain. Can we do that?
Sure.
Are we going to get a big backlash if we put out Ode de Tart?
Probably.
With one extra yeast strain.
Because if we all brew them in leotards, then that's what it is.
Fucking publicity will be great.
What else did I have? I had the Hair of the Dog, Flanders Red.
All right. Are you drunk?
Michael.
I'm getting bored with all the. Are you drunk or not, Andy?
Yeah.
Andy, frankly, I'm disappointed with you.
To fucking name my beers.
On a scale of 1 to 10, Andy, 10 being the drunkest you've ever been.
10 being the drunkest I've ever been.
How drunk are you right now?
I'm like a 6 or a 7.
I call bullshit.
Clearly need to drink more, and I am so disappointed in you.
I'd give him a 4.
Actually, Andy, how gay would you say you're feeling tonight?
1 to 10. How gay?
All right. Let me do this.
I'm 0% gay.
On that note,
my roommate though is 1/6 gay.
Andy, on that note, this will also judge how drunk you are on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being the most likely. How likely are you to blow a dude tonight?
Oh God! Well, if it's Sean or Dave, maybe, but anybody else.
This is gonna judge.
Your job continues.
This is gonna judge your drunkenness.
That sounds like a 4 or a 5.
Did he give me a number? What's your number?
Well, he said not likely, but
to be fair, I've got a great penis.
So give me a number, Andy.
I've never seen from 1 to 10.
Yeah.
Blowing a dude.
Yeah.
Oh God!
Go ahead.
There's like 0% chance of that right now.
He's not drunk.
So you need to drink more and then call back because, frankly,
So Andy,
your job is on the line. You're way too sober.
We actually need you to put Matt on the phone.
Technically, he said it's like 0%.
Not exactly 0%.
Which by definition is not 0%.
JP makes a good point. I'll give him a 1. I think he meant 1.
So how high is Matt right now?
How high are you?
He's actually smoking bong as we speak.
Let's hear.
God bless you, Matt. Come on, put him on. Put him on.
Bring him at least 1/6 over here.
Let me hear the. let me hear the bong rip.
You're about to. Hold on. You're gonna hear the ooh. The exhale.
Is that a gay noise?
Man.
It's the 1% noise.
All right, I'm gonna open a bottle of Iron Fist right now.
Now, you don't need to open any bottles. You need
All right, we're letting him go.
Yeah. All right.
There you go. Andy is now in the running for Drunk of the Week, and well, he's had some beer, that's for sure.
Did okay.
He's not ready to blow a dude or anything, but he's had some beer.
Yeah, not yet.
He is after Tuesday.
What else do we have in the craftbeer.com news?
No dude stories, but this one is from Norwalk, Connecticut. A 26-year-old city man was arrested Wednesday for assaulting his mother after she failed to buy beer for him.
Bitch had it coming.
That's terrible.
Kevin Hayden.
Everybody needs some beer.
Yeah.
Kevin Hayden?
Why was
Kevin
she being such a cunt?
Oh, it was a white guy?
Kevin Hayden is his
no.
name. He was charged with third-degree assault, criminal mischief, and disorderly conduct, which I guess assaulting your mom is pretty disorderly.
Terrence, quickly, if you had to guess, 50... did you hear the news story? I did. 50-50. White or black?
White.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, black boys don't hit their mama.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I'm with him
And
on this
I've
one.
met Terrence's mom.
Mm-hmm.
Dear God.
You don't hit that,
Bless
mama?
him.
Okay.
If he ever did that.
I think you guys are right, actually. It's only white boys that don't like their mom. Go on, JP.
I was actually looking for a picture of Kevin Hayden.
See if I'm right?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
because that's what I thought, the same thing, but I don't see a picture. Anyway, Hayden allegedly pushed his mother to the floor and then dragged her through the house by the leg during a heated argument that began when Hayden's 54-year-old mother failed to buy him beer, police said. Hayden had left the home by the time police arrived, but officers found him nearby, heavily intoxicated.
What kind of beer did he want?
Unknown.
Flattail, clearly.
Yeah. Hayden had a history of domestic violence-related offenses and is currently on probation.
Flattail actually doesn't support beating your mother.
Or your grandmother.
Yeah.
However, I'm pretty sure he was asking for flat tail.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
No, Mama Della Rosa would have beat the shit out of that guy.
Yeah,
Just
and
saying.
my grandma Mary would actually very much disapprove of this story.
They're hard ladies.
Spoken like a true white person. I very much disapprove of this story.
They would have taken him down.
I actually have his...
you got a picture?
His address.
Oh. That's dangerous.
It's on the Norwalk police blotter.
Wow.
Yeah.
But no picture?
But no picture yet, man.
All right, what else you got?
Let me flip back there. After several delays, one of the most sought-after beers in the world will finally be legally available in the U.S. by the middle of this month.
All
West
our wheat
Vleteren 12, the elusive beer from the Abbey of St. Sixtus of West Vleteren in Flanders, Belgium.
How much?
Will be stocked for a limited time on liquor store shelves. The release was originally supposed to be last April and then September, but each release was delayed with no reason announced. I like how Scott threw that in there, just to be a dick. There was a limited amount of released over the summer as part of the festival in Worcester. But this fall, but this will be the first full release and possibly the last. Our friends at the Shelton Brothers, who are doing the importing, said the release will fund renovations at the Abbey.
Bullshit.
The release comes in the form of a gift box. Here's your question.
How much?
The box, which will cost in excess of $50.
Yeah, it's going to fund the fucking monastery.
In excess of $50.
Fund somebody's retirement.
My fucking asshole.
We'll feature 6 bottles of Westy 12 and 2 glasses. That seems like a reasonable price for an import that you can't get over here.
It's a very reasonable, and I'm being serious.
Honestly,
it's a reasonable price.
Delicious.
I thought that the thing
would
was
pay
like $300.
Yeah.
I thought it was a lot more than that. So I'm glad to hear $50.
Yeah.
We have a bottle of Westy 12 at
I still
Flattail.
call bullshit
In
about
excess
funding
of.
the brewery. I call bullshit.
You think so?
Yes. They sell every drop of beer that they make at that brewery.
Okay, I will tell you.
At that monastery. You tell me they can't.
Flattail sells every drop of beer that we brew. I guarantee you we're still not rolling the dough.
They make more beer than you do, and it costs twice as much when they sell
twice
it.
as much to ship
No.
over
Yeah,
here.
the
than
shipping-
They don't
Yeah.
ship. They don't ship anything. They sell it all at the brewery.
Well,
they
how's it get over here?
Now.
It gets imported.
Now they're doing it.
Yeah.
But right now,
I have a
they sell
very distinct feeling that
they
Belgium isn't in the United States.
You're missing the point. Now they're shipping it over here. But up until this very moment,
Right.
they sell every drop of beer at the monastery. There are no advertising or marketing costs. They brew more beer than Flattail does, and they sell it at a cost higher than
They're not
Flattail
even
does.
spending money on labels.
I'm telling you
I've
right
heard that
now
boats are expensive.
that, and by the way, you can argue with me all you want, and then you could go do the math. They are making money on that goddamn beer.
Oh, I'm sure they're making more money than
of
we are,
course they
but
are.
it's still not, some astronomical number. I mean, that's one of the biggest.
I don't really think that their profit margin is higher than ours. Honestly,
You don't?
Oh
think
no,
so?
I'm sure it's.
I
Much
think
higher.
you're wrong.
Yeah, no,
I think it's enormously higher.
Yeah, no, it's way higher.
even shipping it over.
Oh yeah,
Atlantic?
no,
they're not
it's way
shipping.
higher. Yeah, so
They do have a similar model that they don't pay their labor.
Right.
They have that
So-
going for them.
Right.
Yeah, which is nice.
The fun fact is that it is definitely a higher profit margin. It's still not astronomically high, though.
I'm not telling you they're making billions of dollars. What I'm telling you is...
Oh, they're definitely making more than Flat Tail is.
And they're gonna the brewery's already funded. If the brewery is not funded, then there is some douchebaggery going on already.
But
the monks are already diverting funds.
It's related to a church and religion, and how can that ever
easy is
fool
it
anybody?
to say, hey, this is a business that's run by a church? You know, let's
there is money going somewhere.
Let's talk to Creflo A. Delar.
So I'm happy for them to rebuild the brewery, but I'm just saying all proceeds go to the brewery.
Well, no, it'll fund renovation at the brewery. But, I mean, dude, okay, so 2 glasses, which will be pretty cheap, and 6 bottles for, well, and
that's
Scott
a rad
says,
price. I'll buy
he
it.
says in excess of $50. So to me, that means over $50. So it could be $80. I have no idea.
It is $1,000.
Done.
With all my protests, I will buy that shit because it's the best beer I've ever had.
Westy 12 is
I'll buy it right now.
mind-blowing.
I'll buy it right at this moment, JP.
Yeah.
Give me the link. Send me the link.
You know,
Send me the link.
It's
Send me the
okay.
link. Send me
It's
the
all
link.
right. But the greenback, the green cap, the Westy 6, the table beer that you brought back, that was my favorite beer that I've ever
Westy
had.
12.
My entire life.
Is the, like, epitome of Belgian beer.
I'm just arguing because I don't want anybody to be duped, but I think that they can do anything they want because they do make the best beer in the world.
absolutely.
I don't care what they do with it. Just don't dupe us.
There will be 15,000 gift packs for the U.S.
Frankly, if I get the bottle of Westy 12, dupe the fuck out of me.
Somebody do the math quickly. Where's Moscow when we need him?
Wait, where has he been?
15,000
Yeah, he already
packs
texted me
at
saying sorry.
$50 plus a pack. Quickly. Somebody,
Quickly.
Terrence can do it. He's smart with math and stuff.
4.5 million?
I thought you had maths.
So Andy just texted me, pet that dude in the corner's beard.
It's 4.5 mil. All right, 15,000 gift packs at $50, right?
No, $750.
Really quite full.
What is it? Oh.
Did you do that in your fucking thing?
I did before, and then I
No, you didn't.
So
15,000 gift packs. We're a bunch of idiots.
At $50 a piece.
Did you do that in your thing?
30%
By
profit
that
margin.
he meant brain.
40, 20.
Oh yeah. By the way, Terrence was right.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's not very much money.
He's not good with this.
It's not really.
It's not very much money at all.
Someone's getting. Oh wait, you mean it's not? Oh.
No. Well, you know what? I take it all back.
Yeah.
$750,000 is nothing.
Dr. Drunk is still holding. I don't know if you care.
We have one more story if you want to go through.
Who is Dr. Bubba?
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't.
I hope he's not really a doctor.
I could use a good story.
No, just
because a doctor getting drunk regularly on a radio show would be horrible.
Let's finish the news.
Police in Tacoma, Washington are
I
searching
hate it!
for a pair of suspects in a series of convenience store robberies where the thieves took beer, cigarettes, lighters, and cheap cigars.
Good on ya.
6 incidents took place between October 25th and November 6th.
They were black.
Why is she laughing at her own racism?
Because Terrence is agreeing with me.
Yeah, but you laughed before that happened.
Yeah.
She's a
I didn't care what he thought.
She's like, because I'm a racist. She's black. Woo!
In her head, this is going to be so funny.
This was
Everyone's
probably
going to be
Terrence.
uproariously.
No, it's my opinion.
It was actually the quietest the studio's been in a while. The last incident might have spooked the thieves.
Wow.
And
Jep.
I laugh because no one says that word. I mean, why not say scared? Leave it to Moscow. An armed customer drew a gun and fired off a couple of rounds at the fleeing suspects, who dropped their stolen beer, said Tacoma Police spokesman Mark Fulgham. In one incident, the suspects ordered sore customers to carry stolen beer to his car. Big ups to that. Hopefully someone will recognize one of these guys or remember somebody showing up with a bunch of crappy beer and Swisher Sweets.
Trying so hard not to comment on this.
What is the reporter?
This is the Tacoma Police spokesman, Mark Fulgham. He says, hopefully someone will recognize them or remember somebody showing up to a party with a bunch of crappy beer and Swisher Sweets.
That's every black guy I ever met.
Yeah, that's every party I've been to, from like 16 to 24. I got some Swishes, dude. All right. I mean, whatever. Try not to cough.
Here's what happens. I try every week for us not to be racist.
Well, hey.
And then things like this happen.
So we were talking about this on the way up.
This is great.
You were talking about us being racist?
Sean, so here's the deal.
So
let JP be the racist.
Let's not let it be us.
So when we get down to California, if they say anything racist, just let it go.
I like that our guests now have this conversation.
Oh yeah, and I also like how it's region specific. When we get down to California,
I know we've got a bunch of really great.
They know it's going to come up. Right?
So even if Terrence says it's okay, it's not okay.
We should just keep out of it.
This was my chat with Sean. Like, hey man, I know you're generally good at keeping things in line, but just let JP do it.
Okay.
Just let him make the racist
Don't
jokes.
help JP.
Yeah.
I know that
on to
Terrence and Scott are fine with it, but no anti-Semitism or black jokes.
Right.
Can I remind everybody in the room that Bevo was the only one who said anything racist?
Yeah, she was the racist.
I didn't do anything.
She's also the only one in a wife beater.
Right.
Yeah.
Whatever.
She was the racist.
She's the only one that can pull it off.
I do like that our guests now have to discuss, what are we going to do when the racist topic comes up?
What are they going to do when they start talking?
If you had stayed in our hotel room last
tattoos.
night, you would understand.
They just clear our throat and move on. Anyway, that is the craftbeer.com news.
Okay, thank you to craftbeer.com. And
I enjoyed that.
Let's go to Dr. Bubra calling in, Drunk of the Week. Doctor.
This is Dr. Boobro.
Boobro. What's happening, buddy?
What's going on?
Just sweating up here. What are you doing?
How drunk are you?
I'm getting there.
I named myself Bubro. How fucking drunk do you think I am?
Are you actually a doctor?
No, I mean, I'm a doctor of drinking, but...
What do you
That's enough for me.
What do you do?
Drink.
What do I do in my life?
Professionally.
Oh, professionally,
No,
I'm a graphic designer.
Which is why you can afford getting hammered on a Sunday night.
In other words, he's unemployed.
I mean, that's my business.
That's my business.
Fair enough. I'll say it.
How drunk?
Like business.
All right, before we get into your beers, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the drunkest you've ever been, how drunk are you?
Well, 10 would be blackout drunk, in which case I wouldn't really remember what the fuck I was doing. So I'm probably somewhere in the range of 7.
What do you mean by blackout?
6 to 7.
What are you saying?
Another racist.
Well, is that questionable? I mean, blackout drunk to me means that you don't remember shit.
Are you an angry drunk, Dr. Boobra?
Are you getting that vibe from me?
I'm just asking. No, I'm just curious. I don't know. You ever...
I kind of am.
It's not that we want to fight you, but we probably think we can kick your ass.
I don't feel like you're... Great. So Sean's that guy.
Yeah.
Sean's the guy where you're like trying to make things smooth, and he's like, "Oh, fuck you, fuck you, let's do this, let's do it." And we're like, "No, we don't want to do this. It's cool."
Yeah.
And Sean's back there going, "No, we want to do this."
He's the one going. He's the one going. You're right. We don't want to do this either. But if we had to
be
we
fair,
would come out on top.
Flattail has only been kicked out of one strip club.
And all the BN pussies again, we're all up front going, no, we don't want to do this. It's cool. We were just trying to get to the bottom of this. And Sean's behind us going, "No, we're getting to the bottom of this right now."
No, but Dr. Bubba, please go on.
We should get Sean and Doc in a cage match. Just drunking. It would just be a bunch of threats for like 2 hours.
Yeah. Oh, you want to hit my nuts? I'll hit your nuts. You want to hit my nuts?
Yeah. Oh, you been Burning Man?
Look, I'm a peaceful drunk. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, slow down.
Flattail doesn't like you anymore.
Do you have?
Please go on with your resume,
Dr. Bubra. Do you have a girlfriend?
I do.
Have you ever
She's
hit
at
her?
work right now.
Is she alive?
Have you ever? You ever hit her in the face?
Have I ever hit? No.
That's good. That's a good start.
Pussy.
This is a good start.
Well, someday I hope you'll get to that point in your relationship.
A lot of people say that, but we'll see.
Every good marriage is built on a foundation of blows to the face.
Domestic violence.
And mostly blows.
All right, so the man says...
If my wife is listening, please, I'm sorry, Renee.
The man says, you should worry about Grandma, okay? Forget about
Yeah.
Your wife's fine. All right.
Grandma's on a plane right now going, I'm going to kick that boy's ass.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my best friend going to get his ass kicked tomorrow.
Oh, I'm going to whoop some ass. Some best friend ass.
Yeah.
BFF, motherfucker.
Might say in California.
All right, Mr. Deborah. So you...
I'm feeling a little slow right now. I'm not even following what the fuck you guys are talking about.
Neither
or
are we.
laughing about it.
Clearly, we don't care what you're talking about. So
I got to say, he sounds drunker than anybody.
I agree.
Good job, buddy.
How many beers have you had
real
tonight?
Drunk.
Well, I was at my homeboy's house. I had brought 7 bombers of homebrew.
You know, you just said homeboy, right?
Yep.
I did.
Like you actually said that.
Go ahead.
Continue.
And I had brought 7 bombers of homebrew that I made over there.
Homebrew or homeboy brew?
Probably homeboy brew, I guess.
Fantastic.
How were they?
I like that our guests fuck with our callers more than JP now.
I'm just sitting here hanging out.
They taste okay to me.
All right.
So they weren't that good.
But,
go ahead.
Best pickup line.
Well, anyway, I brought those bombers over. We drank those. We were also drinking some Peronis and some Victoria Mexican beer.
He's a Mexican.
And
did you get that?
I did.
All my homeboys are Mexican, so.
And you're Italian.
So, well, I have been drinking and smoking, yes.
That makes you Italian.
So you brought Peronis to a Mexican party?
I didn't bring them. They were in the fridge already.
He's trying to class them up a little bit.
I just drank them. I just showed up and drank them.
He brought homebrew to the Mexican party. See?
I did.
Did you also make your own tortillas?
No. None of them are homemade.
Disappointed.
But I brought them. That's what that means. No, none of the ones that I brought were homemade.
All right, hang on. I'm going to turn Flat Tail off again before they incriminate themselves. Dr. Bubra.
Yes, Auntie Boys.
What nationality are you?
I'm half American, half Ghanaian, West African.
Ah.
Really?
West African.
I never would have guessed.
They left this one
I never would have guessed either, right?
Usually in our racism, we never throw out West African.
West Africa? Well, my favorite part about this man already is you said what nationality, and the first thing he said was American.
American.
And not enough people do that.
He's like, I'll tell you right now, I'm half American.
Yeah, that's what needs to happen. in
And the
this country.
other half West African.
Wow.
Okay, I did not do that.
So you're looking at me like I just took over your brain.
I'm just saying, if you're going to say American like American, you might as well say West African there, like you mean
That
it too.
wasn't me.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? See, Dr. Bubra agrees.
Oh, he can't follow our conversation.
Oh my god.
Oh, shit.
What's happening?
Whatever.
It's hot in here. That's why.
Success!
Can we open the door a little bit or something? Please? Just open the door a little bit?
I think the important part of what we're talking about here is that I have been drinking.
Good point.
Fantastic.
Way to bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, I think he's not
somebody
drunk.
has to wrangle it in, and it should be the drunk guy.
I like it that it's the drunk guy.
He's like, all right,
We're
you guys
totally
are out of
sober,
line.
so thank you.
Clearly out of
He's
line.
probably more sober than you guys.
All right.
Blasphemy.
I don't know about that, but
All right, Dr. Bubra, you are in the running for Drunk of the Week.
What's your real name?
do I
Jared.
list off what the other things I've been drinking, or
No,
not really?
we don't want you to do anything.
He's in the running
Yeah.
for Drunk of the Week. There we go. We have Dr. Bubra, we have Andy, we have Katie, and we have Keefla, all in the running for Drunk of the Week.
Oh, Keefla just called back, and he said that he's called 3 times for Drunk of the Week, and he's never been asked what does he do, what does his do, how do his friends know that he's drunk?
Oh, you asked everybody else the other questions,
Yeah.
but you didn't ask me
And
the same question.
he said he goes on adventures, and I asked him if he was willing to do that tonight, and he said no.
Oh, well,
because
then
his
fuck him.
babies were asleep.
Yeah. Oh, how come you asked everybody else those questions, but you didn't ask me? I like it that the Brewing Network turns people into babies.
Yeah.
You ever notice that?
I have noticed that.
It turns everybody into a 12-year-old baby.
Can I go for early tonight?
Oh, how come you asked them that question, but you didn't ask me? All right. I think I've taken care of all my sponsors. I think we have covered all topics.
I know Grod was saying he was trying to Skype. I don't know if you care, but...
Yeah, Grod can suck a dick.
Okay. Sorry, G.
He has.
Just tell him.
Not that I know, but...
Are we done? Guys, are you happy? Do you feel like you got everything out of the show that you felt you were going to get?
I don't know. I never said the word anal. So
are we missing anything? Yeah.
We actually have a lot more racism to purvey, so...
Right.
Anal.
All right. We'll do a supplemental. We can add it on later.
A lot more anal racism.
Just a reason for you guys to come back and visit us again.
Yeah, I feel like you guys can come back. And we can
racism
cover...
isn't just enough for us. We need anal racism.
Yeah. It's not just a goal; it's a lifestyle.
Absolutely.
You know, you guys
not
can
to
come
be
back
judged.
and we could do more.
You can't fake that shit.
No.
We should do a live show from Flat Tail.
No. And from Kenya.
We'd never...
Or wherever that guy was
That's
from.
a great and terrible
Justin,
idea.
Message me one more time. I'm going to send you...
Jesus, what's wrong with your thing?
I accidentally logged myself out a long time ago. I told you that.
Things my fiance has said
I'm going
to
to
me.
message you... that was rude.
Sorry.
First of all.
Rates on Disneyland hotels.
No, I'm going to message you Africa's name.
Oh, his name was Dr. Boombada,
No,
you racist.
his real name.
Real name.
Dr. Boombada.
I can't actually say it.
You can't? I wonder if I could say it.
How do you spell?
That was pretty racist.
But it did make me think it was... It does sort of...
Is it racist, though, if it's actually where he comes from?
No, it's not
racist. The man comes...
He probably doesn't talk click.
Well,
so
Africa is very large.
But that's not racist. That's more stereotypical.
You're right.
An actual question.
You're right.
Say his first name, not his last name.
I stereotyped.
Yeah.
And I apologize
that's fine.
for that. I feel
Whatever.
I'm going to lose a little sleep over that.
He probably thinks you play tennis.
Yeah, exactly.
You're white.
He probably thinks I love golf.
Yeah.
That
and
was
you just
the
like
translation.
it mildly.
Yeah. He probably thinks like I'm a big fan of the Beatles and Radiohead. You know?
But not Muse,
no
because
one
then you'd be
likes
a prude.
Radiohead.
Yeah. He probably thinks I wear fucking cargo pants. You know?
Hey.
He probably thinks
Come
I
on
love polo shirts and baseball caps.
Yeah, and you have a big shitty beard.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I mean, so clearly we both can be mistaken.
Yeah, and you drive a convertible.
When stereotyping.
When in fact you have a car that has an extra roof.
Yeah, like I have an SUV.
Right.
You know?
Well, your mom has one.
Well, I borrow it.
Yeah.
Everyone knows.
Spider Wrangler.
The Westie van, the original sport utility vehicle. I got to fart real bad.
Oh,
please don't.
Oh, here's his name. Ananisefa.
It's like the
is what I think is the accurate. It's Ananisefa. Ananisefa.
I'm pretty sure I heard that story.
I think I'm saying it right.
Grade.
I grew up in Whittier.
Anani Safa.
Anani Safa, that's what I said.
Look at the second line.
Right?
His girlfriend's name is Kenya. True story.
If that's true, his girlfriend makes the best breakfast coffee I've ever had. You can get it at Starbucks.
And I would imagine biscuits and gravy.
All right, and I got to stop you guys while we're ahead. It gets worse.
Because it's a coffee. We still have Twitter game.
Oh, awesome! I was wondering how we could stay.
I just want to bring it back. Actually, let me filter some of these because they're really dumb.
Okay. What was our Twitter game?
What is a Schumann? I wanted to know what a Schumann is.
Yeah, me too. He's filtering beard.
Yeah, I'm filtering.
He's actually reading them.
Anani Sifa is how you pronounce it.
He's reading them.
What the fuck do you know?
They just sent it to me phonetically.
That's what I said. Anani Sifa.
All right, here we go. I got a bunch. You want to know what a Schumann is?
Well, yeah.
All right. Rama says Al Bundy, only more depressing.
Oh,
pretty close.
Schumann.
Pretty close.
Burt Boys Brewing says a Schumann is after a night of drinking, you wake up and have to chew off your arm because you have a tranny laying on it. That's a Schumann. Lenny Buzz.
That's Coyote Ugly.
Lenny Buzz says a Schumann is the guy that cleans the poop off a penis after a bad anal scene.
Wayne.
Oh, and there's your anal reference.
Yep, there you
Done.
go.
Yeah.
Bok Goose.
Oh. Anani Sifa.
Anani Sifa says it's like an Eiffel Tower in the shower, only without the girl in the middle. John.
Wait. Let me picture.
So Flat Tail Brew Day.
Eiffel Tower in the shower, but it's like a docking.
Well, it's like when wieners touch. It's like frotage more than docking.
It's like how I hired Sean.
John says it's one of those tours around Bangkok that ends with a happy ending. Chris Braden,
Man, we've all been there.
says a made-up crazy-ass fruit grown in Wonka land used in many flat-tail sour beers. Puree with schnozberries for best results.
Yeah.
Schnozberries do taste like
That's topical.
schnozberries.
I like the topical nature.
Craft Brew Haha says it's what I'm taking as I tweet this.
Okay.
Rude Boy Brewing says, what is a Schumann? The guy at the airport who shines my wingtips.
Just the tip, though.
Yeah.
I kind of like that. It comes off as dry, but
better than you.
Yeah. Okay, go on.
And then the last one from Blue Blah Blah is Schumann is a sex crime named after an unsuccessful musician.
Yikes.
Yeah. So there you go.
I'm going to need you to go through the first several again.
I can do that.
Yeah.
I won't read the names because no one cares.
You can cut off the last half because the last half sucked.
Al Bundy, only more depressing.
Okay.
Schumann is a night after drinking. You wake up and have to chew off your arm because you have a tranny laying on it.
I like that. Did you guys say there's another name for that already?
Yeah, that's Coyote Ugly.
Okay,
Yeah,
it already has another name.
But this is specifically with a tranny. Coyote Ugly is just an ugly broad.
Oh, okay.
But this is a tranny.
I think it's kind of universal.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's not a broad if she has a penis.
Right.
I mean, Sean, I don't know if you've ever been taught that, but if
I
it
was
has
in the Navy for a while.
If it has
it counts.
Obviously, we haven't talked about the bees and the bees.
Yeah. All right. You know what?
Yeah.
Sean's right.
Yeah.
Go on.
The guy that cleans the poop off a penis after a bad anal scene.
I like that one,
I think
too.
we employed that guy at Flat Tail.
Okay,
His name is
Wayne.
So far, I like that one and the Coyote Ugly one, but for penises. Go on.
It's like an Eiffel Tower in the shower, only without the girl in the middle.
That was a terrible dream.
It's a Schumann, but that's a...
How Sean got his job.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, do you guys remember the time that Bevo had the dream that Sam and Schumann were fucking in the shower and that Bevo caught them and they were like, oh, you could join us? And she did.
And they spit roasted her?
I forget. Yeah, did you guys... Oh, my God! I forget. Did they both end up in the dream? Did you get double penetrated?
Yes.
Did they finish?
I don't remember. I woke up
Bullshit.
horrified. No, I really
Bullshit.
did wake up horrified.
Bullshit.
Did
Who
you
were
did
the
you
two,
finish?
By the way,
It was Sam and Schumann.
That's a flat tail
Schumann,
fantastic
who's
right there.
just disgusting, and then my husband, who's possibly just as disgusting.
Did you?
So you love Schumann?
Did you finish?
No.
In the dream, you just got, but there was penetration.
Yes.
Yay!
And I was like all about it. You want to join in? Sure, why not?
Yeah, I'm not even worried about the fact that my husband and my friend are gay. I'll jump right in there.
Well,
you know, Sam and I had a conversation the other day.
Your glass
about,
is
like,
half full.
Different, like, every day, like, I think Schumann just becomes a little more gay. Like, I think he's actually just gonna come out and be gay one day.
Well, we all know that.
He has a serious crush right now.
Well, maybe at least like 1/6 gay.
Like, I think the Prius purchase might have just put him over the edge.
It's not a Prius.
It's a fit.
I don't give a shit.
You think you can afford a Prius?
That's actually worse.
Yeah, I would venture to say the fit's even gayer than the Prius.
Yeah, but...
No, I mean, the kid's clearly gay. I mean, he just doesn't know it yet.
Well, gay people are clean
I
and
love him
respectful of
still.
other people's property. Schumann is neither of those things.
That's true.
I think
Schumann he had a sorry to cut you off. He had a girl over the other night, and the toilet was dirty, so he went looking for gloves. He went into the kitchen under the sink to get Taryn's dishwashing gloves. Then cleans the toilet.
California gay is clearly different than
But
Oregon
then
gay.
puts the gloves in the bathroom cabinet.
Yeah.
So he took them from the kitchen and left them where he needed them the least. Like,
Well, but at least
he
he
just
didn't put
takes
them-
shit and doesn't put it back.
But at least he didn't put them back in
That's
the
what I was
kitchen.
gonna
That's
say.
true, but at that point,
He
get your
did the
hands
right
dirty.
thing.
And we have soap.
No, but he did the right thing
No.
because he could have put the dish gloves back where the dishes go.
He could have also cleaned the bathroom
And
instead
then
of
it would've-
just the toilet.
Well, but these are different things. This is now roommate
You're the one that
problem.
rents to him.
No.
dude.
But with the gloves, it just came to the point that he did the right thing because he could have put the poopy pee-pee back with the dishy.
But see, but you know exactly what I'm talking about, where it's that he didn't think that far ahead. He just said, oh, I'm taking them off. I'm done with them. I'll leave them here.
Yeah, but he got laid that night, and that's what counts.
I don't think he did.
He got
Does he give tours of your house? I mean,
he does actually give
Gives the
tours.
tours,
You want to see the chickens? And the girl's like, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
By the way, the fact that Schumann is gay is, I think, why Bevo allowed him into the penetration zone. Because she was like, well, it's my husband, and he's a gay anyway. It's fine.
It's now a fact that he's gay.
Gay to me, why not?
Go on.
Well, everyone knows you can't spread AIDS from gay to not gay. That's just a fact.
It stays right where it is.
I forgot where I ended. Oh, the Eiffel Tower. The other one was, it's one of those tours around Bangkok that ends with a happy ending. Made up crazy ass fruit grown in Wonka land used in many flat tail sour beers.
Sean.
Okay, does anybody remember the top two?
I don't think we got that
Al
far.
Bundy and...
Was that funny?
No.
Al Bundy sucked.
All right, well, let's take it out of here.
I don't really like any of
What
them.
was the second one?
A night of drinking, tranny laying on your arm.
I like it.
Okay. The guy that cleans a poop off a penis after a bad anal scene.
I like it. Those are our top two, and I think it's a pretty even one. We might actually have to vote this time. Read them in their full entirety, please.
Bert's Boys Brewing. A Schumann is after a night of drinking that you wake up and have to chew off your arm cause you have a tranny laying on it.
Number two?
He's dragging the bottles.
Yeah, fuck him.
Lenny Buzz, the guy that cleans the poop off a penis, just a penis, after a bad anal scene.
Okay, raise your hand if it's number one, a tranny.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Raise your hand if it's you have to clean the duty off of your 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a duty.
Is it a duty?
It's a duty
Wait,
cleaning.
but Abby's voting.
Oh! She voted for the duty cleaning too. Yeah,
It's
Abby.
a baby.
All right. A Schumann is that you have a dirty penis after an anal scene. You got to clean it up.
So we have to ask, Bert's Boys Brewing.
Yeah.
Are you related in any way to Fire Mountain Brewing?
Good question. Why? Do you have something against them? Or?
I would love to know. No, absolutely nothing
No, you
against.
you just want to
purely
know.
curious.
It might just be a coincidence.
Uh-huh.
Apparently, we had a lady trying to call in that was on hold forever.
What's the lady's name?
I don't know. She
Nice
Twittered
segue from
us.
Poopy, though.
But now everyone's
No,
gone,
we only
so
had one
who
lady
cares?
call, and she got through.
Oh, yeah, she did.
Okay, then I'll busy all again.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
I was going to unbusy for a
Was
second.
that actually my grandmother?
If your grandma's on Twitter,
When you
then
call and the phone rings and then it goes to a voicemail, that just means I'm not answering.
Sean's very concerned. Are you telling
Thank
me
you
that
for
my
actually
grandmother
not
wants
putting
to
my
call
grandmother
back
through
again?
right now.
Is that my grandmother?
Really
Don't worry.
Are you saying that my best friend is trying to call in again?
Good.
Sean, are you married?
I am. 10 years.
I thought your wife was supposed to be your best friend.
Yeah, what does your wife think about your grandma being your best
Yeah,
friend?
suck it, Renee.
Who has the other half of the heart? Is it your grandma or is it your wife? The one around your neck.
Pivotal moment.
Yeah.
So, my wife actually, she's been
Fail.
around for 10 years.
So
my
you're-
grandma for 27.
You know what he's getting at.
Ooh, grandma over wife.
Grandma over wife.
Oh,
Let's see how
man.
Renee likes that one.
Grandma wins.
Wow. He just did that. He did the math. He's
Yeah.
like, well, listen, my wife's only been around since, but my grandma, she's... Wow.
So the dinner we have at my house,
Sean, I'm
is
just going to
real
warn you.
negative.
I'm going to warn you right now. When you get home, it's going to be fucked up.
Yeah.
You've been cut off,
Serious
brother.
shit's going down.
Yeah.
This shit can be real.
Shit going to be
My
real.
wife's actually listening right now. She agrees.
Shit about to get
The best
rocked.
part is Emma's going to back up Renee. Oh, yeah.
Nope.
All right, listen, Flat Tail, you guys have been awesome. Dave and Sean, thanks for coming over. Thanks for getting us drunk on a bunch of beer. Before we vote on Drunk of the Week, I do want to point out that Sean and Dave have fed us copious amounts of beer tonight.
Yes.
So much beer.
There's a lot to go.
There could
Lot of
be
beer
a
left.
brewcaster voting. You could do it individually, or you maybe could lump us as a whole. Although Tasty's pretty composed, and Nate's just keeping his mouth shut because he knows better. I'd say we're all pretty buzzed, though.
Oh, yeah.
Beaver, did you drink any beer tonight? Oh, fuck you.
Nope.
That's horse shit.
Nope.com.
We can go another 4 hours till we get Bevo drunk. What do you think, guys?
Absolutely.
By the way,
I'm on antibiotics,
it
I
takes
can't.
like 12 minutes.
Another
Again,
Flat tail
horseshit.
is
Another bladder
completely
infection?
No.
pro-drunk.
All right, then we'll just stick
Something
to
much
our standard
worse.
drunks of the week. Here are our contestants. We have Kifla who had a lot of different beers. Actually, him and some people and his babies. They were like him and another couple and their babies.
Drunk babies.
All in for Drunk of the Week.
Isn't that a monitor party?
I had a Fireside Chat. I had a Bells. I had a Firestone Walker Wookie. I had a Celebration. I had a Beer to Guard. I had a Bourbon County. A lot of beer, but also a lot of composure. A good drunk. Then we had Katie. Katie did not dial the phone herself. She wanted us to know that she had to have it dialed for her. She had a pumpkin, Outback Destruction, the Rogue. Oh, she had the Rogue.
Outback Destruction. Sounds like you can get that on adamandeve.com.
Yes. She had the Rogue.
I actually saw that video. It was awesome.
Yeah.
It's a baby.
She also had the Homebrew, which was a Christmas ale, and I think it was their first all grain, if I remember right.
With nutmeg.
Fantastic.
With a lot of nutmeg. Yeah. So
we love nutmeg at Flat Tail.
And then some other beer.
It's going to go in everything.
Nutmeg and everything.
Something like at Hoppy or something. And then we had Andy call in. He had a Shawnee Appleseed. Was that a Flat Tail beer?
Oh, yeah.
I like that you guys name it after each other. Almost.
Sean was not a fan of that.
Then he had an Anchorage something.
White IPA.
Oh, yeah, white IPA.
Yeah.
Oh,
we had that on the show. It was real good.
Yeah. And then something else that I scribbled down. And then finally we had Dr. Boobra. Who I didn't write much down because I think we were too busy making fun of him.
The doctor is a rah-rah.
But he was drunk.
Yeah.
And half African.
Well, half American.
Yeah, he was
African.
He was half American.
He's all twisted on Peronis and shit.
Did you say he was a African?
Fucking Peroni'd out.
No, Sean definitely said that.
And he was now fired.
Oh, Jesus. I have no idea. I honestly, I don't know why we have any sponsors at all.
Because they don't listen.
No one knows why.
You're right.
No.
Yeah.
They don't listen to the show.
God has blessed us with non-listening sponsors. And I would like you to thank God tonight, JP.
I will. When I do my evening prayers.
Yeah, I would like you to point toward the west or whatever direction.
Yeah. No, that's
the Greeks do.
That's my religion.
Most of our sponsors are to the east, so point that way.
Okay.
And,
point what that way?
Your wiener.
All right.
And thank them for not listening.
I will.
To us being dickwads.
Should I do that before or after I praise and hail Almighty Satan and kiss the goat?
Yes.
Before?
Yes.
All right.
Same time.
And after.
Mm-hmm.
Dear God,
Clearly.
Satan.
All right. Raise your hand if it's Kifla. Kifla. Oh, poor Kifla.
Yeah.
By the way, he has the African name.
Ooh, real unfortunate.
Raise your hand if it's Katie. Katie and Joe. Katie and Joe.
Okay. All right. All right.
What is that? Guilt?
No, well, it's a pondering. It's a pondering. And, she tried real hard.
All right, well, Terrence and JP both voted for Katie. So, Katie, next time we have a meet, if you're looking to blow anybody. Those are
the guys to blow.
We're in.
Yeah, you know what I'm getting at. Andy, we had Andy.
I'll give Seller a hand.
You're voting for him because he drank Shawnee Appleseed.
Oh, totally.
Oh, plus because he works for you.
Yeah.
Both of the...
He's getting fired if he doesn't win, so, I mean...
Yeah.
You want to create jobs? Well, fucking vote for him.
Exactly.
And then finally, we had Dr. Boobla. Dr. Boobla.
Brabra.
1, 2, 3, 4. Was he the drunkest? I'm trying to remember.
He was pretty drunk.
All right, that's me too.
Andy,
that's
you've
5
got
votes.
a last chance.
Dr. Boobla
right now.
is the drunk of the week. Woo, yeah. All right, send
Fired.
Dr. Boobla. Yeah, Andy, sorry, buddy. We tried, and good luck getting a job down at the Starbucks there in Corvallis.
I doubt they're hiring, trust me.
All right, send an email to JP at thebrewingnetwork.com, Dr. Boobla, and he will send you your Drunk of the Week medal plus a prize package so coveted that even the boys in Corvallis couldn't dream or understand of the same thing.
Yeah, 10
Lots
times.
of Coke, huh?
Yeah.
It's lots of Coke and a little bit of heroin.
We love the Coke.
We got to come down.
On the corner of
All right.
Escobar Boulevard. So,
Don't even...
Slightly. There's Escobar Street close
Is Sean
by.
standing up yet?
He won't know. He won't know. Don't worry about it.
Sean, stand up. Stand up and take the microphone with you.
Yeah,
You can. It goes up there.
Not gonna happen.
I want to see if he can. Do you think if we stay on for another few minutes and give him more beer, he'll pass out standing up?
Absolutely.
Chug.
I'm not saying you sound all that drunk now. I just mean that I want you to pass out standing up.
That's going to happen.
It's gonna fucking happen.
It'll be on the hood of the car.
I hired Sean.
It's gonna happen right
I'm gonna
now.
gonna be the flat tail hood ornament.
Uh-huh.
Be driven all the way back up drunk.
That's just normal.
All right, let's get out of here. Tasty, how do you think we did?
What do you mean, on the whole show? You
Yeah,
want to review?
I want to make a new segment on the show.
Oh, okay.
And the new
Tasty's
segment
feedback.
will be Tasty's evaluation. I would like it to be scored on a scale of 1 to 5 every show, but
many
also
categories?
with one sentence of commentary. So I want you to think about the show, and then I will say, Tasty, how did we do? And then you'll give one sentence and then a number from 1 to 5. So
give us a 5.
So as you're thinking about it, Tasty, I will say goodbye to the boys. Flat Tail, thanks for coming out. I really appreciate
Thanks
it.
so much.
You guys brought a bunch of beer. We're going to have to give it away to our friends.
Goddamn right you will.
Yeah, you guys are badass. Yeah, let's give a big round of
that's too
applause.
much beer to haul back.
And you drove through the storm. And are you really sleeping on the sidewalk tonight, or?
No, we actually have a hotel, so I'm sleeping on Sean's
That's cool.
sidewalk.
Very nice. All right, Bevo, I would like to thank you for wearing a wife beater tonight. I'm probably at some point tomorrow going to jerk it to your wife beater. But I won't
Aren't we all?
But I won't think you're because you're my friend's wife and all. I'll pretend it's somebody else. What I'll do is I'll start thinking about you.
Yeah.
But then I'll end up going. But now think it's somebody else because it's Sammy's wife.
Now Faye Reagan's real hot.
You know what I mean?
Notice how you're not his friend. You're his friend's wife.
Right, yeah.
Well, only
notice
when
that.
I'm jerking off. The rest of the time, you're my friend.
God, I hope Mary's listening to this still.
So we're good, right?
So now I'm... Okay, well,
you know she is.
All right, I'm glad we got that cleared
Grandma,
up.
I'm sorry.
All right, Tasty, what do you think about the show?
Oh, well, all good shows are measured by their amount of information and debauchery, right? And I would say that this
that's
is...
more than one sentence.
Yeah, see, he's fine.
That's
Leave
a
him alone.
comma.
Leave him alone.
Comma.
Yeah, right.
This show was totally full of it, and these guys from have delivered the beer, and we delivered the information. It's great.
And a number?
I give it a 4 out of 5.
Nice.
That's
JP,
pretty high.
take us out of here,
I'll
will
take
ya?
it.
Cheers.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. Next weekend, our close personal friend, Mr. Sean Paxton, is doing a Cooking with Beer demo at Point Reyes Farmstead Cheese Company with Lagunitas Bay Republic, Russian Rare, and Anderson Valley. Head to pointraisecheese.com and click the shop link for more info. JP's on Twitter. Follow him at Major Jip to better understand why his family has abandoned him. Scott the Jew has some art for sale. Follow him at Moscow Paints for absolutely no updates at all. For some good beer insight and homebrew info, follow Nate at Nathan Homebrew and Mike McDowell at Tasty McD. The Bean Winterfest is fast approaching. Mark your calendars for January 26th, and be sure to follow the Bean Fest feed on Facebook and Twitter. Check out the Brewing Network store for all the latest Bean merch, including our new Brew Strong and Lunch Meat shirts. And be sure to find the Brewing Network on Facebook and Twitter.
JP's an asshole, just comes in Moscow and wins.